Good morning, everyone. Holland, Squalin, Quist, Licknamat, Tla, Squamish, Okmeo. Welcome to the Squamish Nation Traditional Territory. I'm Councillor Chris Pettingill, Acting Mayor for the month of February, and I will be chairing the Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. The first order of business is the adoption of the agenda. Can I have someone move that, please? Councillor French, second by Councillor Stoner. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So the first order of business is a couple Fortis temporary use permits. And I just want to share a bit of a preamble to help us focus on the topics ahead. So I'd ask everyone to please note that today's committee meeting is to introduce and provide initial feedback on two temporary use permit applications put forward by Fortis, one for a work accommodation site and one for a construction laydown area. While both are related to the wood fiber LNG and Fortis pipeline projects, Fortis is requesting temporary use permits for a camp and a laydown yard, not a pipeline and not an LNG facility. Therefore, today's council comments and consideration will focus on the specific applications for a construction yard and a workforce accommodation site. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Prahalad to introduce the topics for us. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Prahalad, planner with the Community Planning Department. Today, I'm here seeking council feedback for a temporary use permit for a construction yard for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline project. There are several areas that staff are looking for council's feedback, including noise and lighting, trails, traffic, landscaping, landfill and water issues, and undergrounding power. The Eagle Mountain Pipeline project will expand a portion of the FortisBC existing natural gas transmission system. The proposed pipeline will parallel the existing FortisBC pipeline to the wood fiber liquefied natural gas site. It is important to note that the project was approved by both the BC Environmental Assessment Office and Squamish Nation in 2016, and the district has no role in the overall approval of the pipeline project. Construction on the project is anticipated to take place between 2023 and 2026. The subject property is a triangular lot owned fee simple by Squamish Nation located northeast of the Valley Cliff neighborhood at the intersection of the Mamquam Forest Service Road and Powerhouse Springs Road. TUP 74 is proposing to allow an industrial use in the RS1 residential zone, which is intended to accommodate low-density residential development with municipal water and sewer services. The official community plan land use designation for this area falls under resource and recreation, which supports a wide array of public and commercial recreation uses, as well as resource development. The parcel is currently outside the district's growth management boundary. The proposed yard will be approximately 10.5 acres in size, with an additional 2.6 acres on the east side of Powerhouse Springs Road to be used as parking for the project. The proposed yard is planned for development in early 2023 and will be active throughout the entire gas line development project. The yard will be shut down during the winter months and all access points will be secured to prevent trespassing. Intended uses for the yard include a marshalling area for construction crews at the start and end of each work shift, morning briefings for workers, temporary offices for project management, warehousing and storage of project materials, equipment, vehicle and equipment refueling, and waste management. The yard will be active 6 days a week, Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., with Sundays being a day off for construction crews, resulting in minimal activity for the site. Several areas of concern have been raised by district staff during the review process. Perimeter fencing is proposed as a primary physical component of the security plan. A clear zone will be maintained on both sides of the perimeter, free of obstructions, vegetation, or objects. This clear zone is not aligned with DPA 3 guidelines, which require landscaping features to reduce negative visual impacts of chain link fencing adjacent to roads. There will be a 60-meter vegetative buffer along the southern edge of the site to reduce the impacts of noise and light pollution for the adjacent residences. However, there is no plan for Powerhouse Springs Road. The lack of a visual buffer along Powerhouse Springs Road may have a negative impact on recreational users and visitors to the Squamish Canyon project. The trail network around the works yard provides a shorter connection to the recreational users to and from the Powerhouse Springs Road area, as well as trails that end on the Northern Connector Trail. More information is expected from Fortis on impacts to trail connectivity. The traffic management study for the Mamquam area is currently in draft form and is being reviewed by district staff. The purpose of this document is to provide an overview of the project's management considerations while trying to mitigate interactions between the public and the project. The traffic management strategy is very high level and non-committal at this time. They plan to upgrade the Mamquam FSR but do not provide details. It is unclear whether proposed upgrades will also include Powerhouse Springs Road. A traffic impact assessment is currently in draft form and being reviewed by district staff. The purpose of this study is to review the background traffic conditions within the project area and estimate the traffic impacts generated by the pipeline construction and construction yard. At this time, waste receiving facilities have not been determined. However, should waste be disposed of in the Squamish landfill, the high volumes of waste anticipated do not take into account the limited lifespan of the Squamish landfill and the impact on this lifespan. Noise levels will be at the highest at the start and end of each work shift due to vehicle movement. Site activities have been planned to ensure compliance with the District of Squamish noise bylaw. Additional noise that is anticipated to occur during the 2-month period of site clearing and grading. If the application is successful, the applicant will be required to provide noise surveys on a regular basis to monitor noise levels. Fortis is proposing to connect to the district's power lines to power their construction yard. This line is susceptible. This line is susceptible to outages as it runs through a vegetated area owned by Squamish Nation. It is recommended to underground this section of power lines. The proposal calls for 420 parking stalls on the east side of Powerhouse Springs Road opposite the construction yard. Access to the site will be from Highway 99, Mamquam Forest Service Road, and Powerhouse Springs Road. Multiple access points are planned for both the Mamquam FSR and Powerhouse Springs Road in accordance with Flynn Row engineering guidelines to ensure traffic moves freely to limit impact of non-project traffic. The traffic management strategy is very high level and non-committal at this time. They plan to upgrade Mamquam FSR but do not provide details. It is unclear whether proposed upgrades include Powerhouse Springs Road. There are concerns about dust, road conditions, sight lines, and noise, as well as traffic impacts on the road network, mostly the Mamquam FSR and Highway 99. Regardless of whether the TUP is approved, there will be significant impacts on the road from increased traffic. Recommendations include clear commitments around road maintenance, including dust control, and a clearly defined scope, including methods and frequency. The, tra- the traffic volumes are projected to fluctuate given the seasonal nature of pipeline construction. Traffic will be mainly between the proposed lodge and construction yard, with anticipated traffic volumes between 100 and 250 traffic vehicle trips from the construction workforce per day in the morning from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and evening from 5 to 6 p.m. Approximately 40 vehicles are expected to proceed west to Highway 99 to the tunnel construction site, with the remainder of the vehicles traveling east along the FSR to pipeline work sites in the Indian River Valley. At this time, it is unclear how much wastewater is being produced at the construction yard. Waste receiving facilities have not been determined. However, should waste be disposed of in the Squamish landfill, the high volumes of waste anticipated do not take into account the limited lifespan of the Squamish landfill and the impact on this lifespan. This project requires a significant amount of consultation with internal departments, external stakeholders, and the province. Following this committee of the whole meeting, the application would be expected to proceed through the following permit stages, conditional on council approval at applicable stages: the public information meeting, council decision on TUPs, development permits for DPA 3 form and character, DPA 11 wildfire, as well as building permits. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any comments or questions.
Okay, Council, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Wondering if staff can indicate for us if Fortis has talked at all about a plan B if the temporary use permit in question is denied. And if they have had conversations with staff, what have they indicated is plan B?
Through the chair, staff has asked Fortis about Plan B. However, they have not provided an answer at this point.
Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. The staff report outlines sort of the current uses of the area and how our community sort of flows through there. And I understand that'll be impacted regardless of the in some way, regardless of whether there's this yard here or just by the nature of construction of the pipeline in the area. However, I found there seems to be missing a piece around that particular area particularly on a weekend is used for unloading sort of motorized recreation vehicles. So dirt bikes, quads, all that stuff happens sort of right there. And that general capacity of that area to do that would be affected here. And is something that's I didn't see highlighted in the report. Is that something that staff's considered or discussed with Fortis and there's a plan? Is that what that overly large 420 parking spot area is intended to be used for as well? Or is that, I'm just trying to understand how all these things fit because it's a busy spot on a weekend for that user group in particular.
Through the chair, that is a concern that staff has brought up. Fortis has told us that camp workers will not be allowed to bring their own recreational vehicles. And we're still having discussions about the traffic impact assessment, and those will be addressed in that study.
So, okay, so I'd like to make sure that user group and that sort of load on that area is highlighted from the beginning. They won't; those folks looking to do those activities won't just go away. It'll need to be considered somewhere in the planning of this, and I guess that leads into that the 420 parking area is rather substantial and doesn't jive with the numbers that I'm seeing in the traffic sort of assessment. So is that exclusive use or is that meant to solve the problem that I've just highlighted? If it's their exclusive use, then the numbers, I'll need some explanation as to why there's a discrepancy between the projected number of vehicle trips and the capacity of that lot.
Through the chair, it is Fortis's plan to provide a vehicle parking space for each bed provided at the camp. So there are 576 beds provided at the camp. So the construction yard will work as a overflow parking space for the camp as well.
In an exclusive use, however.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, when this Squamish Canyon project came through, there was a lot of discussion around the primary leaseholder on the road, I guess, for lack of, I can't remember what the exact terminology is. So the road is owned by Ministry of Lands Forests. And then they basically there's a primary leaseholder on it, which I can't remember who it is. But there was a lot of discussion around then whose responsibility is it to maintain the road. So I'm just curious, has there been conversation from Fortis to the other parties who use this road around what maintenance looks like and who then becomes the primary user given the amount of vehicle traffic that they're proposing?
Through the chair, yeah, so Mamquam FSR, that section that they would be using is currently the primary road use permit holder, I believe is the term, is currently Atlantic Power, and it's been acknowledged by Fortis that they would become the primary user once the project is up and running or at some point. The tricky part about Powerhouse Springs Road is that it's not a designated Forest Service road, so there is no primary road use permit, or there is no road use permit associated with that. Currently, Atlantic Power, I believe, between them and other users, I believe one being Lafarge, they have some agreements in place, but nothing formalized. And so that's something that we have been discussing and hasn't been rectified at this point.
All right, thanks for having those conversations. And then just following up on Mayor Herford's comments about the parking, so helpful to know that some of the overflow parking is expected from the camp here. In both the reports, it speaks to having a shuttle between the two temporary use permit sites. But with the amount of parking on both locations, it feels like that is not actually going to be used. So is there a way that through the temporary use permit process, we could actually confirm that a shuttle would be provided and used as opposed to personal vehicles?
Through the chair, currently there is a shuttle being proposed in the traffic impact assessment. That report is saying that only 10% of personal vehicles will be used to access town or get up and down that Mamquam FSR. However, staff feel that's a gross underestimate and will be that will be conveyed to the applicants.
Okay, that is helpful. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, one of my concerns about this project are the impact of protest action happening along that fire service road. Have Fortis, I didn't see any consideration or mitigation measures or plans for how to manage protest action. Has Fortis acknowledged that at all with staff?
Through you, Chair, that is something that so the safety portions of this whole project are being addressed in the management plans that are not attached to the temporary use permit applications. That is something we can certainly raise with Fortis. It's going to be a concern whether the work accommodation site or the laydown area goes ahead, because Fortis will have to be accessing the pipeline project through the Forest Service Road anyways. So that's a really good comment. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I guess following up on Councillor Hamilton's question, the OCP talks about TUPs and when they should be administered. And one of the mandates is that they can't negatively affect existing businesses or surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, or other impacts. And I'm not sure how we're going to work around that. Like, how is Fortis actually going to minimize those impacts? I haven't seen any action plans for that. Is that going to be more like expanded upon in their actual TUP application, or is this kind of what we're going to see?
Through the chair, so the construction yard does back onto residential into a residential neighborhood. So they have proposed a 60-meter buffer along that southern edge, and they will be providing a baseline noise survey, and then having noise surveys throughout the entire project. And they have also provided several noise prevention measures in their management plan, but those are still being worked out at this point.
And just to follow up on that, there was also mention in the OCP, the TUP section of the OCP, about security deposits and restoration plans. And will those be proposed and expanded upon in their TUP application?
Through the chair, so there will need to be a restoration plan written into the TUP. They have provided several options at the moment, but we haven't decided on which one will be written into the TUP at this time.
And has there been conversations about security deposits as well?
Security deposits would be a standard condition for issuing the permit. We haven't had any discussions yet on what that security amount should be. It will be based on probably the restoration plan of what it costs to put the site back together.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. The traffic impact assessment that staff have related that is under review currently, presumably it will address the Highway 99 intersection as well as the Mampcombe Forest Service Road and the Power Springs Road. And the intersection at the highway involves stakeholders also at Site B, this is a matter that came up for discussion during our review of the Squamish Canyon project and its traffic impact assessment. Issues on patterns of use and at that intersection. On the Mampcombe Forest Service Road, we have several stakeholders. My question to staff is, are we assured that the Fortis team and ours has properly identified these stakeholders? One of them happens to be the Squamish Community Forest, recently granted for part of its chart area using this road in the Squamish and Lower Mampcombe. We have 3 board members with us today on council representing the District of Squamish, and we are informally aware of Fortis's activities, but we've not been formally referred. There's been no formal referral. Our consultants working in our engineering for the Squamish District and Squamish Nation joint venture happen to be the same consultants working for Fortis, so that's an advantage, and that's how we are aware of what's going on. However, there are other stakeholders. The Squamish Nation has a forest license. We have Tsleil-Waututh's business arm working in the refuse. We have BC Timber Sales, among others. So my question is, can we assure ourselves that the Fortis team has properly identified all of these stakeholders, and that does include for the the highway intersection as well?
Through Chair, the traffic impact assessment, as you mentioned, is still under review. At this point, its scope is not identifying key stakeholders so much as traffic loading and impacts. So I think where that would have to fall under is the traffic management strategy, which is a different document and a different plan that speaks more holistically. At this point, I can't speak to the status of what you're requesting. I'm wondering, though, if Jonas or Vrish can speak to what staff can do in terms of coordinating with Fortis or requesting with Fortis.
Thank you. I think we can take this comment away and see how we can build the the stakeholder engagement into our process.
Thank you. And for the clarification also of the traffic management strategy that will, I suppose, follow from necessarily the impact assessment and address its issues. My second question, Chair, concerns the new road proposed. That's the 1.2 kilometers of road that will be constructed, proposed to be constructed from the vicinity of the Powerhouse Gate, between that and the new security gate. And
Councillor Anderson, that's the next topic, I believe. We're just on the laydown yard right now.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I'll hold that one.
Okay, I will take an opportunity and then I'll go to Councillor or Mayor Herford, I should say. Are we required to accept Fortis's assessments like their environmental report, their traffic impact study, or could we require as part of the application process that they fund us hiring someone to do those sorts of analysis? And the reason I ask is my personal experience with Fortis is that when they receive feedback and so on, it doesn't necessarily end up in the reports or it's not accurately portrayed in the report. So I quite frankly don't have a great deal of trust in environmental reports and traffic assessments from Fortis. So is there a mechanism by which we can require funding to do those assessments ourselves so we can have greater confidence in what we're using to make our decisions?
We can request Fortis for those resources. We can't require them. Council has to make a decision at the end of this process based on all the information provided. Normally, how we approach these sort of situations is we rely on our technical staff to make a decision whether they think that the reports are inadequate or they lack the specific expertise required. And in those cases, then we'll go into a peer review process. I don't know if we're there yet with the traffic assessment or the environmental assessments, but that's our normal process. So if we at all feel uncomfortable with the information that we see, usually we rely on our staff to make the call.
Okay, thank you. And then just following up on the light and sound, and I guess in particular the noise pollution, we have noise bylaws in terms of hours when you can make noise and so on. Are we required to have that as our standard to evaluate this? I guess in my mind, one of the other techniques we use to mitigate sound impacts is just what land uses we allow where. And so is it reasonable for us to say, yeah, you're not starting until 7 a.m., but it's still too close to residential and that's not acceptable? Like, can we go sort of beyond the noise bylaw in evaluating this?
We can, and that would be very appropriate, I think, because this is a temporary use permit. It's not, the zoning is not in place yet, and there are residences adjacent to, so the temporary use permit could go above and beyond the noise bylaw.
Okay, thanks. And then has Fortis clarified, there's a little bit in there about fueling and fuel tanks and so on. Do we have clarity on the magnitude and the amount of fuel being stored and what sort of fuel and proximity to waterways and what the risk is there? I guess I have a great deal of concern about fuel storage there. And does that really need to be part of this? Or can we say, hey, go use one of the refueling stations in town or something for your fuel needs? And this really isn't the place where we want to store and provide a whole bunch of refueling.
Through the chair, those questions about the refueling have yet to be asked to the applicant about what exactly is being stored and how often vehicles are being refueled.
Okay, so two more quick questions, I hope. I was looking at our community climate action plan, and we've been looking for no gas covenants on a lot of rezonings when they come forward. Fortis with the laydown yard said one of the attractive things is they can tap into hydro lines, but then they speak to gas-powered water pumps and other gas-powered infrastructure on the site. Can we require, sort of more consistent with our CCAP, that with this and the hydro line there, that this is electric power and maybe a backup generator of some sort, but strictly for emergency? Or are we somehow required to allow them to use gas or diesel or so on to power these things?
Council has a lot of discretion. It's a temporary use permit process. So those sort of standard zoning conditions could be applied here. I don't know if they're practically speaking, if there would be possible for Fortis to implement, but there are conditions that could be established.
Okay, and the last one for now. Thanks, this your hand, Councillor Stoner. It looks like they won't be doing as much activity in the winter, if I understand the report correctly, but there may be snow removal required to the degree they are. These aren't on our priority routes. They seem to be very eager to keep going. Are they permitted to do their own snow clearing on these roads? And sort of related to that, if they can do it on these roads, could sort of the general public do snow clearing on public roads around if they wish to too? Or what's the sort of capacity or expectations around snow clearing?
Through you, Chair, because these roads are not district roads, that doesn't apply. So it's a Ministry of Forest road, the Forest Service road, and then Powerhouse Springs Road is kind of not a road. So Fortis will be able to maintain it as required, or will be responsible to maintain as required if they are the primary user. To answer your second question, technically no. Snow clearing on municipal property cannot be performed by just anyone because it is a municipally owned road and we have roles and responsibilities and liability associated with that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mayor Herford. Apologize.
Thank you. In the report, there's dust mitigation measures mentioned for the road, but not the yard or the parking area. And I was curious if staff had asked the questions around that and what the plan was to mitigate the dust of this now large open area instead of the sort of lightly forested area that's there now.
Through the chair, the dust mitigation plan has not been finalized yet, but it will include the parking lots as well as the yard as well.
Thank you. And in the considerations, actually in other areas of this project, it's been challenging to get proponents to work together to figure out the cumulative effect. Now we're looking at 2 TUPs. Is staff confident they're getting enough information to be able to assess the cumulative impact of both of these applications? And that's probably further complex, made more complex by the fact that one might move ahead and not the other, and just how have you been sort of dealing with that, or how do you intend to deal with that aspect of these applications going forward?
Through the chair, could you repeat that question again?
So both of these projects, both of the TUPs that we're going to be discussing today, have impacts just on their own, but the cumulative impact of these, how is that being assessed? And we've already heard some what ifs this doesn't go and what if that goes, and how are you sort of working through those complexities as you look at things like traffic? We'll start with the traffic assessment, I suppose. Does one drive the other? Like how are you managing that?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so we're looking at them all, taking into consideration, I guess you could call worst case. So what if they all occur? And that's the parameters that we use to run these studies. So the traffic impact assessment takes into account both TUPs as well as any other development we anticipate going forward. So for example, the Canyon project, fully up and running. So we take into account all of those numbers. The use of the wastewater treatment plant is another example where we're reviewing it under not just Fortis's impacts, but also WLNG's with their flotel. What if those, what if both of them are utilizing our wastewater treatment plant as an example?
Thank you. That's the kind of information I was looking for there. In one of your slides in your presentation, you're speaking about the undergrounding of the power lines. Are these the same lines that we've had challenges with keeping the pumps running? Is that the same area?
Through the chair, yes, correct.
So would that be considered a legacy piece of this, sort of after the fact?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the noise bylaw, Councillor Penningill mentioned, asked the question around if we could, find different standards for this particular use here. It is quite close to the community on Cherry Drive in particular. And I was curious around if the noise bylaw considers the cumulative effect. Because loud noise going late one time, but within the noise bylaw is like, well, it's within the noise bylaw, but if it's for the term of the project or the TUP in this case, I think that's entirely different than sort of a one-off that's allowed. So does that bylaw contemplate that? I haven't gone deep in the noise bylaw, but it strikes me as maybe a less than ideal tool to address this sort of industrial use next to a residential area.
The noise bylaw, and again, I haven't looked at the noise bylaw specifically with this question in mind. It doesn't consider cumulative impact. It sets standards, and I don't think it sets different standards for whether a project is short or has a long time frame. And that's where I think the temporary use permit conditions could be handy.
Okay, so with that in mind, I know this is our first look at these two, because there's the next topic coming up as well. At what point would staff be looking for those specific recommendations? And is that what we're looking for an outcome today, or is that after future assessment of the plans that will get into that level of that specific with the requests?
I think any and all feedback is relevant today. If you have something very specific, we're happy to receive that feedback and see how we can build it into the process.
Okay, thank you. On similar to the noise bylaw, the lighting regulations, I know that actually Squamish Canyon was one where there was concerns around the light pollution from particularly, I believe it was during events at that site, which is a ways down that road, I think over a kilometer. You can someone will correct me with with that, but it's a fair distance away. So in this for this use here, what would the lighting look like? Is this something that for work safe standards needs to be lit 24 hours a day? Or is it something that we can use some of our, our dark sky policy and so on to regulate what that looks like, and thus the effect on the adjacent neighborhood?
Through the chair, the applicants haven't provided a lighting plan yet. However, staff has asked for one to see exactly what they are proposing for that site.
Thank you. I think light and noise are two things that I'm quite concerned about with this location being so close to the adjacent neighborhood. And I'd really like to see their proposal and how that lines up with our existing policy. And given the nature of the sort of siting of this proposed use here, I think those are things I really need to have a handle on to see if we can, if it'd be appropriate to adjust those, if those regulations are sufficient, or if we need to sort of add a layer if this is to go forward. So, and I think there's a blind spot here with the parking for the recreation users in that area, sort of as they mode shift, if you will, from coming up from Point South to unloading and going to recreate, and that needs to be reflected in the plan here somehow. I have a longer list, but I'm going to wrap my mind around it so I don't go on for too long, and I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And we've got, I think, about 15 minutes left in this topic, and the next one might have even more feedback. So if we can try and keep things succinct and keep this moving along, I'll go to Councillor Stoner now.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have two questions, and then I'll just make some comments, and then I can wrap myself up. In the next implementation steps, staff haven't referenced the requirement for DPA 1, which I was a little bit surprised about. Can you speak to why this doesn't apply here?
That's a great question. So DPA 1, our determination is it only applies in the work accommodation site. This site is directly related to pipeline construction, and Fortis has a general exemption that the responsibilities for environmental assessments are with the province and the federal government. And the only place where that doesn't stand is with the work accommodation site, which we haven't fully, Fortis and the district are not on the same page, I don't think, at this point, but that's where we drew the line.
Interesting. Thank you for that context. I would maybe push back on that and say maybe our DPA 1 does still apply, but you know better than I would. My other question on the next steps, it says that this project requires a significant amount of consultation with district departments, external stakeholders, and the province. I'm just curious, do we actually do referrals for TUPs to external stakeholders? So I think this is getting a little bit to Councillor Anderson's point. Will we do a direct referral to SLRD? It is on Squamish Nation land, but to Squamish Nation? Like, it would be helpful, I think, as part of this process to have direct referrals on this application. So when does that happen?
Through the chair, that process is already ongoing.
All right. And so those particular entities, SLRD, Squamish Nation, have been great. Thank you. All right. Generally speaking, thanks to staff for the report. And I think the list of concerns that you continue to raise I resonate with all of them. And I think that they're all important issues to continue to press the applicant on. I think going forward, things that really continue to raise particular questions for me are the road, traffic, and parking. So that is a black box still, and the proponent's going to have to come forward with more information before anybody can make any sort of determination of what is appropriate. But the idea of having that much traffic going up there seems ridiculous to me. And so there'll have to be a lot of management plans in hand if that's really the number of vehicles and parking that's going to go in there. The noise issue is not feasible for me at this perspective, at this point, as it's proposed. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 days a week for 3 years, right adjacent to a residential neighborhood I don't think is going to fly with our community. We'll wait until we hear from public information meetings, but the proponent would, I think, be well suited to start to address that issue sooner rather than later. Same goes with lighting. And I just want to reemphasize staff's feedback on the waste management plans is also critical. As we all know, our landfill is close to being filled, and we have a very significant price tag coming in terms of expansion, and we don't need to accelerate that. We've been putting a lot of effort into trying to reduce our waste. And so making sure that they have a strong plan in hand before this comes back for consideration for TUP application would do them well, I think, in their process. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Greenlaw and then Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I just wanted some clarification on the volume again. So it's 102 to 250 shuttles per day for the employees, yeah? Going to and from.
That is correct.
Okay.
As well as kind of like support vehicles going up and down from the yard to the camp.
Yeah, like is that including the construction vehicles that are going to have to be coming in with supplies?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Because like if you do the math on a maximum of 600 workers on 100 to 250 shuttles a day, that's like 3 people per shuttle.
Through the chair, the 600 workers is at the peak in 2025. Based on their numbers, they're expecting roughly around 300 to 400 workers, kind of at the lower end.
Right. And that's supposed to be concentrated in the morning and the evening, right? Because so again, that's an extremely low density of people per shuttle. Like maybe we can get them to tighten that up a lot as well to reduce the traffic impacts. The other thing, and I'm going to say this for the next TUP as well, is I really think the district should be asking for risk assessment for all of their exercises on site, like including social, environmental, and safety risk assessments. It's very common to do that in the exploration industry and mining, to have a risk assessment and then also have proactive and reactive mitigation strategies as well. And I would like to see that, as well as chain of accountability of who's going to be responsible when something happens. For this construction yard, it would probably be, you know, like diesel leaks or something like that. But anyways, that's what I got.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Anderson.
Thanks very much. The history of this project is obviously something I'm catching up on as a new councillor. But one of the members of our community shared with me a letter that they received in November 2021 that detailed Fortis's plans that included a temporary workspace near the end of Finch Drive and the one we're currently discussing. Is that temporary workspace near the end of Finch Drive no longer under discussion, or are we ever going to see that somewhere else? Do you know?
Through you, Chair, we haven't seen a proposal for a temporary workspace at the end of Finch. This is the only one we're looking at.
Okay, thanks. My second question is on, and this is about council's, what the district can do with TUPs, not about the proponent. So in the OCP, we say TUPs may be issued for a period of 3 years and may be renewed once. We also have the authority to define the duration of the TUP. If we were to define a TUP for a duration of 1 year, would we then be able to renew it for another 3 years should we feel it's okay? Or is there a total limit on the duration of a TUP?
The limit is 3 years, and council can issue a TP that's shorter period than that. I think if concerns were addressed and Fortis was in a position to get a TUP, I think council's recommendation would be to start with or staff's recommendation would be to start with a shorter TUP, see how it goes before expanding it.
So just follow up to make my question clearer. I did not ask the question clearly. Can we issue 3 1-year TUPs sequentially, or we're limited to a total of 2 TUPs?
The limit is you can only renew it once. The way in practice this goes sometimes is you can renew a temporary use permit, which is exactly the same as the one that was approved. Sometimes applicants will change the application, and then that allows council to issue a new temporary use permit, which is a bit different than the old one.
Yeah, do you want to follow up on that, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, just to clarify, when we renew a TUP, does it have to be for the same length of the initial TUP?
No, it just can't be more than 3 years.
Thank you. I'll go. Okay, Mayor Herford.
What's a bit different? Like, sorry, could you, or do you have an example maybe for that? Not to pick up on the, I don't want to pick on the wording, but I just want to make sure that we all understand this piece and what the options are may be available to a TUP applicant.
So it's a great question, and I think the two principles that are normally used is the use changes. So there's an expansion of use that wasn't there before, or the area has changed of the TP. So the area has expanded or contracted.
Thank you.
Okay, I will go to Councillor Anderson and myself, and then I'll go around the room for closing comments.
Chair, this will be my closing comment, if that's all right. A brief comment on our observation on one of the outstanding issues and concerns, and I'll quote from the staff report: "The lack of a visual buffer along Powerhouse Springs Road may have a negative impact on recreational users and visitors to the Squamish Canyon project." I imagine the Squamish Canyon project may have a variety of concerns regarding visual quality over the long term and during the construction as well. potentially. However, I'd just like to point out that on the west side of Powerhouse Springs Road, on the left-hand side as you're going up, the district we have proposed during the last term, I think maybe even a little bit before that, before I came on council, there was a camping committee looking at camping pressure issues and identified this as a potential campground that the district may have some interest in developing. And Squamish Canyon project also is interested to develop camping on the same spot in collaboration potentially with the district. So we should look at the future of this road and the uses on both sides. And I'll just also point out that last year, for the first time in memory, coho were spotted in the ditches, spawning coho along Powerhouse Springs Road. The ditch there is a tributary of the Little Squamish, just something to keep in mind. But I'd suggest that the visual impact of chain link fencing may be maybe we're going a little bit too far here, considering maybe what is the future there is we do need camping areas, and this is one that has been highlighted as having good potential. So that's part of the recreational use that might be expected in the future. So let's consider the full picture in the long term of what that road will be used for as regards visual impacts. Thank you.
So a couple quick questions, then I'll go around the room. And this has come up a little bit. We'll ask first, they talk about using the laydown yard as a muster point in coordination with the work camp. But if most of the people are going to be in the work camp and there's a ton of parking there, why do they need a muster point at the laydown? Like, why can't you just have one muster point, sort of one large parking area? Have they explained why they need a second place for everyone to collect with all their vehicles?
Through the chair, that question hasn't been asked to Fortis yet, and they haven't provided an answer as to why the laydown yard was chosen as a muster point.
I'll just add, excuse me, kind of along the same lines as Councillor Greenlaw's comment about the numbers not quite adding up. That's something we're seeing with the numbers they're providing for the two TUPs. It's not fully making sense to us at the staff level either. So that's feedback that we're giving back to them to try and understand how are they using the two sites, or how are they planning to use the two sites, and exactly why do they need that muster station? Looking at the numbers, why they don't quite line up, I think part of it is that some staff will go directly to the work site and some will have to go to this works yard for various reasons. But once again, that's something we're digging into.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just wondering, is it a requirement in our process that requires this to be two separate TUPs, or is this something they've chosen to do? And it seems that, the rationale between one and the other is their close proximity. It seems like there's an interrelationship, and it's not clear that if only one is granted, it actually makes sense. Like they may only make sense if both are granted. So I'm just wondering if staff sort of can explain why this was two and not just one TUP. And, maybe if they're just interrelated, that's a decision we have to make about both when that decision point comes. But just wonder if staff can speak to that briefly.
Fortis has applied for two TUPs and they have the right to do so. And it's practical to have two separate TUPs because they're two separate locations. The TUPs kind of go with the land. And so, yeah, if they were two sites together, then it would make sense to have one. But in this case, they're separated, although I agree there's a lot of relation between the two, and maybe one doesn't make sense if the other one doesn't go ahead. Oh, yes, and the owners are different, the landowners.
Okay, thank you. So I will go around clockwise, I guess, for final comments. And if we can keep it tight, we've got 3 minutes. Councillor Herford?
I don't know if I accept your challenge of the 3 minutes, but I'm having a hard time with as I know staff is with the parking and traffic and issues here, just really understanding actually what's proposed. The math on the number of spots doesn't quite add up with the private vehicles, but then these folks performing the work will need to be in other work specific vehicles, whether it's to transport themselves or to do the work. And none of those numbers are jiving. So I think that we've already heard that from staff. But I think really understanding this is crucial so we can make a properly informed decision. And that I'm assuming is probably a comment that'll hold for the next topic as well. I do think that the undergrounding of the power lines is essential. We know that that's been problematic, and in various pieces of interacting with the project as a whole, I've been looking for something that's a legacy. So that right there is the first glimmer of that, in my opinion, and could improve our resiliency of our water supply, which I think is could be a win for the community. I do think that the screening to Powerhouse Springs Road is important. This project will also, this site stands to be the main visual presence of this large project in our community, and I think it would serve them well and us if that wasn't purely industrial or prison-like in nature, which is sort of how it's been shaping up so far. So I think there's work to be done there. Whether there's a different level that would be appropriate here than our current guidelines, that could be something. That all of that said, the noise and light here, right next to the residential area, is a major concern to me, and I don't know that what level of mitigation is even possible, and if what is possible is going to be enough to provide me personally and our community with comfort having this use in this spot. I do accept that there's going to be construction here of the pipeline will move through, so that area in general will experience disruption. However, putting in the few hundred meters of pipeline adjacent to the neighborhood is only going to take a fraction of the time of that overall 3-year plus that's being considered for this use. I also think that staff would be well served establishing a contingency number as to both the timing and the number of humans and subsequent vehicle trips associated with the project. And my research into implementing these major projects and speaking to elected officials along the way, the general consensus seems to be take the number of people and the time and double both of them. I don't know whether that doesn't sound scientific enough for the professionals sitting down at that end of the table, but that's something to maybe discuss with Fortis in relation to, especially when there's a pressure on timing and throwing more people and more and the equipment that goes with each person at the project to get it over the line at a particular time is something that happens, and those considerations I think need to be incorporated into our planning into these pieces. Anyways, I think that's it for me now, given that I'll have another chance to comment on this in the next topic. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I do have a lot of concerns about this upcoming TUP, and I would welcome clarity on the mitigation factors that for the impositions on the residents as well as the recreational users. I'd like to know how they're going to mitigate increased strains on our infrastructure, including our waste systems and the road construction that they'll be using. In addition to the lack of information regarding the risks included with the yard operation itself. I'd really like to see what risks they deem will be present and how they intend to mitigate them. I'd also like clarity on the day-to-day operations. It seems like there's not a ton of consistent information provided. I'd like to know what day-to-day will actually look like. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson? No? Okay, Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. I'll take you up on your 3-minute challenge. I think we've had a good discussion here today, and some concerns have been clearly conveyed. And I think that staff have got some work to do along with our friends at FortisBC and their subcontractors. So I'm looking forward to when this comes back to us in the next stage of the temporary use process. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much. I too will take up your challenge of the 3 minutes, but I will attempt to summarize my concerns and some suggestions for the applicant. I have significant concerns over the traffic on the Mamquam FSR. That includes impact on the Cherry Drive residents. It impacts the residential users, and it impacts all of the users of the intersection of 99 and the Mamquam Forest Service Road, including the other users on the other side of the road. I'm concerned about the potential impact and management of protest action. This is a single entry Forest Service Road with 2 bridges. This project has a significant potential to attract protest action, and that protest action is likely to require RCMP resources. When investigating the scale of cost of RCMP resources, I learned that the Ferry Creek injunction back on near Port Renfrew, enforcement of that injunction cost approximately $3.7 million. Protest action and the enforcement of injunctions is not an inexpensive venture, and I think that we should not be going into this blindly. The temporary use permit, the temporary nature of the definition of temporary use permit, I don't know if it's a coincidence that this project is scheduled to be 3 years long when our temporary use permit has a duration of 3 years. I'm concerned what will happen to this project if the temporary use permit expires, and the position we will put ourselves in, or we will be in, if the temporary use permit expires before the project is complete. And I'm very concerned about the business impact. The impact on the Squamish Canyon will be significant. I struggle to see how both projects can coexist. They seem, I don't see how they can coexist. And so my suggestions to the applicant at this time are to consider that no personal vehicles are allowed at the laydown yard or the work camp. Period. Thereby significantly reducing, and you can enforce that by a significant reduction in the number of parking spaces and find another solution. The single access point of the Mamquam Forest Service Road is a concern for me from a protest management point of view, and a secondary access point into both the laydown yard and all of the activities up there would be a significant benefit. And they are putting an access roadway. There's a right of way that's being punched in between the end of Finch and the end of Cherry Drive. I'd like them to consider that being making that a road access, thereby reducing the traffic impact on the Mamquam Forest Service Road and 99 intersection, and increasing the ability to manage protest action. Regarding the noise bylaw, I think that's been clearly stipulated. I don't think that we can expose our residents to noise from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for at least 3 years. I believe we have consistently requested a no gas covenant on all applications, development permit applications, and I don't see a reason why we should vary from that in this instance. I think that our TUP application process has security deposits and restoration plans and letters of undertaking can be requested, and I think our security deposit should be considering potential RCMP costs of mitigating and managing protests. I would like the proponent to consider a limited duration TUP, as this will allow, and seriously consider what the impacts of that will be on them, because that will allow council to have control of reissuing of the TUP should the applicant not follow through on their commitments. And I'd like to strongly suggest that the applicant find a solution with the impacted businesses. We've heard both from the applicant and from the impacted business that they both claim that they're communicating and that the other side is not communicating. That clearly means somebody's not communicating, and that's not up to the district to moderate that discussion. But I'd like to see that discussion happen and a wholesome, satisfactory solution be found, because we should not be put in a position where we need to choose one business over another. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner, I'll give you a second chance for comments. Okay, thank you. I'll add some of my own. I essentially agree quite wholeheartedly with the rest of my colleagues. I would say, in addition, though, fuel storage and use on the site is a significant concern for me. Just reiterate that to the degree I'm required to rely on Fortis environmental impact studies, GHG impact studies, and so on, I will have a hard time believing them just based on my experience with Fortis's work thus far. And so the more that Fortis can do to fund us to do that analysis ourselves, I would be able to put a lot more weight in that analysis. You know, I do think our CCAP, Community Climate Action Plan, and the principles in that are relevant here too. So that's, you know, the GHGs produced by the site and the operations, the vehicle dependence, all those things I think are very relevant here. I think, you know, it was raised, Fortis has to do a much better job on engagement with this to bring the community on board, to understand and to respond to the community's needs. They have consistently done a terrible job on this. And so I think that's a piece of finding a solution to TUP. I appreciate my colleagues' notice of the potential for protest action and so on. For me, it's not just a cost issue. I'm not been comfortable with the RCMP tactics in the Wet'suwet'en territories in Fairy Creek, and so I do not want to see a reliance on that sort of action for the project to move ahead. So for me, Fortis needs to figure out a way where that is not required, and I don't know what that solution is. It may not be an easy one, but something that sort of has that as an inevitable outcome to me is not acceptable. I would say, you know, this is taking up a lot of council time, a lot of staff time. I know that Fortis is funding some of the staff time, but this is taking up a huge amount of bandwidth. We have a number of critical projects, and I want to make sure that this is not, you know, it's important, but it's not more important than everything else. So I want to make sure that as a council and as a district, we are prioritizing this appropriately with all the other critical stuff we have on our plate. And I would finally say that there's a huge amount of information here, and in the next proposal, a whole lot of stuff to be adjusted, a whole lot of feedback. I don't personally feel like, or I'm skeptical that I would feel like I could make a decision the next time this comes back to us. From my perspective, this is probably going to need another committee of the whole once we've seen a lot of these things addressed and we can digest this. I've had feedback from the community that they want a chance to digest this before we have any sort of public engagement of our own. And so I think a lot of the responses to the feedback they've gotten, that has to come before us and to the public with a chance to digest, and then we can maybe come to a decision. But for me, a decision as a next step is probably not going to result in a favorable decision to Fortis, because I just won't have the information to find this supportable. At least that's my expectation. So I guess with that, I would ask staff, is there anything you need clarity on or more information on?
We've got a fairly long list of issues and concerns that we've taken down. I'm happy to read it out to council, but I think my read on the table is there was consensus amongst the council members about the issues and concerns that need to be addressed.
Yeah, Councillor Mayor Herford.
I was going to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, moved by.
With the feedback, and the staff recommendation is that council receive the FortisBC construction yard temporary use permit report for information and provide feedback as follows. Lengthy and thorough and recorded, and that council directs staff to work with the applicant to resolve any comments prior to consideration of the temporary use permit.
With feedback as provided.
As provided at committee hall. Okay, yeah, that's, well, I'm fine.
Ms. Arthurs, is that?
So we'll change that in feedback as follows to feedback provided at this meeting.
Okay, so do we have a seconder? Councillor Stoner seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Oh, sorry, all those in favor? Okay, anyone opposed? No one is opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And on to the next one. Mr. Prahalad, I'll let you start the next topic. And my apologies, Mr. Prahalad. I'll get it right one day.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Rish Prahalad, planner with the Community Planning Department. Today, I'm here seeking council feedback on a temporary use application for the Workforce Lodge for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline Project. There are several areas that staff are looking for council's feedback, including personal vehicle usage, worker projections, coordination with Squamish Canyon, public safety and policing resources, traffic issues, and landfill and wastewater issues. The Eagle Mountain Pipeline will expand a portion of the FortisBC existing natural gas transmission system. The proposed pipeline will parallel the existing FortisBC pipeline to the Woodfibre liquefied natural gas site. It is important to note that the project was approved by both the BC Environmental Assessment Office and Squamish Nation in 2016, and the district has no role in the overall approval of the pipeline project. Construction on the project is anticipated to take place between 2023 and 2026. The subject site is on a 7-hectare site owned by Lafarge Canada in the District of Squamish. The site is located within a cleared forestry cut block on relatively flat terrain that is covered in shrub and young tree growth. TUP 73 is proposing temporarily allow workforce accommodation use in the RE resource zone, which is intended to accommodate the use and development of land for primary resource activities. The official community plan land use designation for this area is future residential neighborhood, which is intended to accommodate future long-term growth needs when the need for additional neighborhood lands becomes evident. Future residential neighborhoods are not intended to be a source of population growth until substantial development within existing residential land areas has occurred. This parcel is located outside the district's growth management boundary. The proposed Workforce Lodge is intended to be built and operated by ATCO and will consist of a single-story wooden structure complex that is set on wood crib foundations and will have a floor area of approximately 13,500 meters squared. The proposed lodge will be able to accommodate 576 beds with the option for additional 36 beds. Based on FortisBC's work schedule, approximately 300 to 400 workers will be lodged at the camp from 2023 to 2025, with a peak of 600 workers in the summer of 2025. Several areas of concern have been raised by district staff during the review process. These include the lack of details around the proposed shuttle service, including pickup and drop-off locations and last call. There's also concern around the shuttle being neglected due to the fact that workers will be allowed to use their own personal vehicles. While the lodge management plan does highlight that the lodge will be able to accommodate an additional 36-person dorm, it does not address what will happen if workers choose not to live at the lodge. The primary concern is if workers who choose not to live at the lodge will be provided a living out allowance. The management plan also fails to address what will happen if the project is running behind schedule. Will the deadline be moved, or will additional workers be brought in to meet the project deadlines? The communities of Clearwater and Valemont both experienced a large influx of people greater than the project numbers provided initially. Squamish Canyon has indicated that the applicant has engaged in limited communication around their concerns due to the impacts the Workforce Lodge and the pipeline traffic will have on their road improvements that Squamish Canyon has agreed to provide. The district is encouraging the applicant to engage with Squamish Canyon to address their concerns. Their arrival of 300 to 600 workers will have an impact on public safety and policing resources of the community. The applicant is attempting to address some of the public's concerns through a terms of reference document, which is not finalized, and the worker code of conduct. Emergency response plans for the lodge are currently being reviewed by the RCMP. The traffic management study for the Mamquam area is currently in draft form and being reviewed by district staff. The purpose of this document is to provide an overview of the project's traffic management considerations while trying to mitigate interactions between the public and the project. The traffic management strategy is very high level and non-committal at this time. They plan upgrades to Mamquam FSR, but do not provide detail, and it is unclear whether proposed upgrades include Powerhouse Springs Road. A traffic impact assessment is currently in draft form and being reviewed by district staff. The purpose of the study is to review background traffic conditions within the project area and estimate the traffic impacts generated by the pipeline construction and temporary workforce lodge. Staff feels that the 10% estimate of workers using their personal vehicles to access town on their personal time is underestimated. At this time, waste receiving facilities have not been determined. However, should waste be disposed of in the Squamish landfill, the high volumes of waste anticipated does not take into account the limited lifespan of the Squamish landfill and the impact of this lifespan. The proposal calls for a total of 325 parking stalls, as well as a bus staging area for approximately 8 buses. Access to the site is proposed from Highway 99, the Mamquam Forest Service Road, Powerhouse Springs Road, and the new proposed 1.2 kilometer site access road. This road will route traffic around the district's Powerhouse Springs well field. In order to prevent vehicle access to the District of Squamish's water wells and Atlantic Power Station, FortisBC will be removing the existing gate along Powerhouse Springs Road and installing 3 new security gates. The traffic management strategy is very high level and non-committal at this time. They plan to upgrade Mamquam Forest Service Road, but do not provide details. There are concerns about dust, road conditions, sightlines, noise, as well as traffic impacts on the road, mostly Mamquam FSR and Highway 99. Regardless of whether the TUP is approved, there will be significant impacts on the road from increased traffic, and recommendations include clear commitments around road maintenance, including dust control, and clearly defining the methods and frequency. The traffic impact assessment is based on an estimate that only 10% of workers will use their personal vehicles to access town on their personal time. Staff feels that this is underestimated, and recommendations include come to an agreement on realistic numbers and update the TIA, as well as parking elsewhere and shuttling all staff into the camp. Traffic will be mainly between the proposed lodge and construction yard, with anticipated traffic volumes between 100 to 250 vehicle trips for the construction workforce per day in the morning from 7 to 8 a.m. and in the evening from 5 to 6 p.m. The estimated number of vehicle trips per day include in 2023, 115 vehicle trips per day, of which 99 are construction workforce vehicles and 16 are lodge support vehicles. In 2024, 182 vehicle trips, of which 159 are construction vehicles and 23 lodge support vehicles. And in 2025, 249 vehicle trips, of which 217 are construction workforce vehicles and 32 are lodge support vehicles. The wastewater treatment plant has adequate capacity but does not have an adequate facility to handle the number of trucks that will be required to manage wastewater from the camp. Recommendations include upgrading the facilities at the wastewater management plant. At this time, waste receiving facilities have not been determined. However, should waste be disposed of in the Squamish landfill, the high volumes of waste anticipated does not take into account the limited lifespan of the Squamish landfill and the impact of this lifespan. The site will be subject to the district's DPA-1 environmental guidelines. The applicant has provided a site bio-inventory that meets the provincial guidelines. However, they will need to submit a separate site bio-inventory that addresses the district's guidelines. The district has reached out to the communities of Clearwater, Kitimat, and Valemont to hear their experiences with worker camps in their communities. Some of their comments include worker projection numbers being grossly underestimated, housing pressure being a significant concern on home prices and rental prices, which increased. The erosion of roads was a significant concern. Local tourism took a major hit due to hotel rooms being booked up. and the increased presence of drug use and drinking and driving, even though workers were not always caught. The project requires a significant amount of consultation with internal departments, external stakeholders, and the province. Following this committee of the whole meeting, the applicant would be expected to proceed through the following permit stages conditional on council's approval at applicable stages. These include the public information meeting, council decision on the TUP, development permits, including DPA 3 form and character, DPA 1 environmental, and DPA 11 wildfire. Also, a soil management permit and a tree management permit will also need to be provided, as well as building permits. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any comments or questions.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I appreciate in your opening comments that this project has been approved through the EA, but there's also an active EA amendment to actually allow for a 7-hectare work camp. And so why are we processing this TUP before we've received confirmation that it's been approved by the province?
The applicants have applied for a temporary use permit, and there's a project timeline that the applicants have committed to. So we're trying to make sure that we're addressing all the issues with the applicants in advance of the project initiating, essentially. The issue with waiting for approval of the management plan or the amendment would be that it delays the consideration of options of how to deal with some of the impacts.
It also means that we're putting staff time and resources to something that might not actually happen. So can you speak to how much the proponent is covering the cost of our staff time and capacity for this application?
The proponent is covering at the moment somewhere between 1 and 2 full-time staff working on the project. We're in discussions on how to increase that resourcing because it is a significant capacity issue. It's definitely more than 1 or 2 people at the district. You know, there's 3 of us here at the table, and there's a lot more people working in the background. So those discussions are ongoing, but the funding currently provided is not enough to cover the cost.
Okay. I think that is something that council should consider, that we are processing an application that hasn't actually been approved by the province yet in terms of an EA amendment. But I will leave that for my council colleagues to consider. Just a few other questions broadly on this application. What permits are needed to actually construct the new road? So my sense is that's probably separate from this TUP. Who's responsible for the new road construction and what permits would be required?
The approval of that section of road is through the BC Oil and Gas Commission.
All right, thank you. And I have lots of questions, but I'm trying to keep this high level just for where we're at. Are there any community amenity contributions being offered by the proponent with respect to this TUP application?
No, there hasn't been any CC offered for this specific application.
Okay. Anyone else? Council questions? Councillor Greenlaw.
I guess this is a bit more of a comment. I noticed that there's mention a few times about liquor licenses within the camp, and I think that it would be strongly advisable to request that this be a dry camp and also have a zero tolerance policy for inebriation, given the social impacts that we're concerned about regarding this camp.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to my previous question, wondering if Fortis has indicated to our staff that they have a plan B if this temporary use permit's denied.
Through the chair, that question has been asked to the applicant. However, no answer has been provided.
Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. There's in the report. There's talk of the road and the approach and the new road that would be required to approach this site. I almost always have issues with the mapping that excludes Quest just off the map, but I know we can work on that in future mappings to recognize its proximity. But the security gate for this that seems to be right at the workforce lodge. So I'm thinking about vehicle movements. I feel that there should be busing into this and shuttle busing to the site or to the work sites and shuttling into town if that's to happen, to cut the to really have control over those movements and to have a better idea of what's happening. One individual could do 10 laps a day and throw all the calculations off. So, I think that's important, but also just having access or people going up that road and realizing it doesn't go anywhere, or parking off the side to go do something else, it just opens up access to a whole nother area. So has there been some considerations around that? I see one guard shack, and maybe I'm wrong, right at the entrance, the perimeter fence, but is there another sort of traffic control point or security control point that we should be discussing as we look at this?
Through the chair. The traffic management strategy does speak to potential checkpoint locations, with some of them being well before the actual camp. And what those look like, how they're staffed and all that is still not detailed yet. So that's where traffic management strategy is still kind of non-committal and high level. But yes, that has been brought up as a topic of conversation with them.
Thank you. Also, the parking that we heard about in our previous discussion around the yard. Sorry, my mic in the wrong spot. That's what's wrong. So the parking discussion that involved the capacity at the proposed yard. And on one hand, I was sort of happy to hear that, and there could be more shuttling back and forth. But if parking's not available for these folks, if they're allowed to have their vehicle on the job site or in general, and they're forced to park it there, the Highlands is much closer. It's a 3-minute walk over a bridge to Quest University and the Highlands in general. And that poses, I'm going to start with parking, but it poses many other challenges. But let's talk about the parking specifically for a minute. That needs to be accounted for in this process in a meaningful way, because we can build all the capacity many kilometers down the road, and that's where all these vehicles are going to be managed. But as soon as one person figures out there's a short walk over Carpenter Sons Bridge to the Highlands and points beyond, and you don't have to do many kilometers of Mountain Forest Service Road to access the community, that's where the vehicles are likely to go, and that's the flow of humans. Maybe that's something that supports our transit expansion. I don't know. There could be pieces, but being silent on that, I don't think is fair. So that's one piece. And then the proximity to the community here is a challenge for me as I look at the siting of these camps, Hope, Merritt, Clearwater, Valemount. They're all further out. And thus, I don't know their management plans. There's deeper layers to go into, and I'm working to understand sort of what's made them work or what's made them challenging in the various areas. But the proximity to the community here, I think, is really challenging. And in a lot of the maps, it does show that there's a bit of artistic license in some of the mapping to sort of minimize the proximity to the community and to highlight how long and bumpy and remote the approach is. But in practical senses, this is in the Highlands. It's in our community, and that needs to be recognized. And I started with parking, which is the least important reason that's that we need to address this. However, it's the one that can be addressed spatially and control wise and all the rest. We have the social, we have the potential, the well documented social impacts of facilities such as this, and we really need to take that on. And I felt that I don't know that the worker code of conduct is enough. Having not seen its final draft, it's unlikely to be enough, and I'm having a hard time with this location for this use, particularly because of how light we are on details mitigating those impacts, or acknowledging that those impacts are potential even is a first step. But we need to have a mitigation plan for that. I think that vehicle movements is a piece of that. It's not just about parking. We have more control if there's busing and shuttling into the community. I still feel, I've said before in other meetings, that I've had problems with the 6-day work week, and then everyone off on Saturday night and Sunday traffic loads, private vehicles. I think a shift work, a 3 weeks in, 1 week out, rotating, keeps the project moving forward. Could potentially change the required footprint for such a facility on this site, or perhaps another site, and may hold the key to addressing some of these issues. We're loading up our Saturday nights in probably in our downtown or entertainment sort of sector, and then we also have that Sunday load on our already stretched recreation as well. So that's general comment, and I'd have those comments most likely on whichever site it is, but it's particularly acute given that it's right in the community. Further, the interaction between our long-term ecotourism investment, in this case the Squamish Canyon, and the short-term requirements of this project, I'm having a very hard time reconciling. If those two entities could figure out a way to work together, or some benefit for each other, I don't know what that looks like, or what that could be. But I do know that that's not the current state. And right now, I'm not seeing any carrot in this equation. We're not, in the last TUP, I was looking for one benefit to the community that outlasts the project. And there's maybe one with the underlining of a problematic piece of power line. And with this one, I'm not seeing any in that larger context. So whether that's CAC, that's support of the neighboring project, there should be something here. I think I'm just ranting now, so I'm going to stop for a second. Now I'm going to formulate some questions, and when we come back, I'll have some clear questions for you. But I hope that I don't know, were there any of those pieces, sorry, that you could formulate into a question you want to reply to, as far as like the interaction with the neighborhood? Like, how has that been considered, and have you raised that already? I'll start there. Thank you for everyone's patience.
Well, we've raised the fact that they haven't adequately, or Fortis hasn't adequately addressed community safety aspect, and that the worker code of conduct alone is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah. Let's stick to questions. We
Okay,
will
thank
get a
you.
chance to get out our comments at the end.
With this number of people, and is that singular point of access a concern from an emergency response standpoint, whether it's ours to or the proponents to sort of address an issue that's happening there, or from a security perspective? It just seems like it's a long way in to get any help in there, or to get 600 people out in a hurry. Has that been considered, or how's that being addressed?
Through the chair, so that the RCMP has commented on that and are looking for further comments from the applicant on that standpoint.
And does that live exclusively with the RCMP, or is it our fire, or is the proponent looking after their own fire services in this area?
So the fire department will also be consulted on those plans as well. They usually, from what I've been told from the applicant, each specific TUP will have an external meeting, including both the RCMP and the fire department, to address their emergency concerns.
And I understand why some of those wouldn't be shared with us, but would there be an element of that that we'd be able to take into consideration? And I understand reason that some of those pieces may not be, but what level should we expect when we see this next?
Through the chair, those will be updated in the emergency plans, and I've also asked the applicants to provide meeting notes of those meetings as well.
Okay, I'll go to myself and then Councillor Greenlaw and Councillor Stoner. Looking at the design of the camp and the food menus and so on, it doesn't seem to be a camp built for diversity or a diverse workforce. So maybe this is a non-issue, but do we understand the demographics of who the workers are likely to be? And in particular, making sure our community services, have the language support and so on that we might need to support an influx of people who, if they are from diverse communities and so on, we can communicate and manage those things appropriately.
Through the chair, so district staff has asked the applicant for a general demographic breakdown of the workers that are going to be on the camp. We're still waiting for a response.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just clear up something. And I understand a lot of the proposed both sites is previously disturbed, but I've also heard there's some old growth in areas. I'm just wondering if staff can confirm if we know if there's any sort of old growth areas in these spots that might be an issue.
Thanks, through the chair. I don't actually know the age of the forest, but we do know we have a draft bio inventory that they've submitted through our DPA1 requirement, and we're just working to get more detailed information on that, on the details of all the environmental resources on the site.
Okay, thank you. Now in the package, we got a workforce plan for the workforce to build this work camp, and there's no plan that I saw to house those workers. Are these the folks that are taking up the Mountain Retreat Hotel, or is this yet another group of workers that doesn't have a housing solution? So this is the ATCO crew, which is about 60 people. I gather this is on top of the pipeline workers that are already taking up some of the hotels. I'm just wondering if staff can clarify that.
Through the chair, so the plan is to house those workers in local hotels.
But they are over and above what's at Mountain Retreat and some of the other things we've heard.
That is correct. Yep.
And have we received any sort of planning or analysis from Fortis beyond, we'll just find housing in the community and community hotels? Like, have they sort of done any work that they've shared with us around that?
Through the chair, the only communication that I've gotten is that one of their contractors has been looking for accommodations in the community, and they've only been able to find 70 hotel rooms at different places, but those rooms aren't booked yet.
Okay, thank you. And then has Fortis offered any commitments that this will be their housing solution? Obviously they're moving forward with some workers now, but I guess I'm wondering, have they given us anything to sort of be sure that all the workers will go here and therefore mitigating all the other community-wide worker issues? Or is what's proposed here is, yes, here's another thing. And so in addition to all the problems of a bunch of workers in STRs and hotels and putting up rental prices, we will also have all the issues of a work camp. Is it sort of any proposal like, yes, you'll deal with the work camp consequences, but that's it. We will structure our employment agreements such that if you work for us, you stay at the work camp?
Through the chair, that is correct. So every worker on the pipeline project will need to stay at the camp, from what I've been told from the applicant. If a worker does choose to live off camp, they will not be provided a living out allowance.
But they will still be allowed to live out of the camp.
Through the chair, I guess there is a little disconnect with those two statements. From my conversations a couple days ago, I was told that every worker needs to stay at the camp if they want to be associated with the project. I also did ask about the living out allowances, and they said that they won't be providing one.
Okay, and did they clarify their subcontractors and these other crews, if those people will all be required to live at the camp to work on the project?
Yeah, so that is a question that I did pose, and they said that they would be required to stay at the camp.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, sorry, I have a list. Go to Councillor Greenlaw and Councillor Stoner, and then Mayor Herford.
Thanks. Through the chair, this is a bit of a continuation on the demographics of the workers. Looking at the parking allotments and kind of the plans, there's a heavy implication that these workers will not be local, like none of them will be local. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that is correct. So the graph that's provided in the report that shows the non-local workforce that's going to be in the community throughout the entire project.
And so do they anticipate needing 600 workers, or is it just going to be 600 workers plus a bunch of local employees, or there will be nobody locally employed?
Through the chair, we have yet to receive a definitive number on the amount of local workers that are going to be associated with the project.
Okay, thanks. And then I just had one more question about the workers from this chart that you pointed out for the non-local workforce. Is tunnel contractors, facility contractors, pipeline contractors, environmental survey people, and tunnel contractors for wood fiber, but I haven't seen any conversation about any of the support staff for the camp, like cleaners, cooks, camp managers, stuff like that. And I was just wondering how that fits in everything.
Through the chair, so conversations with the applicant, the hope is that that workforce will be local and will be shuttled up to the camp. However, if local workforce can't be found for those amenities, there will be space provided in the camp for them.
And sorry, one more question. Do we know where the non-local people are going to be from? Do they all need to have their cars parked in this parking lot? Are there shuttle ideas for that? Or
through the chair, that is the question that we have posed to Fortis, and we're still waiting for a response.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Stoner, Mayor Herford, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a few quick questions on Councillor Pettingill's question. Through the TUP, is there any mechanism that we can require that the workers associated to this project live at the TUP, or sorry, live at the workforce accommodation? My sense is probably no, but I'm just trying to figure out how we actually, like, I've heard this from the proponent in the past that they expect all their workers to live there. I'm just not sure how we actually get some sort of certainty around that.
Through the chair, I agree. It would be very difficult to try and secure that. We could put that as a condition, but trying to actually monitor would be very difficult.
Okay. And then I just want to seek clarification that we will receive the code of conduct prior to TUP consideration. So when this comes back for public hearing, we would actually have the code. We expect to have the code of conduct available.
If council considers that this is a critical piece of information, then that would be a condition that we can establish, not something to be supplied after the approval, but prior to.
Okay, that is helpful. And then I had one more question. Let me just find it. No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Herford, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. In the staff report, figure 3 is the non-local workforce, and it lays out some timelines. The timelines laid out in that figure, which I understand are most likely provided by the proponent, don't jive with what we were presented a few weeks ago when Fortis was here. So in this, it's looking like their lodge initial occupancy estimated June 2023. I think everyone in this room knows that that's not possible, even if they were out there working right now. So sort of begs the question as to how forthcoming or how up to date are these numbers. If the timeline's not what we were told a few weeks ago by the proponent here, have they told our staff that it's a November occupancy that leaves? And I understand that the gap that leaves in their demand not lining up with their proposed capacity to house these folks is perhaps outside of the land use we're talking about here. But it triggers the question of, do we have the best information? If the timeline's off, are these numbers there? Are the numbers also off? And yeah, could you speak to the sort of the quality of the information or the assumptions maybe that were made in the TUP package from the proponent?
Through the chair, so that graph that was provided with the lodge management plan, that was a best case scenario of when the lodge could be up and running. However, we've been forthcoming with the applicant that the timeline that they provided probably will not and may not be met, so that they need to kind of readdress those numbers.
Yes, we heard, and for clarity, for those that maybe are watching online or in the gallery, we were told a few weeks ago that a more realistic timeline is November for occupancy of this facility, should it make it through the TUP process, which again is another giant variable. So that's the gap that I'm discussing here, and and I think is an important piece of the puzzle, regardless of the location of the workforce housing, but just whether it's this site or perhaps something that we're not considering at this point. What level of I understand that we're going to have an opportunity for the public to speak to this upcoming, but what about the sort of we've got the Squamish Canyon folks, which we've spoken about, and the challenges that this may present to that operation. What about Quest and both, I suppose, the board and the student body? Have they been engaged with this, and is there a particular opportunity for that to happen, or is that just going to be part of the general public engagement on this project or this proposed use?
Can I actually suggest that we take do you want a couple-minute recess, or?
Just if the line of questioning goes towards Quest University, if it's of a general nature, I feel comfortable to sit. But if it goes into specifics of Quest University's plans or possibilities, I'll recuse myself for potential conflict of interest as an employee of Quest University.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And I was doing my best to craft it in the general sense as to a stakeholder that we haven't discussed, some entity that I feel is a stakeholder we haven't discussed yet. And if it goes in any detail, then we'll need to create space for it. Has there been a referral?
So go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Sorry, if I may, I think one of the clean ways to ask this is, has the application been referred to Quest University for consideration? And if so, if not, when does that happen?
Through the chair, it has not been referred to Quest University yet, but that'll be the first item on my agenda.
Can I just make a statement? I also don't want to prevent a conversation, a more wholesome conversation about it. So should anybody want a wholesome conversation about that, please let me know and I will step out.
Thank you. That accomplished what I was looking for. And I'm curious around I suppose the process of identifying those stakeholders beyond the community at large, but I'm happy to hear that's front of the list as expected. So thank you.
Okay, I will go now actually to Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks very much. So through the chair, I've been trying to separate the work camp from the laydown yard. In terms of the impacts, obviously there's a lot of coordinated impacts there, but one of them that's very clearly located in the work camp is the social impact that this is going to have. This is likely to have on our community, and all of the things that the Kitimat and the other communities shared with us about the impacts of work camp. Has the proponent done anything? And when we ask about how are you managing this, the answers are code of conduct, security, fencing, anonymous tip line. Are those things out of the ordinary? Do you know if those things are out of the ordinary, or are those part of a regular business of a work camp that you'd see in this type of industry?
Through the chair, those are regular things that are usually associated with a work camp in a community.
Okay, so to my understanding, the applicant is not doing something different in their execution of this project and expecting some different result than they have seen again and again. So if I have a suggestion to the applicant, is to suggest something that's actually different from previous work camps, that they might actually mitigate these measures.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Greenlaw for, I guess, final question, and then I'll go around clockwise this time, starting with Councillor Stoner for comments. So Councillor Greenlaw with a question.
Okay, thanks. I was just wondering, this road that they're talking about building for access, I believe the intention is to have this be temporary and the two bridges be removed after the project is done. But if this road and bridge and these bridges are actually constructed, would there be a benefit to the community to have them built in to a permanent standard for use by the public afterwards?
Through the chair, just to clarify, you're speaking of the new road that they want to build from the Mamquam Bridge up?
Yes.
So I can't speak to public use. However, there is a benefit to the district because it routes all traffic potentially, if it's made permanent, for all future land use beyond. It routes it around our Powerhouse Springs well field, which is a great benefit to us in protecting and security for that well field.
So is it currently being designed to be temporary?
Through the chair, I don't know at this point, but we can look into that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Just to add to that, there's the issue with building anything permanent there. If it doesn't have a current purpose that's justified as the maintenance aspect of it, like who's going to take it over after Fortis is done maintaining it. And if there's no user at the end of that line, no one's going to want to do that.
Okay, thank you. I will start with Councillor Stoner for comments going around counterclockwise.
Thank you through the chair, and thanks to staff for bringing this application forward. My comments are not a reflection on staff's work, but all I can say is the more that I reflect on this is that details matter, and this application is lacking on details in such a way that it's actually fairly abysmal. And again, that is not a reflection on staff's work. That is a reality that this proponent has failed yet again to provide the information that we have been asking for years. Fortis publicly stated back in May that they would need an EA amendment to increase the scale of their workforce lodge from 2 hectares to 7 hectares. But even before that, we knew that they were going to have a 2-hectare workforce lodge. We've been raising these issues of community safety. How are you going to move your workers around? Since I've been sitting in this chair over 4 years. And so to have an application here, I realize we're at committee of the whole. It's fairly new that this specific application is in front of us, but these concepts are not new. They're not new to this applicant. And so it's really frustrating to see that this is the level of detail that we have been given, and there are no answers to these questions that we've been asking for years. On the detail point, I have to point out that their construction work execution plan in the risk identification and mitigation section actually references the Site C work camp. Doesn't reference the Eagle Mountain pipeline, it references Site C. So it's an example of these proponents who really copy and paste their applications from one project to another and feel like that is sufficient. And that is not sufficient for our community. And we've been telling them that for a long time. So things that continue to stand out for me at a really high level, we need better clarity on the community safety plans, worker access to the community, use of personal vehicles. I appreciate my colleague's previous suggestion that there should actually just be no personal vehicles allowed to these sites. There should be somewhere else that you park your car, you get on a bus, and you come in. There needs to be reconsideration of the work shift schedule to 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Having 6 days on, 1 day off is not setting anybody up for success at this point. We need clarity on what the benefits will be to our community as this goes forward. So Fortis has been saying for 4 years now that there is a pot of money there for community amenity contribution. I would like to see what the details are of that as we continue to process this application. And last but not least, I don't think that this application should come forward to public hearing until an EA decision has been made on the amendment. I think that we shouldn't put our community through going the lengths of a public hearing if we're not certain that the province is actually going to allow this amendment to go forward. I think it creates a level of anxiety in our community that's not necessary if the province is not going to accept it. So this provides our staff the opportunity to continue the work, provides the applicant the time to do the due diligence that they need to make sure that their application is as robust as possible while the province considers their EA amendment application. But I don't think we should put our community through a public hearing until we're certain that that's something that the province is going to allow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Many of the concerns I raised for the previous TUP apply because many of the parking, traffic, impacts to businesses, all of those are the same for this project as they are, for this TUP as they are for the other. But the one piece that stands out here is Squamish has been struggling with affordable housing for years. This is not a new thing for Squamish. When applicants come in proposing resource extraction and proposing to be part of this community, I think that it's on them to suggest how they can acknowledge the challenges of our community and address them, help to address them. It seems very clear to me that a legacy project with affordable housing would have been an amazing idea, well received. At this point in time, the applicants' representatives have said to me that there's just not enough time to implement that kind of legacy housing. But I'm sorry, your delay does not produce urgency for me. I still have a responsibility to act in the best interests of my community, and the housing situation that this particular project is putting on our community is untenable in my mind. So, suggestion for the applicant, seriously consider some other solution that addresses our local housing challenges. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll meet your 3-minute challenge from our previous discussion again. I've heard a few things that I support, and I want to highlight those. I like the idea of personal vehicle parking being managed somewhere other than at the Workforce Lodge. I can see that potentially working in conjunction in some way with the parking strategy at the laydown area. I also am supportive of changing the shift work structure to move away from the current plan, which, as Mayor Herford has eloquently pointed out, sets up for Saturday night to potentially be Wild West night as a huge block of workers look to let loose after a long work week. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I have comments on 4 topics. Firstly, Mayor Herford has mentioned the Carpenter's Son Bridge over the Green Creek as an access issue, opportunity, something to be addressed, managed. I quite agree. I think that the scenario of an upgraded bridge here, undoubtedly that is too prohibitively costly for the proponent. But the rationale for not pursuing this option should be, I think, come forward. It has many implications, that scenario of a northerly access for vehicles. However, given that it may not be impractical, I think we should nonetheless work with Fortis to understand how this access point can be used or should be managed. This northerly access point that would eventually comes out Mancom Forest Service Road, but to the to Mancom Road. Second topic, Councillor Greenlaw has raised the issue of the 1.2 new road that is proposed, whether it should be permanent or not, and we've heard from staff some considerations here. I think a fuller view of these considerations is very important. This road, I happen to be aware that there's a local engineering firm, which is good, that is working on design for the road. In going into the available civil road plans, however, I don't see the information I would like to see as for council's purposes and our orientation as to the nature of this road and its route and its advantages. I think they're important. This proposed road is important to the district. As has been mentioned by staff, we have extensive district water infrastructure that might be bypassed by the road. We also have an inadequate BC Hydro bridge that would be avoided, as well as low power lines, which can be an issue, a safety issue. It's a difficult road, the existing one. Has a number of issues for any future users. So I would like to see staff undertake a fuller, if you like, due diligence on our part as to ensuring the standard of road and fleshing out these issues and spell them out for council, if you like. This is difficult terrain coming up the first southerly part up from the river, and do we have proper engineering for this? For what standard of road do we want to build here? Next topic has already been addressed by my colleagues, Councillor Stoner and French, is the shift scheduling. I think this is important to pose this matter to Fortis. How can shift scheduling be a way to mitigate community impacts? Important for them to come back to us on this with a more full review of it. And finally, I wish to commend our staff members from the Planning and Engineering Department for engaging directly with Squamish Canyon proponents. And this is, in my view, a little bit above and beyond, and I think that it should be acknowledged. In any case, the upcoming public information meeting scheduled for March 9th by Fortis, or any public information, is not an appropriate venue to engage with those key stakeholders. And we can add to the list not only Squamish Canyon, but the road users, the shared road uses of road, and even indeed Quest University. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Well, similar to Councillor Hamilton's comments, a lot of my comments for the previous TUP apply to this one as well, including risk assessment and risk mitigation studies for the camp itself and the use of the forestry roads and the newly constructed roads they intend to build. I do think it will be in the municipality's best interest to request an enforced no alcohol or drugs policy in the camp. This is a very common stipulation for work camps like this. I would also like to see more details for the waste management plans, given the impact this project could have on our infrastructure. I also have concerns about the depth of the environmental assessment that's been done for this project, including whether they're meeting current standards. And I think to Councillor Stoner's point, we need to see their code of conduct. I think that's really important that we see their code of conduct before we make any decisions about the TUP, as this is their stated mitigation of many of our concerns for the people in our community. I'd also like to see more details for on-site security plans, and not to get too dark here, but keeping employees safe from any potential sabotage, given the infrastructure sabotage we've seen in the region in recent years. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Thanks.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Housing the workforce has been an issue that the municipality, I think, has done a good job of highlighting since this project was initiated in, I'll say 2015, probably earlier. And it is extremely troubling to me that we're sitting here at the 11th hour discussing this. Now it needs to be discussed, and we're here to do that. So, well, I'll take that on. But the limited time frame argument from anybody in this equation is unacceptable. I know that that's not staff, and I know that there's folks watching that have already heard me say this directly to them. So, but it needs to be stated, it's unacceptable that we're here at the 11th hour trying to wrestle with these topics. Now, some of these topics that have been discussed around the table today are work camp in general, and I think those comments need to be taken on. Then we get into the site specific nature as well. So those issues don't go away in a different site. So I want to make sure that we sort of, if in future something comes forward with a different site, it doesn't mitigate all these concerns that we have. We need to continue to address those. So we talked about the shift work nature, or the 6-day work week being problematic. What the solution is, I'm agnostic to it, but the six-day work week is problematic from the social impact side. I think it goes to the traffic management for a long list of reasons. I find that one particularly challenging. I also think the 6-day work week has been driving the size of their site. So the whole site selection process that led to this particular site, I think there was opportunity. There may be opportunity there because it changes the footprint substantially without that massive parking requirement and the challenges that go along with that. Now, the proximity of the new road to their Powerhouse Springs water source, which is the primary drinking source for our community. I hear from comments of staff that there's a comfort level and that with a road being proposed there, and I get that the spring is uphill from where it is, but I'd like to understand that aspect more fulsomely, so I can have that discussion with the community. I don't know what's happening under there, and I'd like to understand that. I think that we had a similar discussion with the canyon project that's on the other side of the river, a massive canyon. So I really want to understand that particular piece. Councillor Anderson picked up on the Carpenter's Sons Bridge piece, but I was not talking about a vehicle access, just that the access there, just to be clear, needs to be considered that it provides direct access to the neighborhood, and just as it is. So whether without any changes, and that needs to be considered in the planning. The input of our community through our nonprofits for the overall project has been challenging at these community tables, speaking about the bigger project. But it's important to the siting of this in that I know that the Women's Center, who's providing comment on this gender-based violence piece, has expressed concerns at those tables that their concerns are not being met. Their concerns are our community's concerns, and they need to be addressed. So whatever the siting of a work camp, it needs to incorporate the feedback in a meaningful way from that group. They are our subject matter experts. I am not. So I'm relying on their experience and their expertise to be reflected in the management plans to give our community a level of security with whatever the plan is going forward for housing this workforce. I agree with much of what I've heard around the table here. I think that to satisfy the concerns might be a stretch in this site. I don't know what that looks like, but it's got a long way to go from where it is here if they're looking to actually have this use on that site for the reasons that have been outlined here today. Sorry, that was 5 minutes. I'm going to cut myself off. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, I'll go through lunch and then we can start after a 5-minute break. No, I'll try and keep mine brief. I think what I said on the previous TUP stands for this one as well. I think quite literally everything. I think, again, I do not have faith in Fortis's analysis. And so to the degree that environmental reports and impact assessments, traffic studies, that those are required for me to make a supportive decision of this, I think Fortis really needs to think about funding us to hire contractors to do that work. Then I could have a lot more faith in what's being said. In terms of this one, I think the issues of sexual violence, drug use, adequacy of code of conduct, understanding if these things are adequate, as we've heard from Fortis, they're really just doing the same thing that other camps do in terms of a code of conduct. So what is fundamentally different, and why should I have comfort that that is sufficient? I haven't seen good evidence from Fortis on that. I've seen lots of other people who work with the consequences of these things who can point to lots of research that says why what Fortis is proposing isn't sufficient. And so I need something that's going to give me some comfort if I'm going to support this, that Fortis is proposing something different and suitable. I think GHG impacts for me is a big one. We have our community climate action plan. They're talking about all kinds of trucks and vehicles, daily shipping of water in and out by truck, daily shipping of waste in and out by truck, to massive yards. You go from the work camp to the muster yard in your personal vehicle, presumably. Like all this driving around, it seems completely contrary to our community climate action plan and these sorts of things. So where's the alignment there, and what are the impacts, the day-to-day impacts from a climate perspective of this camp and the way it's been designed? We have a number of big projects. There's occurring concurrently, quite possibly. There's Oceanfront, Chikai, Redbridge, Sea and Sky, Woodfibre LNG. So, we're talking, and I know we're focused on this TUP, but approving one large TUP, maybe we have some comfort there, but 5 of them, because there's 5 massive projects that all need to go ahead at the same time, makes these things a lot more problematic. Now, I think Fortis can't take responsibility for all those other projects, but some sort of high-level cumulative analysis that sort of understands what's going on and how this fits into that is important. And I would say with Woodfibre in particular, because Woodfibre is paying for this project and setting the timeline, I want to see something very clear and coordinated with Woodfibre's plans and how it interacts with, Woodfibre's housing plans with this camp. And so can we have all the workers in one camp? Woodfibre has not gotten approval for their housing solution. And so I think there's a potential, and we've been asking for this as well for a long time. What's that sort of coordinated housing plan between these 2 projects, and how does this TUP fit into that? And then is it acceptable? I think, I do want to highlight the proximity to the community, and especially the schools in the area is a real concern for me. And I haven't seen anything that gives me comfort that that any of those sorts of issues have been addressed sufficiently. I think we know that heat domes are a thing right now. And when we think that our community, our cooling centers might be having to deal with people in a heat dome in a situation, I didn't see any design in the camp that would deal with those kinds of situations. So I don't know. I think that's something that's got to be addressed. I think, just see here. It was a bit confusing with the, it says, and I quote, drug and alcohol-free lodge, non-smoking rooms, operation of a licensed lounge, which seems to be contradictory. Now I understand they keep saying a damp camp, so I think it's not actually alcohol-free. But in those sort of studies and justification for the camp, I want to understand, what level of drug use and alcohol use is tolerated. They speak to cannabis only, but we know now that possession of anything under 2.5 grams, I guess, is legal. So how does that fit into this? And what are the likely impacts on a community given this new sort of context we're in? And then I think I would agree that we shouldn't be bringing this forward to the community until we have a decision from the EA. And I think we do have to prioritize this with all the other critical projects on our plate, and in consideration of the funding we're getting. And I would also suggest, like I said with the other one, I think it's really important that council and the community has a chance to digest what Fortis comes back with. I am skeptical, again, that I'd be able to get an update and 5 days later make a decision after a public hearing. I think, the community and I believe council is going to need a lot more time after the next draft of this to digest it, to have conversation and see where we are. So I think we and the proponent needs to plan for some more work to do, because they haven't done the work. As my colleagues have said, they've been told over and over and over again for years that these are issues they need to address, and they've refused to address them. And so we're just going to go forward and address them as expediently as we can. But this isn't the only thing on our plate. So I think they're just going to have to deal with that, and we'll move forward as we can from my perspective. So, question, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, to staff, I made the suggestion that we don't actually bring this forward to public hearing before a provincial decision is made on the EA amendment. And I'm just curious if you see any significant concerns with that, and if not, if you would like a motion to that effect.
I think the list of issues and concerns is quite considerable, so it will take time to work through. If we work through all of the issues and we're ready to present the council for a decision, and then it took a significant amount of time because of the EA amendment, that could be an issue. But I expect that in order for us to work through this list, I would be surprised if this happened before the EA decision was made.
Mayor Herford?
Yeah, I think those two things interacting is important. I don't want actions around a decision on the TUP to feed into that the EA process, or to be considered support or not for Workforce Lodge. But I do think I have some concerns around the gap in the demand of the workforce creates, and the capacity that they're proposing to bring in with a work camp a solution. In this case, this work camp, but perhaps some other piece. So I do think there's value in staff continuing to work on the list, but checking back in on that decision point. And I think community input in that process is valuable as well. But I think that we need to be conscious of when that decision point comes forward and how it fits with the other processes that are running. So I appreciate the point, but I am concerned about driving that gap further, because we haven't seen a delay in work. So the further we can get, and if it moves that it needs to, if the landing of the solution needs to move from this site, then I think the sooner that a solution can be implemented, sort of the better. So I'm kind of operating with those pieces. So I understand you got a motion crafting in your mind, and I just want to make sure that we sort of think about those pieces as well, so that we don't, so that we're not providing that delay. If we get to a no on this site sooner, then another solution comes there, if that's where we're headed as a possible outcome, or vice versa. But I just want to make sure that we're not driving the delay, because the impacts to the community with even over this summer is extremely problematic to me. So I don't know. I'm open to working with you on a motion there if needed. But
So I'll try this. That council received the FortisBC Workforce Lodge temporary use permit report for information and provide feedback as outlined at the committee of the whole from February 14th, and that council directs staff to work with the applicant to resolve all issues outlined, and that a provincial decision on the EA amendment is made prior to consideration of the temporary use permit public hearing. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it and how I think it addresses your concerns, Mayor Herford.
Okay, Mayor Herford seconds. Councillor Stoner moves. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I fully appreciate the concerns that you raised, Mayor, about not wanting to be the ones who stall this project. But I think the motion as worded provides staff the direction to address the issues that we've outlined. We've heard that that's going to take some time. But realistically, any sort of accommodation solution is going to require the EA amendment to be approved. So we can have all of our ducks in a row and be ready to go if the amendment is approved, and then we can do our public hearing. But whether it is this 7-hectare site, whether it is the flotel, whether it is another 7-hectare site somewhere else, it requires the province to approve an EA amendment before we can actually give a TUP. And so I think that we don't create the bottleneck here. I think we have given staff the flexibility to do the work, to continue to work with this applicant to negotiate a functional solution for our community. And realistically, this summer, we know there is no solution, and there's nothing that we can do at this point to stop that, except for pushback on the timeline that wood fiber is ramming down our throats. So that doesn't have anything to do with this. At the best of times, this will be ready for next summer. And ideally, the province will have moved on with their decision by then, and our community can figure out what to do next.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, your motion, I believe, said prior to consideration of temporary use permit, but your comments said public input. And we don't really have a formal public hearing, but we're creating an opportunity for the public to provide feedback on this. So I'd like to continue and to engage the public on this so that we I know the minds around this table and our diligent staff, some of them sitting here, have created a long list, and perhaps there's perspectives we haven't considered yet. So I just wanted to make sure that your motion is achieving what you want it to, and I would like to advocate for continue and broad community engagement on this particular TUP so that we can so we know what we're all working with.
Councillor Stoner?
Through the chair, for me, consideration of a temporary use permit is when it comes to council for decision. That's the effectiveness of a TUP, is we have to make that decision as to whether we approve it or not. So
Thank you. Just your comments incorporated that public feedback. So I just want to make sure that we're still good with to proceed that way, and I'll support this this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, and then I have a clarifying question.
I think this is a clarifying question as well. When we have a public information, public hearing on a development permit, we're not allowed to receive any further information from the date of that public hearing to the date of the decision. Would that apply here?
Ms. Arthurs, I believe this is not a public hearing we're proposing, so, but I'll let Ms. Arthurs speak.
It's not a public hearing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So just for the public, we did have clarified that this is not a formal public hearing. There will be an opportunity to hear from the public, but it doesn't follow the normal public hearing process, and so we will be able to continue to hear from the public. I guess my clarifying question is, as we proceed through the work on this, if we decide through agenda planning or so on that another committee of the whole would be appropriate to move this forward, does your motion preclude that in your mind, Councillor Stoner?
no, in my mind, my motion is specifically to not bring the decision forward on the TUP to council before the province has made the decision on the EA amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenlaw?
I have a bit of a question / comment. I'm just wondering, with the volume of feedback we're going to be getting from the public, presumably about this topic, if this would be a good use of Let's Talk Squamish forum to be able to kind of gather that feedback, and there could be relevant information that could affect our decisions of the placement of it and problems that it may introduce.
Mayor Herford?
Yeah, I think the public engagement going forward, we'll work with staff to establish what is best practice and what we're looking for there. So I'd rather not be prescriptive as to what that is, but that's absolutely a tool that we've used in the past and might be appropriate here. So I'd rather leave that as an aside and leave that to our communications team.
Okay, are people clear then on the motion on the floor? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Councillor Anderson opposes, and motion carries. With that, I will thank everyone. It's not an easy set of topics, but it's a great discussion. We will come back in 45 minutes at
12:45. And see you after lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. And if I can editorialize a little bit onto much happier topics. So I will turn it over to Ms. Gunn for a discussion on bike lanes.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, Transportation Planner with the District of Squamish. With me today is Ian Pickett's Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change, and we do have some additional staff available both in person and online to answer questions if needed. Today I have a short presentation on the location of the cycling connection to the future Victoria Street pedestrian and cyclist bridge. So to start us off, the development of the Squamish Commuter Cycling Network is guided by both the Active Transportation Plan adopted in 2016 and the Official Community Plan in 2019. These provide guidance on what types of facilities should go where, as well as some high-level prioritization. Sometimes modifications are needed as we start to implement these on the ground. And these reasons that we might make modifications are interactions with other capital projects, public input that we receive, which can be from surveys or meetings or just phone calls and emails to the district, new information that we receive during the design process, and lastly, cost. In this case, the decision about the location of the cycling access to the bridge is a high impact change that requires council review. So moving on to the types of cycling facilities that are proposed in the plans. So on the image on the left, they're listed from least to most comfortable for cyclists, particularly the all ages and abilities cyclists, or the AAA cyclists. So first off is a shared lane on a major street. So something like Cleveland Avenue, that's least comfortable. Next is a painted bicycle lane. After that, a buffered painted on-street bicycle lane, something like what we have on Pemberton. And then we move on to the local street bikeway, or what we call our neighborhood ways. These are streets that have less traffic and traffic that moves more slowly, and it's a shared space where bicycles share with cars. So these can be considered all ages and abilities facilities as long as the volumes and speeds are low enough of the traffic. After that is a protected bike lane, and these have a physical barrier between the vehicles and the bikes. And then lastly, the off-street pathway, which is something like the corridor trail, where you're completely separated from traffic. And I also wanted to share a woonerf, which is a Dutch term. It's a type of shared street. It's not exactly a cycling facility per se, but it's somewhat similar for cyclists as the neighborhood way. And woonerfs typically have no curbs. They have textured surfaces, planters, seating, and they do allow for some limited amount of parking. Woonerfs are typically considered to be public spaces for socializing, recreating, and shopping, less than they are cycling facilities, but they do work for cyclists too. Okay, so looking at the proposed cycling network downtown, the Active Transportation Plan originally had 3 east-west cycling connections on Pemberton, Victoria, and Vancouver. When the OCP was being developed, a few changes were proposed and then were supported in the plan. So due to the narrower road right-of-way on Victoria, the bike lanes were shifted to Main Street, but then in recognition of the bridge that would come across the Victoria, a neighborhood way was proposed there. The east-west connection on Vancouver was removed because it's a truck route. So there's a number of other projects that provide information related to this decision. In 2019, staff considered 3 shared street design options for Victoria. The cost estimate at the time for the option that included a woonerf was $3 million. This was for 4 blocks, whereas what we're looking at today is 3 blocks, so it's slightly different. And the other 2 options at the time were just only slightly less than $3 million, so they're at that price level. In 2022, staff began working on concept designs for 3rd Avenue and Main Street, protected bike lanes. And through this project, we identified that there were some significant trade-offs required for installing bike lanes on Main Street, partly some loss of parking, as well as the need for a significant capital project to move some of the curb lines. So it wasn't just an easy slam dunk. The planning department is also working on a downtown streetscapes guidelines project. And through that project, we identified the importance of Victoria Street for traffic movement, and that's related to both the plaza at Main Street as well as the focus on pedestrians at Winnipeg and Cleveland. Finally, there are 3 active development projects on Victoria. There are 2 at 2nd and Victoria. These are providing cash in lieu for their Victoria frontages, and the other is at 3rd and Victoria, and the frontage here is under construction. So these projects are part of the reason that a decision on Victoria is needed somewhat soon. It would be great if we could open up Victoria with the right facility in place. So when we open Victoria from after those construction projects, if it's going to have bike lanes, it would be nice to have bike lanes there already, or if it's going to be parking to go with that. There are also some development projects on Main Street, but the timelines are less critical than the ones on Victoria. So street parking is a key consideration in this decision. Street parking stall numbers can be affected by both streetscape improvements and active transportation and transit upgrades. So the way streetscape improvements sometimes affect parking is through widening sidewalks and vegetated space, as well as building curb bulges. And I've shown an example in the image here. So sometimes it just requires taking away a few parallel parking stalls for those curb bulges. Other times, angle parking might be converted to parallel parking. So these improvements they most often happen through development, but they can also happen through a capital project. And before we get started into the options, I just wanted to provide a few examples of what the designs could look like. So in the top left, it shows Victoria Street with protected bike lanes. And you can see that the pedestrian realm is a reasonable size. It's actually somewhat similar to what is out there right now east of 2nd. And then you have raised protected bike lanes as well as 2 travel lanes. Victoria Street as a Wooner is shown on the top right corner, and you can see the street is shared between bikes and vehicles, and there's a lot of pedestrian space as well as seating and planters. You can't see it very well from here, but there are also some parked cars in that image. And then lastly, Main Street with protected bike lanes. So the design for Main, if it was to have bike lanes, it actually changes block to block quite a bit. So this wouldn't be exactly true for every block, but it shows that you can have a reasonable pedestrian space, 2 bike lanes, 2 travel lanes, and then also at least 1 side parking. And in a few spots, you can have parking on both sides. So moving into the options now, there's a series of maps I'm going to show, and on the maps, everything stays the same except what's on Victoria and Main. The green line shows a future route on Loggers Lane. That's a long-term project, so more than 10 years out. All the other dotted lines are short to medium-term projects. And then for the street parking numbers, they're for Victoria and Main combined. All future parking estimates are estimates based on parcels either that are currently redeveloping or are likely to redevelop, and then from concept design work that's been completed. So first up is the status quo option, so basically not adding any new bike lanes on Victoria or Main. Pros of this option are no capital projects. The con is, of course, there's challenges with the cycling network. There's no easy way for people to get from the Victoria Bridge to either the south or west of downtown. So currently the 2 streets together have a combined number of parking stalls of 66, and then anticipated with redevelopment, that would go down to 45. And that with redevelopment is without any new bike lanes. So option 1 is to build bike lanes on Main Street and to let Victoria redevelop without a bike facility. This option only requires 1 large capital project, and it does improve the east-west connectivity downtown, but it still doesn't provide a good connection to the new bridge. In terms of parking, this option results in a total of 36 stalls between the 2 streets. Option 2, which is similar to what's proposed in the active transportation plan, involves constructing bike lanes on Victoria and leaving Main Street to develop without cycling infrastructure. So this provides a great all ages and abilities connection to the bridge. It improves the overall east-west connectivity, and it only requires 1 major street upgrade. The downside is that it provides less street parking than the other options. Option 3, which most closely matches what's in the official community plan, provides bike lanes on Main Street and a Woonerf on Victoria. This option provides good east-west connectivity downtown, and it does provide a connection to the bridge, but it's questionable as to whether that would be an all ages and abilities connection. It's going to be difficult to limit traffic through this area. It also does require 2 major street upgrades and it has a potential to impact traffic flows downtown. And the number of parking stalls with this option is 27. So I've put these all together into one options summary table, and staff recommend proceeding with option 2, bike lanes on Victoria Street, due to its lower cost and all it ages and abilities connection to the bridge. It does provide the least amount of street parking, but when you compare it to option 3, which is the only other option that has a connection to the bridge, it's only 2 stalls less, and it does have significant advantages. There's a loss of 20 stalls compared to the number of stalls that will be available after redevelopment. So comparing that status quo number to this number. And that's it for my presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go Mayor Herford, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you for the work on this and the presentation. I was curious how I'm thinking about, bike traffic coming in from the north and over the new connection. I'm just wondering the connection from the south, how that was considered in your rationale for your recommendation, given that we've got a large number of new residents coming online there, and just sort of that maybe that's a next step piece, but it would help me understand how where we should situate this east-west in the north-south concept, given there's new traffic coming from there soon.
Thank you. We did definitely think about that connection. And so if they're coming from oceanfront, then once the Loggers Lane connection is built, they'll be able to go north-south on that route. And then depending on where they're going, I mean, it's more likely that they're trying to get further out of town, right? So like heading up 3rd potentially and across 3rd to Bailey and then Buckley. And so it doesn't really matter too much whether they cross over there on Main or on Victoria. There is also a trail, like a waterfront trail that they can take, which goes around the very south end of downtown. And that could be upgraded at some point in the future as well.
Thank you. It's that at the south end, sort of moving across, that I think is interesting, is particularly to access the south end of Second and the services that are there both now and sort of going forward. As so that waterfront trail, I think, will be important and maybe could be highlighted in future conversations around this, if not elevated at this point, just to sort of signal that future importance of that route. So thank you for that.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. On Main Street, there's the proposed plaza with the redevelopment of that site at Main and Cleveland. Was there any consideration of extent? So we've had previous conversations with past council around how much traffic would actually be moving through there, about having bollards to try and reduce the amount of traffic and really making it a people-oriented space. So do we consider extending that as the neighborhood way along Main Street, so that kind of continues? Because we're already going to have limited traffic east-west there.
Through the chair. So there has been some conversations about that. My understanding is that that plaza space will be closed to traffic, but that's not to stop you from, one could still have a neighborhood way to the west of there. In fact, there have been even some more conversations about that more recently. That could be great. It still doesn't provide the connection to the Victoria Bridge though.
Okay, just looking at it in terms of the options, I'm like, I feel like there's an option 4 that we haven't fully fleshed out potentially. Because I agree that the connection to the bridge is important. So my other question there was, we talk about the streetscapes that you had. Do we ever consider putting like a 2-way bike lane on just one side of the street and then freeing up more space? And what are the pros and cons to that?
Through the chair, so that we do consider that, and we did actually consider that on Pemberton initially. That was the design proposed for Pemberton. So the challenge with having a bidirectional path on one side is at the intersections, it can be more dangerous for the cyclists because cars aren't expecting them to come from the wrong direction. And a number of these intersections are busy enough that we are trying to steer away from doing that downtown.
Okay, that's helpful. And then lastly, you said that the developments on Victoria, a number of them are providing cash in lieu. if the frontage, are they still expected to be putting sidewalks in though? Or are they giving cash entirely for, you might not know the answer to that, but I'm just curious how much, like the cash in lieu, is it covering all their frontage requirements or are they still expected to be putting sidewalks in themselves?
What's going to happen? Yeah, through the chair. On Victoria at the moment, we collected cash in lieu from both of those developments that are at Victoria and Second, especially because now this was a year and a half ago, I don't even know, a while ago, maybe longer than that. Anyway, the point is that because we didn't actually know quite yet what we wanted to do with Victoria, we hadn't made a decision about it. So we have collected cash. What they will do is that they will restore the pavement and the sidewalks to at least a usable quality when they're done, because they're obviously, making a pretty good mess over there at the moment, like as you do during construction. But it will be sort of an interim condition until we get a capital project together to really finish off that, at least that block of Victoria. And then hopefully that'll extend to the west as well as we can. Yeah. So is that accurate to you?
Councillor Anderson?
Thinking generally not only about this proposal in front of us or the options in front of us, but as we look to future potential projects in the downtown for enhancements, the Woonarf concept is still new to us. My question is, when might we expect the proposed Woonarf at Main Street Plaza to be implemented so that we can look at our experience that we might gain there?
Through the chair, that is a very good question. Things at the Solterra site that's related to that plaza development have been moving along a bit slowly. I was just chatting with building staff this morning about the coordination of the servicing agreement and the building permit as that moves forward. We have done, I think we're at about 90% design on the plaza itself. So it's getting ready to go. I believe according to their land development agreement, though, I think they're supposed to be building a building first, because of course you need to activate that plaza space. So that's part of but the exact timing on that really depends on the pace of construction. And then of course, right now, construction in general is delayed, hard to get materials, difficult to get trade. Like it's a super challenging business right now. So I wouldn't even want to guess.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So the pedestrian bike bridge, I think this is one of those new person on council holes. What's the timeline for that? What's the probability of it actually happening? Because everything in the future has some uncertainty. Can you speak to that?
So I can start to speak to that, but I believe Dave Merrow is also online and he is working on that project, so he might be able to provide more information. But my understanding is they're going to be starting construction as soon as they have the DFO permit, and that it could be done in 2024, 2025. And it's a definite project, so it's happening. It's just a question of exactly when. I don't know if you'd like Dave to.
Mr. Maurer, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Dave Merrow, Director of Major Projects. Through the Chair, Dora nailed it. The developer is required to build the bridge. Currently waiting on DFO approval of their application for the in-water works, the pilings, and the shoreline works. We're hopeful that we'll get a response from DFO this spring, which would allow construction to commence this fall with completion ideally and hopefully in 2024.
Thanks. Can I have another question? So, no, actually don't have another question. Thanks.
So a process one, and I have a bad habit of asking the wrong people the right question. So hopefully I've got the right audience for this. But just process wise, the second recommendation made sense to me, but I started to think, do we want to be as specific about specific roads in the OCP? And should these decisions we're making today sort of be pulled into the active
transportation plan and sort of leave the OCP a little more general, because it seems we've got a traffic demand management study coming up and transportation updates and so on. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the proposed recommendation, do we pull the specific street that specificity out of the OCP? I would just appreciate thoughts on that.
I can start to answer that question, which is that there is a schedule already in the OCP that outlines the proposed bike routes. So it's already there. If future OCP, that might be a good choice, but currently it's in there.
Ms. Arthurs, did you want to add something to that?
As Ms. Gunn said, that's how I understood the question that you were asking. So we don't, the streets are already identified in the OCP. For future OCPs, you're saying don't be so specific, but that's not what's before us today.
Well, I guess I was wondering.
Or am I flipping it?
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering if we should update the recommendation to sort of approve the street changes, but for the OCP amendment, just pull out any specificity about streets.
Sure, and we can take that under advisement when we look at our next OCP update. But right now, we're not bringing forward an OCP amendment because it's a soft policy in the OCP.
Oh, okay, I didn't understand. So I thought we had to amend the OCP, but okay. Thank you. That clarity helps. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. We've been hearing a lot around this table about the VUNRF, and I'm curious if there is an example that's sort of the gold standard of that working, because I'm having a hard time visualizing. Some of the image that you had up, I think, was of Banff, and it reminded me of Whistler Village, but then I think about cars rolling through there, and it just doesn't quite feel right. So is there an example somewhere that we could or other those of us around the table or the community could look at to better understand what that could be as we contemplate the use of them in various areas of our community?
Through the chair, I don't have a top of the mind example other than that Banff one to share with you, unfortunately. I can look into that and follow up after this meeting if that would be helpful.
It would, thank you. And was that Banff one, was that was it conceptual, or was that actual? Sometimes I'm having a hard time. Is that a rendering, or is that actually there and functioning and that?
Sorry, through the chair, that one is actually there and functioning. And as I understand it, they do actually typically work quite well because the way they're designed, it makes the car feel like they're a visitor in this space that's for a lot of other uses. And so the cars do typically go quite slowly. But as I said earlier, it does depend on the traffic volumes trying to get through the street.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate some specific references I could look at or detour my travels to experience for myself. So that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner, did I see your hand again? No. Okay. Council, I'm not seeing any more questions. We have a recommendation before us. Oh, Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, thanks. Articulated my next question. So it seems to me like putting bike lanes on Victoria Street, absolutely natural choice considering where the bridge is going. The constraint or the con here I see is the reducing the parking, and people seeing a bike lane to nowhere, which it sort of is, right? Which it will be when it starts, right? If the bridge isn't there, it's a bike lane to nowhere and a reduction in parking at the same time. Is there any way that we can have the road set up in a temporary manner that isn't costing us a ton of money, that we can have the parking exist there and then convert it to a bike lane when that bridge does exist, so that we can give the residents parking right now and a bike lane when it's useful?
Through the chair, that the way the timeline on this project would work is actually likely that the bridge might be there before the full build out of the bike lanes. Just because these projects do take some time, we have to do the concept design, and then we have to look for grant funding, and then we have to do construction. So it takes quite a while. Having said that, though, as far as a temporary solution, it would be, so the block between 2nd and Cleveland, a temporary solution could be possible. The other blocks, so between 2nd and 3rd and between Cleveland and Loggers, are more difficult because there's curbs that are in the way, so that we couldn't provide enough space. We could do, shared street design, kind of like on Cleveland, but there's not enough space to put the 2 travel lanes and the 2 on-street bike lanes in those blocks.
Okay, Council, we have a resolution before us. Okay, Mayor Herford moves the staff recommendation. Councillor French seconds. Any discussion? I have I'll go to Herford, French, Anderson.
Thank you for bringing this forward and presenting the options. On first scan, I was hoping this might be an opportunity to move the lamp standards out of the middle of the sidewalks on Main Street to the farthest west, but we'll leave that for another day. But I think this is the most sensible link to our new what will be a signature piece, I think, of our active transportation network, and I think it's important that that's as functional as possible, as early as possible in its operations. So I appreciate that there's a bit of a race on. I'd love to beat the bridge, but I'm happy that we're having this discussion now, and I look forward to using these routes. And if we do get ahead of the bridge, to Councillor Hamilton's earlier question, I think there's an urgent need for smoother east-west movements by bike, even in the absence of the bridge, and sometimes untraining folks from one setup to the other could be challenging. So I would be advocating for those lanes as soon as we can make it happen, because I think there's a justifiable case for it today. But yeah, so thank you. I'm happy to support.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I think that this provides long-term sustainability, safe biking for this particular part of downtown, and most importantly, a logical connection to the new bridge that we're going to see from Victoria over to Channel Road. So I support the staff recommendation.
Councillor Anderson.
Speaking in favor of the recommendation, I think it's well considered option that staff are recommending, especially taking into account the urgency mentioned in the report relating to current Victoria Street vicinity construction projects and collaborating with these projects. There is also mention in the report of the downside of less street parking with this option, and I think we have to give some consideration to this. People living at 3rd and Victoria are presently parking their vehicles 3 blocks away. There's people owning businesses down here, service businesses with service vehicles that don't fit in parking garages. So, I mean, we can't solve these issues one lot at a time, as was related last week by some of us, nor can we solve them one block face at a time, but we need to keep them into account in the big picture. I'd also like to comment on a statement in the status quo description in Table 1 of the report, which refers to the difficulty for cyclists to travel east-west downtown for Valleycliff and Hospital Hill residents. And I have to be concerned about this, because the reality is, when you look on a map, this will never be a commuter route for the majority of Valleycliff and Hospital Hill residents. The proximity to 2 shopping centers and 3 schools is via the Mamquam-Blind Channel Highway Bridge, or perhaps to some extent the future Laurelwood to Pemberton Bridge. Why I raise this as a concern is that I've seen it now in 3 different reports presented from staff, and I'm concerned that statements such as this become assumptions and affect strategy, where the real strategy, or the important priority for Valleycliff and Hospital Hill, is to resolve the pedestrian safe route to school issue. And that has to be prioritized also for district planning and investments. That has the district purchased the troublesome area of the Valley Cliff Trail in 2012 with a council resolution that staff bring people safely through the newly acquired property. Well, that still hasn't happened 10 years ago. It's been 15 years since we've been working with the developer on this issue. That has to be prioritized, and I would not want to see this issue obscured by references to, it really will be, it's a leisurely route. It's a sightseeing route, but it will never be a commuter route for the majority of Valley Cliff is using that bridge. They'll take another route if they want to go shopping, if they need to get to school. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'm going to speak in support of this motion with the acknowledgement that similar to Councillor Anderson, there's this obvious other elephant in the room, and it's not even a blind elephant, it's here. Parking is a very real concern for our community, and I think that we need to push forward our parking plans to make sure that our community sees what our plan is as we keep removing parking from the downtown area. Thanks.
Councillor Stoner. I apologize.
No, all good. Thank you. Through the chair, happy to support this motion. I think it makes good sense for many of the reasons that my colleagues have spoken about in terms of really connecting that strong bicycle pedestrian route with the new bridge. I think that is a clear direction. I hope that we continue to consider the opportunity for a neighborhood way on Main Street beyond the plaza. I think that would just be a nice like connected corridor component as that area starts to build out. Well, I agree that the trade-off here is that we will be losing a few parking stalls. I also think that that is a reasonable trade-off if it means that we're going to be able to make our cycling active transportation routes more accessible, friendlier, comfortable for those who do want to ride their bicycles. And so I think that that is an appropriate trade-off in this point. Perhaps frustratingly, we have been working without parking across a large portion of this block for over a year and a half while these units have been in development. So even if we get 1 or 2 parking spaces back, that'll be in addition to where we are right now. So thanks.
Thank you. I'll also be speaking in favor of the motion. Appreciate staff sort of watching for new opportunities and making sure that we're adjusting as things like bridges and so on become available, that we're not just sticking with something that we planned a while ago. And I am someone that actually was using Victoria already on my bike before the construction happened, and find myself in normal circumstances using both Victoria and Main already. And I look forward to the day when our streets are just bike lanes. But I think this is, I guess, a reasonable step forward, and so happy to support. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And just looking at the agenda, can we take a 8-minute recess and start 5 minutes early on the next topic? Is that reasonable? So we'll start again at 1:30 with the Tantalus Road mixed-use development. And we're in recess till 1:30. Oh, okay. We are ready. Okay. Well, I think we'll push ahead while we have the opportunity. No, I guess I'm committed to recess. All right. 1:30. All right. I won't take it back. So 1:30, we'll be back, everyone. Okay, and we are back, and I'll turn over to Mr. Valnescus for the Tantalus Road mixed-use development proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jonas Valnescus, Director of Community Planning. Today, I'm presenting a revised rezoning application for 4480 Tantalus Road. The rezoning proposes both the east and the west sides of Tantalus Road for a mixed-use commercial office residential development. And today's objective is just to receive Council's feedback on the general aspects of this proposal. So we don't want to dive too far down into the details because a lot of the details are still not there. We want to get general sense from Council whether this is moving in the right direction or not. As I said, the rezoning application proposes to amend the zoning on both sides of Tantalus Road. It's a large site, 14 acres. A lot of the site area is restricted either by environmental conditions or by the BC Hydro right-of-way on the west side. The property is totally vacant, and it's been that way for 20-some years. So the OCP designation, it has two OCP designations. The west side has mixed-use commercial. The east side has residential neighborhoods. Mixed-use projects sort of fit in either or both of those designations. The current zoning is rural residential. There are a number of development permit areas that will apply if the project proceeds through the rezoning. And as I mentioned, there's environmental sensitivities, and as with most of lower lying areas of Squamish, it's a flood hazard area. So the application was in front of council about a year ago. And it was, I believe, the second or third time that it came in front of council. The comments that we received at that time were affordable units should be dedicated to the housing society. There was a lack of 3-bedroom units across the project, and we have an OCP policy for 20% of the units to be 3-bedroom. So there was a recommendation to comply with the guideline. Lots of comments about breaking up the buildings and the massing, improving the interface with the adjacent developments. Requests for programmed green space to meet the needs of the neighborhood. There were comments about including a playing field as part of the activation of the west side green space. Employment space needs more alignment or more information around how it complies with our sector needs. Comments around the need for a local procurement approach to the project. Comments around energy source and building efficiency. So there was a request to have a no gas covenant on all spaces of the building. Collaboration with Squamish Arts for selection and tendering of the public art. The proposal does include public art installations on both sides of Tantalus Road. And finally, recognition that there will have to be a comprehensive traffic impact study done before this proposal gets to the finish line in the rezoning process. So today we're requesting feedback on the, again, overall density and interface with adjacent properties. We're asking for council's feedback around employment space. The target we've set for this project is 23%. Some feedback around the community amendment contribution offer and the no gas commitment. So the applicants have committed to no gas in the project. However, they're quite concerned that the restaurant use would not be viable if the covenant has to cover every aspect of the development, and they've requested an exclusion of that use from the covenant. This has come up since the report was written, so it's not in the report, but I do want to bring council's attention to it. So here's the revised proposal, and there's a drawing package in the report. The main shift here is that building 3 has been shifted away from a residential development along Cheakamus Way. So it's now further away. Overall, the site plan remains the same. The building massing has changed. Some of the buildings have changed in stories. So phase 2 has come down from 6 stories to 5 stories on the part of the building. And phase 3 has, it used to be a 5-story building. It now steps from 4 to 6. The applicants have rationalized that because they pulled it back from the Cheakamus Way residences, that they're proposing to basically reallocate some of that density between the 3 sites. So here you can see a previous proposal where massing was in different form. The buildings were a bit higher. for phases 1 and 2. And you can see that phase 3 used to be kind of along parallel to Cheakamus Way residences, and that used to be 5 stories across. And as I said, there's just a comparison to the current proposal. The park space still remains the same. They've clarified that there's going to be a trail on the north section of phase 1 to connect to the park, which was one of the comments that came from council. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm not skipping a slide. Oops. Gonna get back to it. Okay, I think we're there now. So the site plan, again, largely the same. This just shows you from a bird's eye view of where phase 3 has been relocated. Building footprints are generally the same as they were previously. Yes, the setbacks haven't changed much. The applicants have revised the community amenity contribution offer, so it is an improved offer from where it was. As you can see on the left side, the column shows what the targets are in our CAC policy and what the previous offer was. So the previous offer was that 15% of the total residential gross floor area is going to be built as affordable housing, but would be owned by the developer. So based on average unit sizes, that could be around 46 units. The previous offer also contained $800,000 as a cash contribution to the CAC fund, as well as $260,000 contribution for active transportation and park amenities. So between the two cash contributions, it was about $1,060,000. The new offer is 6% of phases 2 and 3 to be dedicated to the Squamish, to the new community housing society, which would be on average about 10 units. However, unit sizes would be determined by the housing society based on the need. The applicants are proposing to provide $2,071,000 roughly in cash in lieu, which equates to about $9 a square foot. So that's a recognition that it's a greenfield site. Essentially, there's a $3 premium per square foot on top of what the regular requirement or the policy target is. And it exceeds the CAC policy because our CAC policy recognizes market rental as having a lower generating rate for CACs. So standard development is $6 per square foot. Market rental is $5 per square foot. The applicants here are proposing to just use $6 plus $3 on top for greenfield site. And that's how we get to the $2,071,000. They've also requested that the park dedication, which is a 1-acre park, would be a recognition of and given credit for the active transportation and park amenities, which is in line with the policy. They are proposing a usable open space that will be connected to the corridor trail. And I'll go in a bit more detail around the park activation. So overall, I think the proposal is in alignment with our CAC policy. We do need to recognize that the applicants are not proposing the market rental component to be generating affordable units for the housing society. And that is because the market rental housing right now, the financing costs and the construction costs are making these projects not financially viable for the most part. We haven't seen any new market rental housing being proposed in the rezoning stage. So that is a bit of a concern. And I think where the CAC policy is heading is to recognize that these conditions for market rental are very challenging right now, and building in some flexibility around maybe we tie it to interest rates. If the interest rates come down, then the environment for financing becomes better. But the current situation is that it's not great. And that's why the applicants have not included the market rental in that 6% generating of affordable housing units. Additional amenities, 125 units of market rental, which represents a roughly 38% of overall residential component. This is an increase in units and floor area. So the previous proposal had 104 units, and the applicants have proposed to increase that, which means the building has to remain 6 floors across that site. But I think this is really, from a land use perspective, our chance to maximize market rental in this Tantalus Road area. This is the last remaining large site on Tantalus Road that will be developed. So it's, from a density perspective, we want to maximize the market rental component. They've doubled the size of the childcare facility. So it used to be roughly 2,500 square feet. Now it's 5,000 square feet, which is welcome, which will exceed the amount of childcare needs that are generated by this development. It's proposed to be located in phase 3. However, the way the buildings are positioned, phases 2 and 3 will likely be built at the same time. Public art installations for phase 1 and 2 to the value of $100,000. So that's on top of the cash contribution. The staff are proposing to target 23% as the employment space target for this development. This is what the applicants had initially come forward with. However, they've had to scale down the building, and they've done that by partially removing some of the commercial and office space. So the building right now, as it sits, or between the 3 buildings, it's 20% employment space. And we think that this project should try and do better. The applicants have requested to include activated breezeways in the calculation of employment space. It's a practice that we've done downtown. I think it has potential because these become areas where, by design, they have to accommodate commercial space. And we also want to facilitate connectivity through the sites, so it achieves that. The residential component has stayed roughly the same, so they've moved the density around between the sites to maintain it. They've agreed to meet the 3-bedroom unit guideline across the site, so 20%. And as I said, a commitment to a no gas, and they've asked to reconsider the restaurant use. Other amenities would be the park adjacent to the corridor trail. The applicants have committed to work with the district, with our parks planner and stakeholders to design this park. We've reached out to the Climate Action Network to see if there was interest and if this location was suitable for a community garden. And they've come back with a positive response that they're very interested in collaborating here. And then the playing fields is something that we are also going to be looking at with our parks planner if this project proceeds forward. We haven't really put any resources, since those discussions have happened. We want to make sure that this project proceeds before we start working on it. So overall density and interface, phase 1 remains at 6 stories. Phase 2, which is the east side of Tantalus Road, it varies between 5 and 6 stories. On the northern side, it's 5 stories, and on the southern side, it's 6 stories. And then phase 3 and 4, phase 3 is largely 6 stories. There's some 4 and 5 story step downs on the sides. Employment space target, 23%. We want some council's feedback on the CEC offer and the no gas commitment and restaurant exclusion. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go this time, Councillor Stoner, then Mayor Herford.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, where we're at with this proposal. A few points of clarification. Just first, the CAC donation for the active transportation and green space. We're considering the 1 acre park. Is there still a requirement for the development to update the frontage of the building? So sidewalks and all that is considered a requirement, and then this is in addition to sidewalks and general frontage improvements?
That's correct. So they still need to do frontage improvements. Normally, we will consider CAC value anything offsite, essentially, but everything in front of their properties will have to be done.
Thank you. And then my other question was around the employment space target. This is something that we've talked about frequently with this proposal, I think from the very start of it. So I agree that we want to maintain the line at least 23%. I think that was initial feedback back in 2020. But I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to one of the questions that council had last time was around the alignment of the commercial space and the employment needs research that we had done. And I think one of the challenges is that making sure that the employment space that is generated in this development is actually usable and functional. And we had talked about the option of making a single commercial building and moving all the residential to one building to try and make that space more functional for things like movie theaters or gathering spaces, which don't fit into this type of mixed use development. And so I'm just curious if that's really off the table with this proponent or where we're at in that dialogue.
Thank you. That's a great question. We've had discussions with the proponent around moving or consolidating employment space in one area. The problem is that it pushes out the density and creates adjacency issues. So I think we're prepared to be frank, we haven't really done more employment work. We won't do that until there's a little bit more certainty around the rezoning. But we're very wary of the issues we're seeing with second floor office space. So I think in order to meet the 23% target, something's going to have to change here, because at this point they've kind of maximized all the first floor employment space. And I agree that that's an area that we still need to work on.
Mr. Valnescus, can you just clarify what you mean by adjacency issues?
Yeah, so the on the north side and the south side, the property is surrounded by kind of low density residential development, and so we need to be wary of that as we push the buildings around and the densities to make sure that we're not creating significant issues for those adjacent residences. And given the housing stock in this area, there's low likelihood that there's going to be some kind of significant rezoning or redevelopment in this area.
Okay, I'll go to Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'm happy to see an evolution here with this project, and the CAC offering is interesting. The childcare space. Thank you for translating the square footage into sort of representing the capacity, whether it's just covering off what's generated by the site or actually addressing the overall deficit position we're in with childcare. And I get that it exceeds that, but to what magnitude is that? Is it one additional spot than what would be required to service the potential residents of this area, or is it positively impacting that sort of overall environment of childcare in a more meaningful way? Could you speak to that with a little bit more specificity, please?
Yes, through you, Chair. Very generally speaking, the development was previously proposing 2,500 square feet, which I believe was roughly what it would require, the need it would generate. So this would be double that. So that's substantial.
Okay, thank you. That's enough context for where we are now. That's great. I'm curious around and is that secured? Is that use secured there with a covenant of some sort, or is that a commercial space that could be used for this purpose? And just where do we sit on that particular piece?
On a rezoning this size, we would secure it as that space can only be used for childcare. And if normally what we've done in the past is the covenant would specify that if there is no childcare, that the owners are obligated to then lease at a nominal rate to the district, who will find the childcare operator.
Okay, thank you. the employment space calculation to include the discussion around including the breezeway in that calculation, I think is interesting. And I've seen very successful breezeway sort of structures where, like the image that was presented, there's lots of cafe seats and it's a very bustling place. And I've also seen those. There's one as an example of a poorly executed one, in my opinion, just to the south of that in the spectacle building. Yeah, that's just, I think the doors are locked on both sides. You can't even get from the back to the front using it. So how do we ensure that it's used as intended, especially if we're looking at including a calculation in an employment space calculation, which might be fair if it's used. So what levers do we have, or what's sort of staff's thoughts on making that a usable space and then being able to justify including it in the calculation?
So we would, at this point, we don't know the answer to that. We have to kind of get into more detail. It will depend on the design of the frontages, the commercial frontages that wrap around into the breezeway. So I think we will be looking to secure commitments to activate and provide access to in the land development agreement, but then the detail is going to come in the development permit.
Yeah, and but I appreciate that's a fair answer. I just want to ensure that we get there if at this point we're considering the percentage of employment space and how that's arrived at. So often we run into this where the details are later, but I think it's incredibly important if we're going to use that in the calculation that we have some assurance as our mechanism to understand what could happen there. Whether I liked the feedback around the childcare space where it defaults to the municipality to sort out. I don't know that I want to do that with a breezeway, but that there's some contingency to ensure that that's activated in the form of a community art gallery or some other sort of safety position that space will be used and is thus justified in being included in a calculation around employment space. Yeah, that could, I think, some work there. Obviously, that not, there's lots of details, but because it applies to how we calculate if we are meeting the employment space, I think it's really crucial that we find some comfort level there. So I'll leave that there. But in general, I'm happy with sort of the direction that this is moving, and I would like to understand, and perhaps this conversation is happening sort of in parallel with work on our upcoming CAC policy. And I'm not yet sure how to score, and I'll be looking for the CAC policy to help us with this. And maybe you could speak to it now. How to score the freehold units for the housing authority, which I think are great in concept, but how to weigh that against sort of a larger number of below market rentals and the value, and how we're thinking about that, how the development community is thinking about that, and because we kind of need both things, and I like both concepts. I'm just not sure how to weigh the two, and so where are we at with that particular piece of I guess the upcoming CAC policy, or as it relates to this project?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We have recently received feedback from the Housing Society, and it's fairly recent that we got the feedback, and I honestly haven't had the time to comprehensively review it, but I believe the Housing Society's preference is for secure, affordable units that are dedicated to the Housing Society. We need to recognize that it's going to be a smaller amount than what we would be able to achieve if we let developers continue to own it. I think the challenge with this site is it's much easier to negotiate on a smaller proposal. This is a large proposal. So if this goes forward, we might want to do a pro forma here to make sure that we're getting the optimal amount fairly. from a developer when it comes to those affordable housing units. But to get back to your question about, do we need both? We do need both. I think we've spent the last 5 years securing the developer-owned ones, and we probably, if we shift now to spending the next 5 years in securing the ones, the units that are going to go to the housing society, that's going to be extremely helpful to the society to get its legs and build up assets over time. And then we might have to shift strategy again.
Yeah, thank you. I think I appreciate that those the value of those freehold pieces. It's just, is it a 10 below market to 1 freehold, or like what's an appropriate ratio? And that might be different per site, which is what I'm sort of hearing from your comments. So, but for now, I like the general concept, but I'd like to understand that a bit more granularly as we look at going towards readings of this projects moving forward, just so I can defend my decision. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification. The park dedication means the park under the power lines will be the responsibility of the district, and maintenance will be done by the district. Am I correct in that?
I don't think we've finalized those discussions yet. I think the applicants are open to both. In this location and the size of that park, I think it will make most sense for the district to be the one to maintain it, because it will have greater use than just the Stratus.
Okay, and then carrying on from that, pickleball courts are mentioned as an option for the park under the power lines. That caught my eye big time. So the Vancouver Pickleball Club recommends locating courts at least 100 meters from the closest home, and I think that the parking lot separation will satisfy that distance. But I want to make sure that if we go down the pickleball route in this area, our eyes are wide open, research is done, there's due diligence. So maybe, am I getting too far ahead of us with this? Or maybe share any thoughts you might have on pickleball and this location.
Through you, Chair. The applicants are very enthusiastic about pickleball. We definitely have concerns, and our parks planner is actually doing work on coming up with guidelines for where pickleballs should be going. So we've got the right person on the case, and we'll definitely consider an appropriate park design here and whether pickleball can go or not. Yeah, we're too early essentially, but we're looking at it.
Great, thanks, Chair.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions relating to green space and amenities. I'm happy to see the plans and to activate and protect green space. Some have been referred to by Councillor French within the project area. However, the site includes on the east side lot, there's a panhandle extending to the nature areas to the east. My first question, Mr. Vilaniskis, is whether that panhandle could be activated for pedestrian use as a corridor. But my second question is it possible to consider some off-site amenity investments? And this is sort of a policy question, not a specific request, but just to get some orientation. The proximity on the east side is to Coho Park through that panhandle route or that direction, and the Upper Meehan Creek area. And there's 2 local conservation groups that are proposing projects currently. The Squamish Environment Society and Squamish Streamkeepers are suggesting that there needs to be an enhanced bridge on an important trail in the Upper Meehan Creek area, and they're suggesting a steel construction is necessary. And nobody knows who's going to pay for that at this time, is what I understand. The second suggestion is being worked on by Squamish Streamkeepers and our Squamish Placemaking Society is to install benches in the Upper Meehan Creek area, steel again, and they are noting that large groups of children are using this area for picnic picnicking, lunches, and that sort of thing. And we are, after all, considering a good-sized daycare facility on that easterly lot. So this is an area, an nature area to the east of the proposed project that will be enjoyed by future residents of this project. How might we be able to consider amenity investments in that area, if at all, that these would be off-site amenities? Thank you. So 2 questions. Is that panhandle? Can that be activated? And can we consider off-site amenities? These are small ones that I've suggested, but they need to be durable installations also.
Through you, Chair. We can certainly encourage applicants to look at off-site infrastructure that's legitimate community amenity contributions. So we'll have taken note of the Upper Meagan Creek area. The use of the panhandle, we'll have to study further. There's environmental conditions in here. So essentially more study is required to see if we can get pedestrians through there. But if it's possible, that would be the intent.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Through the chair. 2 questions. First question is about density. So the density of Garibaldi Estates neighborhood is obviously a topic of great discussion. And looking at the census, 2021 census, the density in the neighborhood there ranges from about 10 to 50 people per hectare, 50 people per hectare being more in where I forget what the name of the apartment buildings are near there on Tantalus, and with the Spectacle. Do you know what the approximate density of this lot would be, population density?
Through you, Chair. The density here would be higher than what's considered in the Garibaldi Estates. I think the density here is probably closer to 80 people per acre. It's a 10-acre site, and overall there's 300 residential units. So we would be looking at 600 people between the 3 phases. Pardon me? 10 acres. Just going back in slides. Sorry, 14 acres.
14 acre site. Okay. Roughly 600 people, 14 acres. Okay, I'll help put that in my mind. My second question, and this is more about me understanding rezoning versus development permit applications, and please, I understand the triggering of pickleball. Is the specific use of one of the amenities, as in pickleball, would that typically be a rezoning question, or is that more a development permit question?
It's a bit unusual here, and it happens with larger applications that we do park design as we go through the rezoning process, but normally the park design won't get done until after. So I would expect that we're going to get a commitment in the land development agreement to kind of design the park to district standards or to our satisfaction, and then we'll continue going through that process after.
Okay, I have a question, and then maybe I'll go around to comments clockwise from Mayor Herford. And I'll start off by saying that I appreciate, after this morning's presentation, having a development come where it's received feedback and a lot of work has been done. It may not be all the way there on everything, but a lot of work has been done to actually listen to and address the feedback. And so I'm feeling very appreciative of that this afternoon. I just want to call out, it has our fire hall, and it's marked future, but it has it at 6 stories. As I understand, we're sort of at 1 or 1.5 story. We're building it up so we can build on top. I don't recall conversations of another 5 or 4 stories on top. Are we able to accommodate that? And I don't want to get too deep into this, but just it's in the pictures and we may get questions. I just want to understand sort of short to medium term what our sort of height plan for that facility is.
That's an excellent question. I haven't connected with our facilities department yet to confirm that these drawings are reflective. So it's just something that applicants put on the drawings. But yes, we still need to confirm that this is a realistic portrayal of the future state.
Okay, thanks. I think I have just comments, and I'll come back to the no gas covenant as one might expect, and a few other things. But I'll go to Councillor Herford to start off our comments.
Thank you. I know I'm into comments, but I maybe made comments when I was asking. Should have asked questions earlier. Now I'm going to ask a question while I'm asking comments. But where does the traffic impact fit in this process? Like, is this we proceed like the traffic impact can be addressed adequately through the entirety of the rezoning process, and that's a DP? That feels a bit late to me when we're looking at proposed densities and so on. And I understand that to do that work, we need to sort of signal that this is work that needs doing, and that's the work that we're working on is further refinement of the project. Can you just speak to how that interplays with our that aspect of our process?
Yes. So obviously traffic is going to be a major implication for this project for viability. And the way we'd normally proceed with development of this size is we get it to first reading. If council's generally okay with the land use and the densities proposed, then the traffic impact assessment has to be done before the public hearing, so that when we go to the public, it's known, what the traffic issues are and maybe what some of the improvements are going to have to be done before this can go ahead, or before a certain phase can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Pettingill highlighted the question around the fire hall and the sort of the renderings of the sort of what could be the future state. I do find that the sort of build out of adjacent lots, rendering of adjacent lots and what their maximum zoning is potentially problematic, given that we don't have an approved project to go there with that. The same thing could be said about the residential areas, and maybe they could be, they're being represented as they are in the funeral home and the other pieces there. But I think that maybe sticking with what's approved or existing or approved would be helpful in the renderings for us, the community. I understand the point. It does show how there could be a transition there, but I think that that's maybe a bit. I think that could be problematic. And overall, I'm actually optimistic with the way that this has been proceeding. I think it addresses a lot of the concerns. I will continue to be an advocate for the employment space. I think it's really important that we match employment space, just like we are with daycare, to the demands of the developments. And for a long list of reasons, I won't go into that now. So I'm open to having the conversation around the breezeways, and I think that's totally appropriate. I think that a percentage that's greater than 0 credit for that is appropriate. I don't know if 100% is appropriate. I'll need to be sort of taken through that process as to get all the way there. But I do think that it's appropriate to have a discussion around that, and that will help with the scoring. We're close. We're really close, and I understand that dropping a unit or two out gets us there from a percentage standpoint as well. But I'm more interested in the net increase in employment space than that ratio per se, but it's being expressed as a ratio here. So I don't. Yes, so I'm actually I'm supportive of this general direction, but acknowledge there's a few things that needs some more work, and I need so thank you to staff for all the work on this, and the proponent for listening and modifying the project throughout this process so far. So I'm supportive of this general direction, but lots to do yet.
Councillor Greenlaw, any comments?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I'm not as well versed as in the history of this project and where it's been. It looks like it has a lot of needs for our community. I do have some concerns about the viability of this building, this project, given previously identified traffic issues in the area and the load that we currently are placing on our infrastructure. I'm also, and I guess I'm not well versed about this childcare space potentially becoming the responsibility of the municipality for finding workers for the space as well. But I can get educated on that a separate time. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I am happy with where we've landed with the CAC offer and interested in the discussion we've had today with respect to affordable housing. Mr. Valiniskis, your orientation regarding the circumstances for delivering market rental at this location or in this project, and your hints of our dialogue with the Housing Society, which will no doubt evolve, and regarding their preferences and how they see things unfolding for dedicating spaces. I mentioned last time the concept of a playing field, and I advocated this referring to the distance. It's a fair distance down to Mamcom Elementary, but I'll just say that I think we need to be careful to be mindful of youth and children and youth of all ages. So these are we need to have facilities and consideration for all ages of children and youth in such a large project as this. The local procurement approach, I think, is quite important. We have a strong contingent of a supply chain locally for delivering single-family dwellings. We don't. We have an underdeveloped supply chain, including trades, for delivering multi-unit projects like this. It's something that we should target to develop, try to foster this. And I know, speaking to developers, they're interested in the same. It's not easy, but I think that it's important we identify local procurement in multi-unit complexes like this. It's an important economic development issue. This is also a green building issue. And I think that when you look at in the totality of what we're trying to achieve in green building, I actually don't think a no gas for the restaurant is all that big a deal. I think there are far bigger things that we should aim for in green building. But I would like to hear more from the people involved in delivering restaurant facilities, their perspective on this, because there are some evolving ways to outfit restaurants, and I appreciate that too. But let's keep the bigger picture in mind for green building. Finally, there is a reference in the report to the public art installations and working with Squamish Arts, collaboration for selection and tendering. 50,000 proposed for phase 1, 50,000 for phase 2 and 3. Recently, a RFP opportunity has come out from the Squamish Arts, and its first spec was Feather Park. And that call is limited to artists living and working in Squamish or members of the Squamish Nation in all locations. And I don't think that's the approach that should be taken in such a large projects for such values as we're looking at here, $100,000 in total. I think that the public art pieces should be in a competitive bidding tendering process and open to outside of Squamish, and that this will over time foster development of the local community of public art practitioners. And open competitions beyond the boundaries of a particular municipality is how all Lower Mainland municipalities work in public art tendering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just generally satisfied with where we're at now with this project. When I think back to the very first conversation I had about this property, there was talk of phase 3 being a 12-story building, I believe. So we've evolved, and I think where we've evolved to is a great spot concerning density and overall heights. I'm happy with the employment space that we're bouncing around, those numbers. And I think that the CAC that's outlined here is for sure fair, and I'm happy with it. The no gas covenant, and then allowing for a restaurant space. I'm with Councillor Anderson on this one. We've got a gas line that serves this neighborhood. To have one small section of this development having the option to provide a restaurant space that takes advantage of natural gas is not a concern for me. And I'll point out that this is the third time this project has been to committee of the whole. And at this point, I'm finding myself more than ready to have this come back to us for first reading.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you. This is the first time I've seen this development, and I think the CIC contributions proposed are certainly in alignment with what our asks and our requests are. I need to have a better understanding of appropriate ratios of employment space to residential space before I can comment on that. Then the density, I think the proposed density in this development, following my hectare to acre conversion, seems quite good and is moving, I think, in the right direction for this neighborhood to help us support the commercial space that's there and to support transportation networks within the district. So yeah, I'm generally supportive of this project. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, through the chair. It has been a few times that we've seen this project, and to my fellow councillors' comments, I think one of the challenges that I have is that the starting point of this conversation was wrong. So we've reiterated, we're seeing it change a little bit here and there, but I still don't actually think we're there yet, because we started with a proposal of 12 stories in phase 3, and just because we've reduced that down to 5 and 6 doesn't make it right. To me, this still feels like a large-scale residential development that's trying to shoehorn a little bit of commercial space in. The tweaks that have been made all greatly impact the viability of the commercial space, either reducing the square footage of commercial space available in phase 2, taking out the second floor of the mezzanine space in phase 1. So I think that there's a lot of work here to be done still around making sure that that commercial space is actually functional. I agree that this is a great location, generally speaking, with direction from our OCP, that this is where we want densification to happen. It's along the bus route, it's walkable, those are all good things. This is also one of the few areas that we still have left to design large-scale commercial spaces. And we know that employment and commercial spaces are really critical for a complete, compact community. And so we hear about things like movie theaters and bowling alleys and things that our community has been asking for a long time. And these are the sorts of parcels that we need to be asking for those sorts of amenities to come forward. And so I don't think we're hitting the right mix here, because I think that we're still trying to shoehorn the small amount of 23% of commercial into a large over 300 housing unit overall development complex. And so that's where I'm still frustrated with this proposal. I think we've come a long way on the discussion of the childcare component, appreciate reaching the CAC requirements for affordable housing. Those are all things that we expect of developers in this day and age. But this is a large-scale rezoning, and so if we're not advancing this conversation with the developer, maybe we do consider a pro forma approach to the CAC. But generally, I don't think this is hitting the mark with what we envision for mixed-use development in this corridor at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. So my own thoughts, I agree with my previous colleague. I think those are quite relevant points. But I do also feel that this development has really meaningfully incorporated a lot of our feedback, and I do appreciate that. I want to touch on a few things. It was mentioned about specific projects and CACs. I think if there's a significant benefit in terms of more of those projects being able to go forward as opposed to cash or something else, then maybe it's worth considering. But on the other hand, I don't want to sort of bog this down on sort of get stuck in details of side projects. So there needs to be a meaningful CAC contribution, but it doesn't need to necessarily be tied to specific offsite projects in my mind. I think, the reality is this is a significant amount of more height than is in that neighborhood now and will be for some time. And so I think, for me, the no gas covenant is important across the board, partly in consideration of the amount of height, but also if a space allows for gas, then gas dependent and fossil free businesses are competing for that space. And it's biased towards, the gas free businesses paying for that infrastructure indirectly. And I think where we need to move forward quickly is we know we need to go fossil free. And so I don't want to be building in that infrastructure, and I want to be supporting and facilitating the businesses that don't require that. And I think sort of related to that, and to my colleague's point, when I look at this and the idea of a restaurant and breezeways, what that says to me is it really leans towards small scale retail and commercial, which in general, I believe is lower paying employment overall. And so when we think about who is going to live here, we know we need housing desperately, but I don't think our goal is to provide affordable housing to Vancouver employees. And so we need to make sure that we are not just thinking about employment space in square feet, but the types of employment, how it's going to pay the people who are going to be able to afford to live in these places. And I know some work is being done on the Garibaldi estates, and we'll see, what sort of employment is available there, what style of employment. And so maybe that's part of this picture. But for me, I am concerned that this is, again, a focus on sort of much more on the lower paying side of retail. And again, the restaurant piece goes along with that. And so if we're thinking more about office space and some of these things a little more, maybe the no gas covenant is less problematic as well, and we can resolve some of these things. So, in my mind, just significant progress here. But it is also a fair bit of height, and it will be for a while for the neighborhood. And so I think we need to make sure we're getting appropriate, employment and other things in exchange for that. So I hope, I guess I'll leave my comments there and ask staff, is there any clarity or additional feedback you would need at this point?
Thank you. I think I've got a high level of clarity. Employment being one of the areas that we still need to work on. Making sure that the CEC contribution is meaningful, because this is a large project. And I think I've written down all the comments, and we'll take that back and work with the applicants.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I've heard mixed opinion on the gas piece, and I'm just curious how staff would like us to sort of rectify that, or if that's something that we leave to first reading and just make that part of the vote. Or
That's probably the only area where there isn't full consensus. So if council could provide more clarity now, that would be helpful, I think, for the applicants.
Well, I didn't mention where I stood on that earlier, and I think that it's totally appropriate this time to just have a no gas covenant. That's where we need to be going. We need to be looking into the future, and that's where the future is. So that's where I stand on that, and I don't know if anyone else missed commenting on that particular piece, but that's where I see us needing to go, and with this one as well.
Councillor Greenlaw?
I'll just add in, I did not comment, but I agree with Mayor Herford. No gas.
Councillor Anderson?
Well, with respect to where we should be going and where we're headed, I think that a far bigger challenge and task for us is to address embodied carbon in new buildings. And it's far, far bigger an issue in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. But I think also I'm curious as to where the restaurant industry is going and what restaurant facilities are considering these days when they're confronted with no gas covenants, or what options they see with current technology. Why are restaurant vendors, if you like, equipment vendors, suggesting they'd like to hold on to the opportunity of gas? I'd like to know more, and perhaps that may be a place where we can make that suggestion to you, Mr. Valeniskis, is a little bit more information and background as to where the restaurant industry is and why at this time. Thanks.
Just comment, we have heard from our sustainability staff that we've been focusing on operational carbon before embedded carbon because operational carbon tends to have a more significant and ongoing impact, but I'll leave that there for now. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, generally I am supportive of a broad no gas covenant, including restaurants. I think it is where we need to go more generally. I also agree with Councillor Anderson that we can be doing more on embodied carbon, and there's the opportunity to build with mass timber, and we have bylaws that enable that. And if the proponents would like to take us up on that, then I think it would help advance this proposal even further than where we're at today. I also wanted to comment on the other piece that you requested feedback on in terms of using the breezeway for employment space calculations. And I think this is the challenge with the with the percentage that we tend to lock ourselves in with employment space. To me, it's 23% of functional usable space. And so I think we can potentially consider part of the gross floor area of the breezeway into that gross floor calculation over the percentage, but definitely not 100%. And again, it goes back to me about having functional employment space as opposed to just trying to figure out how we reduce one unit here and one unit there to get to 23%. It's 23% where we've taken out the second floor for the mezzanine and we've reduced the square footage on phase 2, then I'm not going to be super supportive of it in the long term. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. On the question of the gas covenant, I'm gonna I try to base decision in fact as opposed to opinion, and so at this point I need more information on what the limitations and what that actual limitations are for a restaurant to run without gas. Yeah. So if we could have some way for us to have a more information before I make a call on that. Thanks.
Okay, is that sufficient, Mr. Valniskas? Okay, so council, we have a resolution before us. If someone could, Councillor Stoner moves, and I presume that's with feedback as provided during the committee of the whole meeting. Okay, Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will break for, I'll give us 5 minutes, so we're 5 minutes behind. Oh, sorry, not yet. Oh, okay. Sorry, we do have a second recommended motion for staff to proceed with a public information meeting. Councillor French moves. Councillor Herford second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? No. Okay, motion carries. And so we will recess until 2:35 to give staff the chance to change over the room. Okay, and we are back with a presentation on short-term rentals.
Great, thank you so much, Council. My name is Sarah McJanet, and I'm here with Brian Daly from the Planning Department. We are standing in for Asia Philp, who is the short-term rental lead and subject matter expert, but she's on parental leave, so we're happy to bring this year 2 program summary to you. We also would like to acknowledge that this summary and data package were made possible by with support from planning, building, business licensing, bylaw enforcement, finance, engineering, and economic development staff. And in addition, the monitoring that's going on for short-term rentals also involves a lot of data sharing with Tourism Squamish and other partners, such as Sea to Sky Community Services for the contextual housing information. So the objectives today for the, oh, Brian, sorry, I'm just trying to find, there we go. Our objectives today are to present the key findings from the year 2 program review and share some of those key learnings from our engagement with license holders and folks in the community. We'd like to discuss the program recommendations, including fees and charges bylaw amendments, and also review the proposed amendments to the interim short-term rental temporary use policy and seek endorsement going forward into 2023. So as a quick recap, especially for new members of council, the short-term rental regulations were developed through a very long 2-year planning and engagement process, and it resulted in formal adoption.
Sorry, this just isn't sharing.
Oh yeah, just one sec. Can you guys see the?
No, actually, and
There we go.
there's a few counselors too with their cameras not on yet. Can everyone check if their camera's on?
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so here we go. So the short-term rental regulations were adopted through over a 2-year planning process with lots of engagement with short-term rental hosts, as well as the community at large and stakeholders like Tourism Squamish and the Squamish Chamber. Following endorsement of the preferred regulatory approach and development and adoption of no less than 5 bylaw amendments, the district opened up short-term rental licensing in January of 2021. And after an initial 3-month grace period, we began proactive enforcement in April of 2021. Just touching really briefly on the program goals and the selected regulatory framework, the enacted regulations fulfill OCP policy and the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations to regulate short-term rentals and address short-term rental-induced housing conversions in the community. A range of program goals and objectives have had to be weighed throughout, acknowledging diverse housing needs, availability of rental stock, affordability considerations for renters and owners, tourism impacts, and accommodation needs, as well as life safety. The selected framework for the short-term rental regulations permits short-term rental of principal residences only, and a second temporary use permit approval stream was developed concurrently for us to legalize a limited number of short-term rentals in suites and coach houses. And so that temporary use permit stream that was directed by council, and that was really intended to soften the impact on the tourism sector and permit some of the higher frequency rentals in suites and coach houses. So regulation is an ongoing balancing act, and protecting rental housing stock in the community has continued to be the central goal that really tips the scale towards more conservative and restrictive regulation to date. So this is a recycled graphic that many of you will recognize from our short-term rental review, and it shows the spectrum of regulatory approaches considered in the review, with the more permissive options to the left and the more restrictive options to the right. And so that principal residence option C that we adopted, very much like Vancouver, Victoria, and Kelowna, allows a principal resident, which is someone who is living in the dwelling unit for at least 5 months of the calendar year and conducts their daily lives from that residence. It allows them to rent out their room while they're present in a shared configuration, similar to traditional bed and breakfast model. Or they can rent out the entire dwelling while they're away. And so just for clear background, this approach to restrict short-term rentals in suites and coach houses and flex units was intended to preserve the existing supply of secondary suites and coach houses and reserve them for the possibility of long-term rental. And that's really the basis for the original suite and coach house zoning in the first place. And those units were ones that were most vulnerable to conversion and could be really hard to get back into the rental stock if they were initially allowed to be rented out through the short-term rental program, sort of as of right from the beginning. And there's a lot of pressure to rent short-term, a lot of financial incentive to rent those units on a short-term basis. Okay, so that's the background there. So as mentioned, in 2020, we developed this secondary stream for alternative licensing through temporary use permits, and that established that policy allowed for up to 30 non-principal resident short-term rentals to be permitted through an application process. And I just want to highlight that that 30 unit cap number, because I had to go back and reread exactly how we landed on that 30 unit cap. The basis for that was aligned with the total number of units in the short-term rental market at that time. So that was back in November 2020. we had 30 units that had a really high rental frequency of over 180 units per night, 180 nights per year, excuse me. And that represented about a third of the stock of suites and coach houses that were estimated to be rented at that time. So on this background slide, essentially what you're seeing is stream 1 for the licensing and approvals for principal residences, and stream 2 for the non-principal residences per the policy. So for stream 1, under the principal residence licensing, licenses are offered on a tiered basis, monthly or yearly, and the fee is depending on whether the unit is a whole, it's being rented as a whole home or a partial home, such as a room. And then in stream 2, for the non-principal residence categories, operators first had to apply for the temporary use permit that authorizes the specific non-principal short-term rental based on the criteria that was established in the policy. And then where a temporary use permit was obtained, a business license fee and a business license were required for that non-principal rental. And fees were based on covering the administrative costs of the program on an annual basis. And they were also set and expected to achieve full cost recovery based on a 50% compliance rate scenario. So that's how that was calculated back in the day. Okay, so next we're just going to briefly present some of the key highlights from the very data-heavy package that we presented to you in attachment 1. And this is the data that's really helping to inform our preliminary recommendations on where we go from here. There's a really fulsome set of metrics involved in this process, and we've been doing our best to monitor these continuously with the help of our partners. So I'm just going to start with the community growth and rental market summary. So most notably, Squamish rental housing market remains incredibly challenged. We continue to see very high growth pressure, so 22% growth in the last 5 years based on the census. It's more than 4% a year. Given our proximity to the Lower Mainland, we will continue to face pressures and challenges absorbing the growth that's expected kind of across British Columbia, in fact, in the next many years. And with this recent population growth, we've seen a 26% increase in total households over the last 5 years. That is upwards of 1,800 new households. And renter households are growing faster than owner households. So renter households increased 28% over the last census period. And 38% of our renter households are paying more than 30% of their income on shelter costs. Our vacancy rate remains low. It's been low since 2015. And our market rents are unaffordable and climbing progressively higher. So we've just highlighted some of the average annual rents that are tracked through Sea to Sky Community Services based on the number of bedrooms. So for bedrooms, 2 to 3 bedroom units in particular, 15% increase just over the last year. Okay, and then on the accommodation side and residency, we have seen new housing construction and secured affordable and purpose-built rental gains since 2017, but it's not enough to meet the critical need. We also have a high percentage of non-principal housing units, and we're needing to monitor this closely. So we have been tracking the homeowner grant data, the HOG data. Sorry, that's a bad. Anyway, in 2022, 46% of homeowners were non-principal residents, and this is an increase of 23% in 2 years. Non-principal operators are being flagged for compliance, and we continue to see applications for short-term rental from non-principal residents that are claiming to be principal residents. So that is requiring a lot of verification. And big picture, there is concern that speculation can continue to drive up local home and rental prices. So we are monitoring this closely. And I'll turn it over to Brian. He's going to speak to short-term rental accommodation trends.
So short-term rental regulations have stemmed the rapid and sustained increase of STRs and use of accommodation units for nightly rentals in Squamish from 2016 to 2019, reaching a peak of 530 in mid-2019. Following a significant decline in the number of STRs after the licensing program adoption in late 2020, STR listings and units are rising again. The number of STR units fell from 380 units at the end of 2020 to 220 units at the end of Q1 2021. SDR listings and units continued to drop until the end of 2021, but they are now on the rise at the start of 2022, growing from 133 units in Q1 of 2022 to 193 as of the end of December last year. The proportion of entire unit rentals to partial shared rentals has remained the same from 2021 to 2022 at approximately 88% entire unit rentals and 12% partial shared rentals. The geographic distribution of STR units remains the same from pre-regulation, with units distributed evenly across the district's residential neighborhoods. STR occupancy rates were higher in 2022 compared to 2021, which correlates with the increase in STR units. It is estimated that suites and accessory dwelling units continue to represent a large portion of the STR inventory in Squamish. There were 143 Airbnb filter results for entire unit plus guest house in Q4 2022, and a number of those did include suites or carriage homes. Previously, staff have been tracking the search result for entire unit plus suite, which resulted in 50 results in Q4 of 2021, but this search option is no longer available on the platform. There's only filter options provided. For the accommodation summary and trends, no commercial or hotel accommodation was added in 2020 to 2022. Short-term rentals continue to represent 30% of the total core fixed roof visitor accommodation supply. Available short-term rentals significantly declined in early 2020 due to COVID-19 impacts. When STR regulations took effect in early 2021, available daily rooms initially decreased to a low of 97 rooms in April. Both hotel and short-term rental occupancies increased in 2022, rebounding and surpassing pre-pandemic rates of Q3 of 2019. With fewer rental rooms, the average daily rate, or ADR, significantly increased from 2021 to 2022. The short-term rental ADR peaked at $312 in Q3 of 2022, which is compared to the hotel ADR of $206 per night. I'll pass it back now to Sarah to talk over the STR enforcement. Oh, no, this is still me. My apologies. The district issued 95 short-term rental business licenses in 2022, which was an increase of 31 over the previous year. Approximately 49% of all known STR units have acquired a business license and are compliant with our current regulations. Despite this, continued STR enforcement efforts in 2022 were positive, with 114 properties flagged for enforcement, 56 warning letters sent, and 22 properties achieving compliance. There are several ways a property can come into compliance: voluntary closure and delisting of the rental ads, converting the listing to a minimum stay requirement of 30 or more days, or by obtaining a STR business license. 3 STR properties were delisted, 3 were converted into a minimum 30-plus day listing, and 23 obtained a business license in order to comply. The district's licensing compliance rate has improved from 45% in 2021 to 49% in 2022, and staff are aiming to improve compliance in 2023 by a similar rate within available resources for enforcement staff. Staff believe that improving compliance beyond an additional 4% per year would likely require additional resources. The progressive enforcement approach continues to function well, although the proportion of properties that come into compliance after being subject to enforcement action has decreased. Staff are satisfied with the third-party monitoring service and believe it has been a worthwhile tool to assist with proactive enforcement, identification of non-compliant STRs, and for general STR data monitoring. Now I will pass it over to Sarah to go over the STR license holder survey results.
Thanks, Brian. So we deployed 2 surveys at year-end 2022 to collect feedback respecting short-term rental licensing, rental activities and revenues, as well as perspectives on licensing, fees and enforcement, and our compliance efforts. So we had more than half of our principal residence license holders participate, and all of our current non-principal residence license holders participate in these surveys. We learned that licensed rentals are being moderately rented. So more than half of principal residence licenses or STRs confirm they're renting more than 60 nights a year. 50% disclosed an average length of stay between 3 and 6 nights. And on the revenue side, while we had a really high number preferred not to disclose their rental revenue, 24% of hosts earned more than $20,000 in the last during the year, the last 12 months of 2022, and 21% earned more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. On the non-principal residence holder side, 83% of the non-principal residence license holders rented for more than 60 nights per year, and 58% had an average length of stay between 3 and 6 nights. On the revenue side, again, we had another almost more than a third essentially that did not want to disclose their rental revenue. But 25% of non-principal hosts earned more than $20,000, and 21% earned between $10,000 and $20,000 in the year. The district survey also confirmed that when not rented as short-term rental, most hosts noted the dwelling unit is occupied for personal use or for family and friends. And so there was also linked in the report a Politicos survey that was commissioned by Tourism Squamish in 2022. And in terms of, or in contrast, within that survey effort, what they found was that the largest group of Airbnb hosts had revenues of $10,000 or less. They did find that 64% of their revenue concentration was happening in the top 10% of hosts, and also suggested that a lot of the lower revenue or lower earning hosts exited the short-term rental market when regulations came about. In the Politicos survey, they found that over 70% of former operators stopped renting in response to district regulation. 70% of the former units were noted as being occupied by the owner or unoccupied, but notably 16% of former units have been rented long-term and 12% were sold. This was a really interesting piece of evidence for us from that Politicos survey. Politicos noted that given the margin of error with the survey, they estimated that between 22 and 67 of the 280 short-term rental units that left the market, the short-term rental market, have since become long-term rental inventory. So additional short-term rental license holder feedback that we collected highlighted that licensing and utility fees and the application process are significant deterrents to obtaining a license. There was argument made that the license fees are out of step with other communities and license types, and that the cost benefit is not there for rental frequency and revenue. In particular, utility fees were noted as unreasonably high, and there was criticism that this part of the formula amounted to a cash grab. Overall, more licensees were dissatisfied with the licensing program than satisfied. And lastly, feedback from license holders noted that there is an overall lack of clarity on what enforcement action has been occurring, and frustration seeing many non-licensed operators operating in the community. So on the suggestion side, respondents suggested revisiting the fees and charges, reducing the temporary use permit renewal fee, increasing the district's focus on enforcement of unlicensed operators in fairness to those paying and following the rules, and improving public communication on enforcement action. Okay, so we're going to move into the recommendations now. And so to address raised concerns about unreasonably high fees and fairness, and to compel increased compliance, revisiting the fees and charges across the short-term rental license types is recommended in year 3, while ensuring adequate revenue for cost recovery to ensure appropriate enforcement and compliance continues. So that being said, based on our 2022 revenues through licensing, we did achieve cost recovery. However, we know that cost escalations are happening across the board, basically with everything, with inflation, and we will continue to see increasing costs for service And there is concern that any major reduction in licensing fees may have a negative impact on cost recovery. We know that lower fees could lower the barriers for applicants, which could increase compliance and compensate for the revenue loss associated with the fee reduction. But again, we're going to need to really closely assess this. Because cost recovery is being achieved, but not by much, and the fact that short-term rental licenses require quite a lot of administration in terms of effort to verify the documentation, as well as the auditing and reporting, staff are recommending at this point to maintain the existing business license fees for year 3, but really explore and allow for a pro-rating of short-term rental licenses and trying to land on a simpler and more consistent fee administration. And then in addition, we'd like to explore that temporary use renewal fee as well. We have a larger focus and recommendation on the utility fees, as this next slide highlights. So in the report, we deep dove on the utilities as well, which was a bit painful. We provided a lot of background on the utilities charges for water and wastewater for short-term rental use, and those are indicated in red on this more simplified table in the slide. So utilities are levied based on the number of bedrooms in the dwelling unit used for short-term rental. And this was a pre-existing fee structure that we had in our fees and charges bylaw. And it mirrored what we had in our fees and charges for traditional bed and breakfasts that we've had in there for a really long time. And so we applied that same structure to short-term rentals. The recommendations that we have for year 3 adjustments include addressing a current inconsistency in utility billing that's been revealed. And this is an inconsistency between monthly and annual licenses. So utilities are calculated and invoiced on an annual basis each May. And right now there's not currently month-to-month billing options. And therefore, monthly license holders have enjoyed some cost savings on this front, while annual license holders have not. And this rate discrepancy may also be incentivizing more people to apply for monthly rentals, notwithstanding how much they might be renting throughout the year. So we want to fix this, look at this. Secondly, removal of short-term rental utility charges for principal residence license holders. Comes at quite a higher price. So for a 3-bedroom dwelling, the utilities fees for a principal residence amounts to an additional $1,665 per year. So the recommended adjustment and removal of the utility fees for this license type, the recommendation is based on the principle that short-term rental use for this license type is occurring when the unit is unoccupied and in lieu of the principal resident's personal use. So in this case, we're looking at a change in occupant, doesn't necessarily amount to increased additional water and sewer usage. In comparison, non-principal residents with an additional dwelling unit are charged an additional fee, as you can see on the right-hand side. If you have a suite or a coach house, you have to pay $880 for that suite or coach house in a non-short-term rental scenario. There's only a small bump for those license holders to pay $970 for short-term rental use of the suite or ADU. Maintaining the utilities charge for short-term rental uses of suites and accessory dwelling is premised on that these are higher frequency rentals and additional services that represent an additional services load under the short-term rental scenario. Okay, so finally, the second to last slide, we wanted to present recommendations on the short-term rental temporary use policy. We recommend continuation of the temporary use short-term rental program into 2023 and beyond with some amendments. Continued temporary use permitting for non-principal short-term rentals does allow existing TUP operators it would allow them to renew their permits and business licenses where desired, and maintains the opportunity to bring some additional high frequency rentals into the licensing program up to the 30 unit cap. At this time, given the long-term rental market in Squamish is still challenged, and the short-term rental licensing program hasn't reached the 30 unit cap, before we consider adjusting the cap, we firstly recommend making adjustments to fees and charges, and to see if this can result in increased uptake in the temporary use permits. For the administrative effort, it is recommended that the temporary use permit term be extended from 2 years to a full 3-year period. That's the maximum under the Local Government Act. So as shown in the table, current temporary use permit holders who wish to renew would be able to renew for an additional 3-year term. So that would take existing temporary use permit folks from those that are expiring in March 2023 to March 2026, should they choose to reapply for renewal. And then for those temporary use permits that were issued back in April of 2022, an additional 3-year term would take them to April of 2027. And then for new temporary use permits, that 3-year term would apply. In addition, open intake for the temporary use application, so year-round, we could accept temporary use permit applications. That would do away with the previous batching that we were doing. This would allow for additional license holders to come into the system. It's a bit more flexible, and it boosts the opportunity for folks new to town or people that have come to the decision they'd like to short-term rent. It would allow them to do that. So this would be paired with the recommendation previously to allow pro-rating of business licenses going forward. So we think these are positive improvements. So in summary, we have seen continued challenges with our long-term rental market. We've also got, though, contracting visitor accommodations and a need for workforce accommodation. We would like to see increased uptake in licensing to bring properties into compliance under the program as it stands. These are all advisable, and we'd also like to see, I just lost my note. I think I'll leave it at that. We're going to just go into the recommendations. The main motions before council today are these 3. So they are to formally receive the year 2 program review. Secondly, to endorse the short-term rental interim TUP policy as amended, as attached to the report, and allow temporary use permit renewals for short-term rental. And also to direct staff to initiate a fees and charges bylaw amendment for short-term rental as discussed. And so we're really looking forward to council's questions and inputs before we go forward. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, council. Any questions? I'll go Councillor Stoner, Mayor Herford, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for the extensive, detailed presentation. It's always a good topic. Can you just remind me, are we still waiving building permit fees and DCCs for secondary suites and ADUs?
Yeah. Yes.
Through you, Chair, there are no DCCs for accessory dwelling units, but there's all the permit fees.
And then my other question was just clarification on the review of the fees and charges. So the proposal is to remove the utility fees for principal resident units, STRs. And then the non-principal resident units, we're suggesting that we keep them, but they still seem out of line with what you would pay for a secondary suite or ADU. So I'm just curious why we wouldn't just align them with the proposed utility rates for secondary suites or ADUs.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to clarify the point that's being made in the in terms of alignment with for the non-principal residence unit. Is the question about whether or not we would consider aligning the short-term rental fee, removing the short-term rental fee altogether for non-principal, so that it's removed across the board for both license types, or is it to adjust the short-term rental fee with the suites, so that the 880 is paired with the either a short-term rental scenario or a
The
long-term
latter of those two. So would we bring them in line with, if I just had an ADU or a secondary suite, I'm paying 880. If I'm short-term rentaling that suite, why would we charge more?
Through the chair, I think simplifying is very advisable. So we would definitely look at that. And I think previously not having, we did look at the fees, but in terms of doing this secondary kind of more fulsome deep dive too, in terms of the comparison more fully, that became more evident that there was the discrepancies, the issues, and also a need for better alignment.
Okay. That's helpful. I just had one other question, and it's about enforcement. And I think the comments around the principles of fairness and trying to encourage more people to actually come into compliance resonated with me. And I know that there is a fair bit of frustration out there. And I can imagine if you've gone through the process of wanting to become compliant, then it'd be frustrating to open up and see a number of listings. And there's a comment in one part of the staff report that says, we made the decision to actually include in the fine schedule that if your listing is up there without a business license on it, you get fined $500 a day. And so I'm just curious why we aren't being more proactive with those listings that are up there that are clearly entire dwelling units and they don't have a business license. Why are we not fining them?
Through the chair, certainly. And I also want to just acknowledge that Frank Rawlings, manager for bylaw services, is virtually, I think, in this space with us today. So Frank, definitely will call to you to maybe expand on this. But I think just from from our discussion with and our work with bylaw services to date, there are, like, in terms of the enforcement and compliance monitoring, there is a lot to cover. Certainly the main enforcement piece around operating without a license, marketing without a license is kind of the main one. I think when speaking with City of Victoria, they were saying that, that it is important to kind of keep track of and ensure that those that have licenses are putting those licenses on their advertising, and then that can be a easier time for our bylaw staff to call out those that aren't. On the fine front, I'm going to turn to Frank just to see if he'd like to add any insights from bylaw team. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. So we do send everyone the friendly letter, and then everyone that's not in compliance, we will proceed with the ticketing. When I came to the district, it was only one person performing this work. And now I've increased that to 2 people to share it. So going forward, we'll have more coverage. And then we're going to track the hours, how much time we're spending on this.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll go to, got a few lists here. Mayor Herford and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. My question's around is maybe a different way of asking a very similar question. I had less gentle enforcement, but what would be required to move faster? There was the line of inside, current resources. It would take an investment of some sort to move that, move the needle faster on compliance. And as this is, we'll still say relatively new regulation, I'm fine with the gentle approach and being patient and seeing an increase in compliance over time. However, the lack of compliance is also driving a lack of compliance if you or lack of willingness to continue to comply for the folks that have stepped up, if you follow me there. So and given that it's a cost recovery model in the fees, I don't want the fees of the people that are in compliance to be funding the enforcement of these problematic folks that aren't. So just sort of what would be required to move faster? I get that having realistic expectations of our current resources is important, but what would it take to move faster, and how would we get there?
Thanks. That's those are great points and an important question. I think certainly from staff's perspective and the work that we've been doing to better coordinate across business licensing, building, bylaw, within those groups, because it's a whole spectrum of folks that are involved on the licensing side. And I think we're hitting our stride now, whereas at the beginning with this program, it did take a while to educate and get familiar with the host compliance third-party monitoring software, and just kind of tune everything up. And so I think things are improving and getting are more coordinated and happening faster. But I think I'll turn to Frank again just to see if there's any other insights on kind of getting quicker.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, after we send the friendly letter and we don't get compliance, we can issue the ticket. And then every day they're in non-compliance, we can issue the same fine every 24 hours that they're in non-compliance.
Just to add to what Sarah and Frank said, we have a limited budget set aside for bylaw enforcement. And so to get more boots on the ground, essentially would need more resources, probably directed straight to bylaw to allocate, prioritize this segment more than we do today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I see the eliminating of the sort of the batching and being able to prorate as something that would also help facilitate compliance. Same with the changes to the utilities, and I welcome the conversation around that. I think that's really a key part. So given that those places are getting easier and an enforcement is dealing with the same resources, I would expect a faster level of compliance. And I'm just wondered if staff could speak to those because they all seem related, as you've sort of highlighted with how all these departments need to interact. But I know we're projecting compliance. It's projected. It's a guess, but I would expect faster, more progress there given these changes, and we're doing something different.
Through the chair, definitely as we get better at the enforcement and compliance, I think we will also be able to send the signal to the non-compliant operators in the community as well, which I think will hopefully help bring more people into compliance around. But I guess one thing that I want to highlight too is that there are a number of non-compliant short-term rentals that are not eligible for licensing based on our regulatory program, either as a principal residence or so I think we're trying to drive more people that are non-principal residents to apply for those additional spots in the temporary use permit program, or in the temporary use stream. But definitely it's going to be continued level of, the more level of effort that you bring to it, the more compliance you'll get. We have talked to a lot of different communities about their compliance rates, and it's very kind of specific to those communities. But the compliance rates really vary from when we first started the process. There were compliance rates of 5 to 50. City of Vancouver has hovered around 70%, but they have a lot of resources and a lot of licenses that they're dealing with. So I think, we'll just need to keep on it and continue to track what compliance we're achieving based on the level of effort. And we can report back on that in future.
Thank you. Going forward, I understand adjusting to a 3-year TUP, an annual check-in on the appropriateness of the number of TUPs issued or active is still part of sort of the going forward portion, right? Is that correct?
For clarity, we've committed in the program to come and do annual reviews based on the monitoring and the metrics identified in the program. The temporary use permit policy amended policy recommendation is to do a major review in 2025. which is sort of partway through the additional term or for the renewals. But of course, at council's discretion and direction, we can revisit the policy or the program at any time, but we will come back annually, absolutely, to report on our program.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Getting involved in this conversation highlights for me how little I know about this, and I really need to know more before I can make sound decisions. My first question, I'm very encouraged to hear the simplification of the utility fees. I'm generally a big fan of simplicity, especially in billing. Just so that I understand, how are utility fees set for somebody without an STR, just regular resident owns a property, let's say an RS1, how are their utility fees set?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hamilton. Through the chair, so in the council package, there was a table that was quite detailed that is hopefully helpful to you. On water and sewer utility, there is a base rate for a dwelling unit. So that base rate, I'm going to misquote it unless I actually look at it, but essentially that base rate is defined by dwelling unit, by type of dwelling unit for the residential use. And then in addition, under the different category of use for short-term rental accommodation, there are the additional surcharges that are set out. Also, just to know, there is also a separate and distinct charge for tourist accommodation. So this would be for motel, hotel, those types of tourist accommodations. So short-term rental is a distinct category for the charges, as well as tourist accommodation. But I think turning to that table is we tried to highlight those for comparison, and apologies, I don't have it on the screen here as part of the data package. Okay. That's okay. There was so much data to review, so.
Thanks. So those are the utility rates for short-term rental units, right? I mean, how are the utility fees? Let's presume I don't have an STU, I don't have an STR, I don't have a short-term rental in my home. How are the utility fees set? Based on the number of bedrooms in the home, just based on the fact that it's an RS1, what's...
Yeah, so through the chair, so for for a dwelling unit, there's a base charge for a single unit dwelling, apartment, townhouse, fourplex, etc. So in that residential category, and hopefully Councillor Stoner can point you in the right direction. For water, it's $490 per year for a single unit dwelling, apartment, townhouse, etc. That's the base charge. And then for wastewater, it's $615 annually for the wastewater, the sewer. So in total, if you have a single unit dwelling or a duplex dwelling or what have you, you're paying $1,105 per year. And then that short-term rental is a surcharge if you apply for that type of license.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I understand that component now. And I see that if I have a 4-bedroom home and I have an extra bedroom, whether I have 5 people living there or 6 people living there, the capacity is not a utility question. Whereas when we start to bill short-term rentals, we add in the added, you have this extra capacity, therefore we'll charge you more, which doesn't exist for other uses. Correct?
Yeah, and apologies, I should have been clear that it's the utilities for residential dwelling are just based on the base rate for the dwelling, regardless of the size of that dwelling. And it's the short-term rental surcharge was calculated based on a per bedroom rate, which was kind of how traditional bed and breakfasts were set up in the bylaw originally. So that was mirrored.
Okay.
And just Stoner responding to that comment.
Yeah, just to expand on that, I think it's important to note that in the fees and charges bylaws for utilities, so if you have a home-based business, there's also a surcharge. So you have your base rate for your home, and then say if you had a hairdresser operation out of your home, you'd have a surcharge per number of seats. So it's the same thing if you're running a hotel. There's a surcharge on your base for the number of hotel rooms in your hotel.
Thank you for helping me learn here. My second question is about the ticketing. How many tickets have been issued to date?
Through the chair, in 2022, there were 14 fines issued, and in 2021, there were 27.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw, Councillor French, and then Councillor Anderson.
Thanks. Just to build off of Councillor Hamilton's question there, how much was actually collected of those fines issued?
I do not have that data in front of me. I wonder if Mr. Rawlings might. Do you have that information by chance?
Sorry, through the chair, no, I don't have that information.
And there was mention of the $500 a day non-compliance fee for the unlicensed listings, and I was just wondering if there's any variation in that. Is that the same for the primary residence owners as well as the non-primary residence owners?
Yes, I believe that's correct. It's the fee applies if you're non-compliant.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor French and then Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. Something really jumped out at me from the Politicos report, and I'll quote, "The district may be setting itself up to play a perpetual game of whack-a-mole. For every homeowner they identify and fine, another may enter the market. Certainly, the fact that 40% of future operators surveyed plan not to comply with the regulations suggests that non-compliance will be an ongoing problem." I'd love to hear from staff your feelings on that. And do you agree? Is a mean game of whack-a-mole on the horizon?
Thank you for the question. I feel like the whack-a-mole question really should be directed to Frank Rawlings. Frank, I don't know if you want to speak to the experience on bylaw side around ongoing enforcement and compliance, firstly.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. It is a bit of a game sometimes trying to get people to come into compliance. People will have a second residence and they'll have their address at that Airbnb property and claim that they do live there when in fact they don't. So sometimes it can be challenging, but for the most part, I believe people, when they get the letters, they'll want to work with us and come into compliance.
Through you, Chair, just generally speaking, I think this comment could be applied to really any highly speculative business use in the community. We have complaints that relate to land use regularly. So it is something that's highly lucrative as a commercial activity that you can do on your residential property. And there's always going to be interest, and we're always going to have an enforcement presence in the community in order to regulate the use.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Anderson, then I've got myself on the list.
Thank you. When the options A, B, and C were presented to the last council, my choice or support for option C was really based on the issue of neighborhood impacts and managing neighborhood impacts rather than long-term rental concerns or objectives. Although I'm happy to hear of some good news, if you like, on that, the statistics on that front. At least I did see some of that. In our package, we have a sheet concerning STR public complaints. There's a diagram of parking issues, and there's reference perhaps to other types of issues. So my experience in my neighborhood, I had 14 cars parked in a house next to me, which was effectively a hotel. It was a double-story carriage house and a house almost designed for mischief. So we have made some progress here, and I know that as this evolves and as we have new applications and desires to participate in the program, we will be looking at neighborhood impacts and neighborhood jurisdictions to manage the program. But how are you able to fine-tune your account of public complaints? Like, do you break them down between parking, nuisance, and other types of non-compliance? Here we see an increase from 21 to 27. Is there a breakdown that you are monitoring for our ongoing purposes of keeping tabs on neighborhood impacts?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Through to Council, great question. We are monitoring the nature of complaints and in discussion with our bylaw services team to better understand those, and we will continue to report back to Council and community around that. Typically, parking is often the largest aggravation within the neighborhood. With these specific complaints that were tracked for the year in 2022, interestingly, we actually were receiving complaints from licensed operators against unlicensed operators. And in fact, a number of the complaints received were citing multiple properties. So one complaint was kind of referencing a whole number of non-compliant properties in the community. So I think that's another indication to us that, that continued enforcement is so important so that it maintains the integrity of the program, and people that are making the effort and paying the fees can know that we are going after and folks that are not licensed and being compliant with the program. So we will continue to monitor those complaints for sure.
Thank you. My second question concerns the briefing note we've received, councilors received from Tourism Squamish. And it makes some suggestions which are kind of in two categories, some housekeeping suggestions for the bylaw, and also some suggestions regarding communications, communications material, emphasis in targeting our communications and enforcement, and bylaw definitions and language. My question is, will staff contemplate a written reply to Tourism Squamish on some of the suggestions they make, which I view as rather quite constructive?
Thank you so much. Through the chair, yes, we will be continuing to engage and will respond to Tourism Squamish with their submitted suggestions. Since ongoing with Tourism Squamish, and in the last many months, we've also looked back to the materials that we have online, and we can definitely commit to making some updates to make sure that there's increased clarity for some of the things that Tourism Squamish raises around the types of dwelling units and the scenarios where short-term rentals are permitted and not permitted, and also some of the gray area and questions where there's a lot of there's lack of clarity around in-law suites and things like that. So we will definitely take a look at that. We also have a really great set of frequently asked questions for secondary suites on our website, which does highlight short-term rental, but I think we can relook at that and make some improvements to that FAQ, and also highlight how the situation with suite decommissioning, because sometimes in that in-law suite scenario, where you've got sort of a kitchenette, but it's not a full suite, and people are trying to license that, but it doesn't meet building code and we can't license that as a suite. People need to know, like, to be able to comply, how do they decommission a suite and things like that. So lots of work there, and we'll definitely take those next steps.
Thank you. Finally, the Housing Society, our new Housing Society, is a stakeholder in some of the activities that have been reported today. That is information gathering and monitoring. I think of the slides that you presented from staff today: accommodation and residency trends, community growth and rental market summary. These are information pieces that are clearly of interest in our general affordable housing cause. So my question is, what kind of liaison or avoiding duplication, if you like, what kind of a role does the Housing Society have, do you see, in collaborating with planning staff in collecting this information and doing overall monitoring of the local housing market, rental housing market? I've asked in the past whether gathering that information is a burden for planning department, and as I recall, the reply was no. It's pretty straightforward to those two slides I've referred to, gather that information. But we've got a new entity now. How do you collaborate in or share that task in collecting information and doing market monitoring for rental?
Through you, Chair. So we are planning to initiate collaboration on the STR regulation with the Housing Society. They are very new as a society, and I think they're still building up the staff capacity to participate in gathering data and monitoring. So I think that's something that we will work on, in building up the resources. But at this point, we're not quite there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got some questions, and I'll go to Councillor Stoner. So we are largely relying on temporary use permits for this right now, and my recollection is part of that is so we can sort of dip our toe into the water, experiment with a few things without a long-term commitment. My assumption, if I'm not incorrect, though, is that we might transition to something not reliant on TUPs. Otherwise, you're looking at an absolute max of 6 years for an STR, if that's what you want to do. Is my recollection correct? And are we sort of at some point looking at something that's not reliant on TUPs where people might be able to have a STR for longer? Is that something we're looking at, or is that, if you want to do that, that's just zoning and that's sort of all we're planning to do? I'm just wondering if staff can speak to that.
Thank you for that question. I think on the temporary use front, as you note, that will only take permit holders, upwards of say 6 years, or for the folks that were in the initial wave of TUPs, 5 years total, after which point, if they wanted to continue to STR, they could make an independent application to rezone for, more formal tourist accommodation. I think that it might be too early to tell or kind of anticipate what we might do, but I think when we bring the temporary use permit back in a year or two to kind of relook at the housing context, I think context is everything, and we need to reevaluate based on what is happening with the long-term rental and housing market, what's happening with our visitor accommodation supply. So I think it is a bit early to say what we would do, but ultimately that temporary use permit tool for now has really been an important kind of bridge and tool to test it out, as you say, to see how things are going. So.
Okay, thank you. And without trying to put words in your mouth, and I understand this doesn't establish cause and effect, but am I correct in saying that we have seen a statistically significant number of STRs return to the long-term market since the introduction of these changes? It's not the majority or anything like that, but it's not just sort of a random chance thing. It's something above random chance. Is that accurate, or am I misunderstanding?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure if I can say confidently it's statistically significant, but I would say that, upwards of 22 units returned to the long-term rental stock is not insignificant. And certainly when we were bringing the regulatory review forward, we discussed and noted that even a few or a number of short-term rentals being brought into the long-term rental market would be a success. And if you think about the resources required to secure affordable or purpose-built rental housing within the community. By enacting these regulations, it was really a win to establish these regulations and drive, if possible, some long-term rental gains.
Okay, thank you. And a related question, you know, and maybe we're still in this place, but we weren't sure or guaranteed that if we made these changes, we would get significant number of long-term rentals available. The other piece, and you touched on it earlier, the other piece is sort of a concern or question of allowing STRs. Does that generally increase housing prices because now you can generate revenue on a home, and so therefore you can afford to pay in general more for a home? And so it's sort of a two-part. Just more broadly, is there evidence to suggest to what degree that happens? And if we can compare that, if you allow, say, hairdressers or lawnmower repair or something, you know, do either of those sorts of things, STRs versus other things, have a sort of a well-known impact on housing prices? Is there any sort of data yet that can provide us anything concrete on that? Or are we still sort of doing our best to sort of, I guess, make informed judgments?
Thank you. To the question around, does the short-term rental activity drive housing prices up? We don't have definitive evidence locally, but through the short-term rental regulation review, we did bring to the fore quite a number of more major studies that have mapped that out across major cities within North America and beyond. And actually, I was looking back to them and I almost wanted to like reattach some of those things for folks, but thought it was too much. Anyway, so I think there is an evidence base. I don't think by regulating short-term rentals that it's necessarily driving like that activity kind of was happening before regulation and proactive enforcement. And, you know, it does continue to some extent, I think, regardless of the regulation piece, but I hope that answers the question. And I feel like there's a little bit more nuance to what you're asking, Councillor Pettingill, if you want to expand.
Well, I'm sort of gathering that there's still a little bit more, but there is evidence that I guess I would assume from the studies you've quoted that we would anticipate the less regulation or the more STRs that are permitted, the more impact on housing prices there one might expect. But it sounds like there's still more research to be done. Is that accurate?
Sorry, I might have to think about that for a minute. I'm not sure that, like, we're not actively doing more research around this item in particular. Certainly, we can maybe come back to council if you'd like to understand some of the other jurisdictions that have done more evidence, brought more evidence and study around the issue. I feel like I'm maybe not quite landing on the question that you have, so apologies.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that I want to direct more research yet. Just my recollection was that we were sort of trying our best to make good judgments, but that some of the research and evidence of cause and effect was a little bit limited. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is, since the last time we saw this, has the general research advanced sufficiently that we have sort of more evidence to back up what we're doing yet, or still that sort of research is still evolving, and there's not a significant advancement in that since we saw this a year ago?
And again, we haven't looked into this specifically, but my general sense is that there is a growing body of research that suggests that the short-term rental market has impact on housing affordability. Probably more so. I don't think the home business aspect of it has been studied much in terms of its impact on housing, because I think home businesses don't generally compete with housing units, whereas short-term rentals do directly compete with accessory dwelling units and primary dwelling units. You know, a home business often happens in a home as an accessory use, rather than unregulated short-term rental market could just take over the principal or the accessory residence. So I think the body of research is growing because it's becoming more and more popular as a substitute to residential use. But we haven't looked at comparing it to other uses that could impact housing affordability, if I get your question correctly.
Okay, thank you. No, that's helpful. And I don't want to direct that for today's decision, but maybe for next time around, it's worth sort of just reevaluating where we are, just sort of if there's more research by that time. I have one more question, but I will go to Councillor Stoner next.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a reflection on your line of questioning. I think I often equate this to like public health orders. Like you don't know how bad it would have gotten if you had not implemented the public health orders. You just know that thankfully it got a little bit better. So that's, I think, one of the challenges with doing that research and the data that we get is like we don't have a way to effectively measure the intervention that we put in place. So it's really great to hear that we got probably at minimum 22 units come back into the long-term rental market, maybe upwards towards 67. But we don't know how many we actually prevented from moving from long-term rental into short-term rental had we opened up that. So I think that's one of the catch-22s in this. But my question was going to be around the licensing fees and the renewal costs for the temporary use permits. So the folks who were kind enough to join us in the first year and walk on this journey with us are getting close to renewal. And we do have a reduced rate across the board for TUPs for 75% for renewal. But I wonder if we've considered reducing that even more, especially given that we're now looking at potentially expanding that to 3 years, and that first cohort doesn't have the opportunity then to do the full 6 years. And how difficult that would be to provide a little bit more of a break on that renewal fee for that first cohort in particular.
Thank you for the question. Through to the rest of council, we did highlight in the council package that we would explore that renewal fee as well. It is for those that had previously applied, we do want to see re-verification of all of their documentation, that they are continue to be, just in terms of all the life safety and all the rest. But certainly we can look at that. We were hoping for council input on this, on all of it today, but specifically whether there was, in terms of temperature check, if there was an openness to consider further exploration of the renewal fee. Currently, as you say, it's 75% of the original fee. So the temporary use permit application fee is $1,200 and 75% is still $900 fee. So we could absolutely look at considering a reduction to that for short-term rental specific businesses. And that's why we wanted to reopen the fees and charges bylaw.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
I just wanted to, messaging is very important, the way we say things. And the framing of the transition of units to the long-term housing market. In this conversation, we framed it in a positive light. And I just want to read the last paragraph of the executive summary from the Politicos Research report. Politicos Research is the body of experts that Tourism Squamish asked to answer these questions. And the report says, overall, our survey results show that the STR market is more complex than people usually assume. I definitely think that's true. Now's the meaty part. The operators of STR units are not just trying to make the most money possible out of their real estate, and many would prefer to leave their units empty rather than rent them long term. District regulations have decreased the availability of short-term tourist accommodations in Squamish, but they have not prevented the use of secondary suites or carriage houses as STR units, nor have they significantly increased the amount of long-term rental housing. If we were to leave that as the general conclusion of the Politicos study, do you agree with that statement as a conclusion of the study?
We met with Politicos and reviewed the study and the findings. I think we diverged on the point around that there's no significant return to long-term rental as a result. Certainly, we concurred, like we definitely saw the significant impact that regulations had on the large scale kind of exiting of the market, of the short-term rental market. But that piece around the 22 to 67 units returning to the rental market, we diverged on that. We do think that that is significant and a positive gain for housing in the community. I think too, it's important. We have through the whole short-term rental engagement process, we did hear a lot from operators. We did focus groups. We did survey. We chatted with a lot of operators that really highlighted for us that the rental of their spaces and units, they weren't being rented long-term. They had a lot of misgivings and concerns about long-term renters, issues with the Residential Tenancy Act, wanting the flexibility to use those spaces when not occupied for short-term rental for their own personal use and family use. And we really brought all those considerations forward in a really kind of open way and acknowledged those. And I think also for a lot of owners within the community, given how expensive things are, and on the affordability front, a high number of hosts reported that gaining supplemental income through short-term rental was really important for them to live their lives, pay for their childcare, do X, Y, Z. So yeah, those were front and center. And I think politicos also might not have had the benefit of seeing a lot of that work that was done early on and seeing those perspectives, but certainly the comments and perspectives that hosts highlighted in the politicos survey were very closely aligned with what we have been hearing all the way through. So there was absolute alignment around and acknowledgement of all those other pieces. So hopefully that helps.
So just trying to read the room, I'm going to ask my last question and we'll go around for comments counterclockwise, starting from Councillor Stoner. And I'm just following up on the enforcement piece. And if we're already doing this, this is great, but it sort of sounded like, I'm getting the impression our focus is a little bit different. But my understanding was with the regulation around posting your license number with your listing, that was going to be 95% of our enforcement effort. It would be sort of high return and things like life safety compliance and so on. It's not that we would ignore that, but at this point in time, we'd have a much lower focus on that. And right now, the immediate focus would be on that. Do you have a license if you're posted? And so I'm just wondering if staff can speak to, is that sort of the general allotment of resources right now and where our focus is, or are we doing something different, and why are we doing that?
To the question just around the focus for enforcement activity, certainly in the first, in years 1 and 2, it was really around getting compliance, getting people licensed and making sure that people were operating with licenses. Going into year 3, we really want to dial in or dial up on the additional auditing and inspection front as well, and kind of double back on the life safety pieces as well. So we're coming into a phase of wanting to make sure that all of our bases are covered, and we're ensuring and doing more inspections and getting that protocol kind of in place as well. So I think there's going to be an evolving focus for enforcement and compliance. Frank, I know you're still on the line. If you have anything to add, please just let us know. Hope I answered that okay.
No, yeah, you covered that pretty good.
So just if I can follow up on that, though, is there a reason why we wouldn't sort of focus, the vast majority of our efforts on getting your business license number up on your listing until we're at like 70 or 80% compliance on that piece? And then once we've hit that, which presumably has a significant amount of revenue relative to our effort, then focus on some of these other pieces? Or because it seems like we're putting a lot more effort, relatively speaking, to some of these other things sooner. And I'm just wondering why we wouldn't focus on that. Just, make sure your business license is posted with your licensing until we're at that like 80% number, and then move to some of the other stuff.
Mr. Rawlings, do you want to cover that question if you can?
You might be best for that one, for business licensing.
And if this is just one where you just need the correct council direction to do so, maybe that's fine. I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around where we are and why.
That's a great question, and I think once we get to that point where we have this tool, it's we'll have to look at the utility of just focusing on down that road. So far, our primary goal has been removing accessory dwelling units from the STR market when it comes to enforcement. So if we have more tools in our toolbox, we'll be utilizing the easiest ones we can use, obviously, with limited resources.
Okay, and so we want to confirm what type of unit you have, sort of boots on the ground, confirm that to give the license to then. That's sort of where the sticking point is while we're doing this other sort of work before just checking the license numbers.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm completely clear on the question, but normally I think council sets the policy and the regulations, and staff will then through experience apply the best approach possible to implementing those. So I think my recommendation would be to leave this up to staff to see what's the most optimal way of implementing the regulations especially when it comes down to enforcement.
Okay, I'll maybe come back to that in my comments, but I'll leave it there for now. I'll go to Councillor Stoner. And actually, just while we're doing this, can you put up either the resolution or the specific points you're looking for feedback on, just so we can see it up there? Thank you.
I think I have it up in my agenda package, so I'll start my comments. Thank you for the fulsome report and always lots of questions on this topic. I want to thank the community for continuing to engage with us as we work through short-term rental regulation and Tourism Squamish for the research that they conducted and continuing to engage in this conversation to try and find a set of regulations that will be functional for our community and made in place. For the sections that you're looking for feedback on, generally I am supportive of dropping the utility fees for STRs and primary residences. I think that makes good sense. And I also think we should be bringing in line the utility fees for STRs in non-principal residences, just in line with the secondary suites and ADU values. So dropping the fees and charges section that's specific to STRs and just applying what the cost would be if you had a secondary suite or an ADU on site. It's not a huge difference. I think it's $50 or $60, but I think that logically makes sense to me in my brain and increases the simplicity of the fee structure. I'm very supportive of the rolling application window, and I think we had put that staged application window in place because we thought that there might be a swarm of applications, and we didn't know how we would then manage. Is it like the first one that came across the line? But if we had more than 30, then we were going to put them all in a hat and pull 30 out of the box. And so now that we know that that's not the case, I think a rolling application makes sense. And with that, the prorated fees. And I think that combination of addressing the utility fees and having the prorated fees on the licensing front will hopefully address some of the concerns of the overall fee structure and make this more simple. I think those were all the elements that you were seeking feedback on in my staff report. I agree with keeping the 30 unit cap and extending the TUP STR term from 2 years to 3 years, I think makes good sense. And in doing so, also reviewing the cost of the TUP renewal, making sure we're still receiving cost recovery for staff reviewing that application, but also especially for that first cohort that have walked the road with us, I think it'll be beneficial to them to see a lowered fee there. And then finally, I do think, building on some of Councillor Pettingill's questions, as I said in one of my questions, the comments around the principle of fairness and proactive enforcement continue to resonate with me. And I know our staff are doing a great job. I'm actually really surprised at the level of compliance that we're at 49%. I feel like that's really good. We've seen a significant increase over the last year. But I do think we should start to try and turn, or if I can make the suggestion that we consider turning our focus to really a high, like we put in that component of being able to fine for the marketing of not having your business license so that we could facilitate the way that we enforce this, because previously it was really challenging to do so. And so we were really explicit on bringing that in as a fine schedule so that we could really streamline when this did roll out, that there was an easy way to identify those who had gone through the process and they have their business license. And if it's not listed on your listing, then we're sending you a $500 fine every day. And that's how we're going to get more people into compliance. Especially with those full dwelling units that continue to be listed persistently for multiple $100s a night. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. My comments are actually quite similar to Councillor Stoner's in all of the points that you've sort of asked for clarification on. I wanted to highlight the fines. I think it's absolutely reasonable for folks to be frustrated with the ones who are following the rules to be frustrated because they feel like they're paying for the enforcement of the ones that don't follow the rules. And I think that needs to be the other way around. So when I look at, I think if I look correctly at the numbers, there were 95 uncompliant sites in 2022 and 14 fines issued. I think that we need to perhaps do a better job of increasing the number of fines issued and the amount collected in that. And I do think that STRs should be regulated. It is a business use. It is a business case, but it is a business case that allows for the affordability of houses in Squamish for many people. Many people rely on this kind of little bit extra to help pay for the amazing prices of real estate here. So I do think that it's something that we should have, but yes, we do need to regulate it, but we need to do it. We need to regulate it fairly. And when you look at some of the folks paying $4,000 per year for their licensing fees to get started, that seems out of proportion with the amount of revenue that they're potentially gaining from their home. So I think we need to just line our fees up with the potential revenue. Thanks.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And a lot of my thoughts I've heard from my two colleagues, so I won't ramble on too long. I'm a yes to dropping the utility fee, also a yes to the rolling application window. I think that makes total sense, along with prorating the fees. Yes to the 30-unit cap, and I'm not afraid to take a heavy hammer to those who aren't compliant. From the very beginning of this process, one of my focuses was around commercialization of our neighborhoods, and short-term rentals does that. And if we allow those who are non-compliant to be non-compliant long-term, that's an issue and a concern for me. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson.
I have nothing really to add to my colleagues' comments. I'm on board with all of the suggestions made, and I'll just echo the comments made regarding trying to get away from having people in compliance, their fees being allocated towards enforcement of non-compliance. I think that's an important point, also for the public and for stakeholders in the program.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thank you. Especially in light of our conversations we were having this morning about the use of hotels for industrial projects in town, I think that facilitating STRs coming online and coming into compliance is in the best interest of the municipality and its residents. I'm supportive of dropping the utility fees for the primary residence listings. I also agree with my fellow councillors that there should be a more aggressive approach to the fining of people who are not complying, possibly even considering higher fines for those who are the non-primary residence owners. Yeah, that's what I got.
Councillor Herford. Mayor Herford. I had it. I got better and then I blew it.
I apologize.
You got to work hard in that to offend me, but thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that the short-term rentals are not the solution to either our community's housing needs nor our tourism accommodation, but quite clearly affects both of these aspects. With that in mind, I'm of the opinion continuing the refinement of our policies in this area is absolutely worthwhile, and to that end, I'm in support of the proposed changes around the reduction of the utility fees, the open intake period, which allows it to be prorated to help facilitate folks coming into compliance. I absolutely agree that the TUP renewal fee should be reduced for the folks that bought in early, if possible to do so. And also, I'd like to see a higher level of compliance. I'm hoping that those changes help drive that, but I also think that's the carrot. We also have a stick in the form of fines, and I think that that should be used more frequently. We're early in the change process here, really, as far as bringing in new regulations. But this is the new regulatory environment that we have. So that gentle approach is my preference in most things for most times, but I think the patience there, I think we're well within our rights. We've been quite reasonable in that approach, and I'm comfortable with an escalation of those of enforcement within the constraints of the resources that we have currently. One of the slides jumped out at me, and I come from a housing as a human right perspective and not purely as an investment or profit generator. And that 46% of non-principal residents slide, I'm going to dig further into. Perhaps that's actually worth celebrating, given that that's where our purpose-built rental lives. But I'd really like to understand that more. And I think a little bit more pulling that apart, even in the presentation, is appropriate. Maybe that's a slide that should send up all alarms across the board, or maybe it's a slide that we should celebrate because it's an increase of our purpose-built rentals. So, but keeping a close eye on that and the work of our new housing society, I hope to help inform some of these conversations going forward. I'd also like to thank the short-term rental operators that have been in compliance and are operating in our community within our regulations. They are an important part of our tourism infrastructure, as it were, and do provide a service that just isn't provided by hotels. It is a different experience, and I really appreciate their work in this area. And I hope in our continued efforts to regulate this area, my aim is to support them in their endeavors and their ability to do that in a lawful way. Also, thank you to Tourism Squamish. They've done a great job of participating in a meaningful way in our processes, and I found their letter that they provided to us here was very well reasoned and highlighted a lot of the challenges and the nuances in running these types of operations. And thanks to you folks on staff for all your continued efforts in this area. I know it's not easy, and it's as much as this table recognizes some of the complexities, it's even more complex than we realize as we sit around here, even after an hour plus discussion on the on the matter. So thank you so much for that. I think we're heading in the right direction, and as these regulations get normalized in our community, I think we'll see a higher rate of compliance. And we are early in the process, and regulating land use is all about the long game. And I think that we do have a little bit more data than we had when we originally started this journey together. Our regulations aligning with the pandemic, and there's so many variables here. It's incredibly challenging. So I think this is a a good step forward in the continued refinement of the process, and we've got lots more to learn. And I look forward to sitting here in future when we're at our 30 unit cap that's fully functioning, and we can have a discussion about expanding that number forward to inside the regulations of the day. But we're not there yet, so I'm happy with this next step. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll generally align with the comments of my colleagues. A few things that I sort of had imagined that at this point in time, we'd be discussing whether or not we want to up the cap, and we're not even hitting the cap. So, you know, I am in that sense comfortable looking at the fees to make sure, you know, are they too much of a barrier? I think at least being at the cap is reasonable. The one thing that I think of, you know, we worry that allowing an STR might take a long-term rental off the market, but by the same token, allowing a property to develop as a hotel rather than as market rental or market affordable rental, you know, they're similar things. And from my perspective, there are many things I like about the STR model in terms of providing accommodation to visitors. And so I want to be a little bit careful and thoughtful about just presuming that a traditional hotel is the magic solution for tourist accommodation. That is an important part of our economy, and I don't want to dismiss that. And of course, we have a housing crisis too, and so we just don't have easy problems to solve. But I think we do need to be careful that, you know, allowing a big hotel, from my perspective, comes with serious and similar trade-offs as well. But you know, I appreciate the feedback and the thoughts of my colleagues. I do hope that when we see the next draft, that it's clear how Tourism Squamish's concerns have been addressed, and it does seem like they're appreciative and largely aligned with what we're talking about. So that's good. But I think, you know, simplifying our fees, aligning our fees, and making them so that we're at least hitting that 30 unit TUP cap that we've said we're comfortable with, I think from my perspective is important. So with that, I will ask if there's any clarity or more information staff would like.
No, thank you so much for the comments. Very clear.
Okay, and then council, I'm looking for a couple resolutions. One to receive the report, and we'll do them both together. To proceed with the recommendations as received, and to initiate a fees and charges amendment accordingly. Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor Hamilton. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And I think we're running a little bit over, but not nearly as much over as I thought we'd be. And I hope I didn't just completely jinx us, but let's take a 5-minute recess and come back at 4:15 for our last item. So we're in recess. Thank you. Welcome back. And I think I'm turning it over to Mr. Valeriote for a discussion on Lower Mainland Local Government Association resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. Jeremy Valeriote, Executive Coordinator for Mayor and Council. You have before you in the agenda package 3 resolutions that have been compiled since 2022, LMLGA. It's really helpful to have this records to add as we go, and so we can compile these for you, as well as an additional proposal at the bottom of the council package proposed by Councillor French, and one additional on a separate page for consideration. I'll just make a mention that this is an iterative process, so this is the first look at these. We've got time set aside on February 21st and 28th to refine and finalize for the March 3rd deadline. Depending on which of these council wishes to pursue, I will build out the resolutions with whereas clauses, research. I've also handed out the EBCM resolutions guidelines. I noticed that we've already broken one of the rules, which is no more than 2 whereas clauses. So we will have to refine that, but we've got a bit of time to get these right. And so I'll just quickly go through the ones in the agenda package. Electrification, Mr. Pickett's is here to answer any technical questions on that. Emergency management, Councillor Anderson pointed out that this goes back to a discussion on Mamquam Road, Ring Creek FSR that has a history with the 2020 LMLGA around resource roads. There's an email for context from February 6th. Utility and taxation billing errors, I don't need to remind you of that one, that's fairly recent. And the final number 4 submitted by Councillor French. So happy to listen to the discussion and take notes.
Hey, I'm going to be a terrible chair and take a first crack at an item. Just actually I suggest removing the one that I put forward, and then hopefully that gives us more time to focus on the other ones if people are in agreement. So this was with regards to the utility billing error and resolution. And on some reflection, I think this is still important, but it seemed to me that it would be more appropriate. We have at UBCM an opportunity to meet one-on-one with ministers. And my thought was that rather than put forward an LMLGA and UBCM resolution, that this is a little more appropriate for a sort of the one-on-one meeting, minister discussions. And so it's something I would flag for UBCM in September rather than a resolution if people are in agreement. Councillor or Mayor, no, I'm going to save myself. Councillor Hamilton, I meant to say.
Whew. A question on this the utility bills question. One thing that I haven't come to grips with is what our actual question is. So for understanding whether we should divert it to another place, I'd like to have more information. I don't think we have that information here around this table, and I don't think that discussion needs to take place here. But I'd like to understand when we say addressing the utility and taxation billing error, we're not talking about that error. We're talking about a larger legislative system that forced us into a pigeonhole, an awkward hole. So how can we gain that insight without just kicking the can down the road?
So my concern and the thing that I think I would like to raise with the minister was the challenge that I saw where our only, we had provided some information, documentation to people, which we corrected later, but it only impacted a subset of people. And yet our only recourse was to refund everybody in the whole building. And so that's the sort of piece that I think needs addressing. Is there a mechanism, should we choose, to address the actual people who had an issue as opposed to a whole strata?
Yes, and that's the regulatory piece I want to understand more wholesomely. What legislation put us in that place, and what legislation are we actually asking to be addressed? Because I understand it from a concept point of view. I don't understand where that actually sits. I don't even know if it's provincial legislation. I assume it is, but.
Okay, I'll go to Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I think maybe if we step back a little bit and think about issues that go forward through the LMLGA and then onwards to UBCM, generally, we want to look at things that are impactful across the province and not the one-offs. I think this particular piece was so not a one-off, but very, very rare, and communicating our experience with it is potentially more valuable than proposing the specific action required to give us the tools to deal with it deal with situations such as that in a different way. And that's where the conversation with the minister I feel might be an appropriate course of action. I like that, rather than to your point exactly, rather than going well deep into this thing to figure out which piece of which regulation needs to move. This is more framing the problem and asking for that they consider some tools to do it. And I think that's too broad both too specific a problem and too broad a solution and ask for a resolution at this time, which I think is what is attempting to sum up what I'm hearing from Councillor Pettingill. But I think I think that is an appropriate course of action. We can take that conversation offline and dive into it, but I think it's a major rabbit hole, and I think that this maybe adding it to the list of things to consider when we start the run up to UBCM. We consider all these types of things and start requesting minister meetings. So I think this is appropriate for that list. Whether it makes it, whether it's at the top of that list as we head there or not is a different matter. But I hope that addresses some concern as far as how we would address this in a process sense rather than the deep dive into the regulatory mechanisms.
Yeah, thanks. I'm certainly not opposed to taking it off the agenda for the UBCM meeting, but I don't want to. I still want to understand how we got into this place. I don't want that to go just missing. Yeah, thanks.
So it seems I'm sensing general agreement with that. So maybe we'll leave that there, and I'll go to Mayor Herford and then Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the motion that's been circulated here that has too many whereas clauses currently, but I just want to get at the general concept. And my goal here would be that if there's general support around the table to pursue this general direction, that I'd work with find partners in other local government associations that may have had the negative impact of this already, and work together collaboratively to figure out a motion that could be supported by multiple local government associations. So it's speaking to some of the challenges that we began to grapple with this morning with the TEP discussion around work camps. There's a lot of room for improvement in the regulations, and of particular importance at this time, I think, is the province has acknowledged that we're in a housing crisis, and is taking a lot of regulatory steps and spending a lot of money to that end, and asking a lot of municipalities. And then on the other hand, as they implement these major infrastructure projects, that we'll call it their infinite wisdom as a province, have decided that this they feel is important for the province going forward. Right now, there seems to be a lot of oil and gas, but the same could be said with a major highway improvement or a train improvement or some other form of infrastructure. It takes a lot of manpower. I think it's crucial that the effects on the adjacent communities are taken into consideration in their approval process. So where the province regulates things that are of provincial importance and the nuances of the local community are left to local government, I'm finding as we try to deal with the work camp issue here, that we don't have the tools that we need. We need some provincial level tools to help with this situation, and not have these major projects just have a negative impact in these communities that they sort of happen to, in a way, and currently. So there's a lot of and as well as there's a whole piece around so that's the housing piece, and then it's also aligns with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and various pieces of those. So maybe the first and third whereases can be combined into one run-on sentence to sneak in there or something. But I'm looking for general direction here with this piece, and that's my intent, is to refine it further and find a partner that can advance it so it arrives at UBCM with approval of or with support of multiple local government associations. That's my end goal. I'm very open to discussion around this, but.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate the direction that this is going, and I think it's a useful one, and I like the tactic of trying to find some partners across other area associations. I'm happy to work with you on trying to finesse the resolved clauses. At this point, I suspect the province would come back and say, we do address cumulative impacts in our provincial approval process. That's what the EA does. The environmental impact assessment and the amendment looks at socioeconomic approval process or cumulative impacts including workforce housing. We just think that this is still in the provincial best interest. So I think there's some wording there around how it gets weighted relative to the housing issue that the province is seeing and pushing. So I think that this is going in the right direction. I think it just requires a little bit more thinking on what it is that the actual asks are of the resolve clauses.
Councillor Anderson?
We all have received in our mailbox during the last month this publication on Canada's 100 biggest infrastructure projects. In going through this list of the 100, there are work camps, large work camps, because these are large projects, every one of them. They come up in several categories of projects. And so my first observation is that this wording of the present motion is resource extraction industries. Work camps come up or are a fact of life in other categories of projects, particularly in the north. Energy, remediation, mine remediation, and transportation. And not necessarily camps, they're not necessarily exclusively outside of urban areas. Some of the urban area projects, large projects, have camps such as Roberts Bank. These types of things. So first observation is I don't think that this should need be limited to resource extraction. There's a broad category of large construction projects in this country that need work camps, that use work camps. Secondly, I think it's a national issue. And we might keep in mind that we reflect on our experience here and communicate our experience and our advice and questions on other planes as well. To, for example, who's Renew Canada? Well, it's a national construction industry platform. These are our stakeholders that we may also consider being in or that we advocate government work with. There are large industry associations involved as key stakeholders in how work camps work and how we can make them work. Third comment is that this comment or some of the correspondence we received refers to man camps. That's not true anymore. Not true for logging camps, mining camps, any kind of work camp. They're not man camps. There's a large and growing participation of women in these camps, and not least, young Aboriginal women being trained as equipment operators. And we have seen it in our local forest industry. The log sorts here are run by women. Women are involved in being trained as operators and in various types of trades in such projects across the country. And they participate in these camps. So this is just some observations on the wording we might choose, the emphasis we might give, and where we might direct our advocacy, because it certainly seems to me that it's beyond BC. And we should include the types of industries and industry organizations that need to work with us to make these camps work. Thank you.
So I'll add my 2 cents. I think my colleague raised a good point. I don't see a reason to limit this to resource projects. The issue is the camps as opposed to what the camps are serving. Although that may weigh into the cost-benefit analysis. I do think, though, and I think it makes sense to remove the word man camp, but the reality is in the proposal we saw this morning, I would say that is a man camp. You look at the design of the camp, it is not accommodating to a diverse selection of workers in my estimation. And so I think that's maybe relevant. Maybe we don't want to call it out. I would suggest, too, that I think the issues addressed go beyond work camps, and it speaks to, I think, ongoing issues with our assessment process. Having said that, I think focusing on housing here and housing impacts, given the nature of the housing crisis, is quite relevant and useful, and there's a particular immediacy there. I just would hope that as we move forward and as we frame this, we don't sort of do it in such a way where it implies that this is the problem with the EA process, because this is sort of, I think, reflective of broader problems. Is maybe where it's most acute right at this moment, but this is sort of a part of a broader pattern, I would suggest. So, and then I think Councillor Stoner.
There's no further comments on that one. I wanted to do something similar with the second resolution in the agenda that the District of Squamish add the issue of eligible costs for Emergency Management BC funding to the list of topics for provincial advocacy at UBCM. I also think that this doesn't necessarily need to be a resolution. The province is working on it through the renewal of the Emergencies Act and updating the eligible cost structures for funding. But I do think that if there's a few other topics we can think about addressing with the new minister, Ma, on climate change resiliency, then this would be one of the topics that we should bring up specific to kind of sharing our experience. But I don't think that this requires a resolution at this time.
Councillor Anderson.
I wasn't sure the origins of this resolution. I certainly have no, we were indeed caught in our negotiation, if you like, with the province on the emergency management funding with respect to the Mampum Road, Ring Creek Forest Service Road connection. However, on thinking about that particular piece of road, it has some history. We have some history with the province. It goes back a long way. And I note that in the presentation from staff in November 15th, where the issue of the emergency management funding came up, staff's report did not highlight the stakeholders in this road, a provincial park, provincial crown tenure holders, several. And the economic development impact of Squamish was the only thing, what was mentioned was hiring local contractor. Well, it's huge. The community forest is utterly reliant on that road for the majority of its future activity. So there's a bigger context, and that has been visited by our past Squamish councils. In the 1990s, this is an editorial, take this road or else. District Council asking the province, will you want to offload this road on us? And it has been a continual issue with the province on several roads in and out of Squamish. Alice Lake Park Road is another one. So the response of the District Council in the past in 1991 was, make us a deal that we cannot consider this road a district responsibility. And further, the past council suggested, look, why don't you work with that landowner? In the past, it was somebody else. Today, it's Lafarge. Rebuild it, and then we can talk about a 50-50 maintenance or something. But you guys have to face this. This is a provincial, the province is the stakeholder here, and we can't take responsibility. So we were stuck, and then on this occasion, it was the emergency management monies that was something that didn't work for us, and I'm quite fine. I just thought that we should be careful that we maintain our advocacy, be knowledgeable about where we've been in advocacy on this road. And I'm taking too long here, but I just wanted to suggest that in future, as our community forest, which we are 50% partner in with the Squamish Nation, grows in activities, we can work together with, for example, Mission, City of Mission, at future LMLGA conferences to discuss similar experiences, because we certainly do have similar experiences with them towards a future advocacy.
Okay, thank you. So I am sensing, though, there's general agreement in having this as a minister conversation rather than a resolution. So I will move on, I guess, the BC Hydro readiness conversation. Mr. Valeriote, are you introducing that one, or do we? I just sort of I don't remember off the top of my head where this came from, or are we ready to just jump into it? Councillor Stoner, did you want to?
I don't think I remember specifically where it came from, but I think it has come up on multiple occasions that we have concerns that BC Hydro won't have the capacity that we need to electrify given our Community Climate Action Plan targets. And so maybe this is just where we bring Mr. Pickett's in to see if we're still in that area of concern. I know we're not the only municipality who has that concern, if we still do. And if so, I do think that this is still a strong resolution that we should bring forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pickett's.
Thanks. Ian Pickett's, Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change. Thanks for bringing this up, Councillor Stoner. So a situation we've found ourselves in a number of times over the last couple of years is with retrofitting buildings. We were running into capacity issues, and the price of upgrading the electrical capacity can be a game changer and can really affect our ability to incorporate both electrical heat pumps and EV readiness requirements to a building. So BC Hydro, there are a number of incentives available for new buildings, but for existing retrofits, it's a challenge. And provincially speaking, capacity isn't a big deal, but the South Coast is among the fastest growing areas in British Columbia, so it is an issue here. Thank you.
Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. And whether it belongs in the motion or not, I think one of the context pieces for me as I looked at this was the way that Fortis behaves, where, for instance, would come to your condo complex and say, we'll put in gas infrastructure for free to build in customers. And then that same complex would be looking to increase their electrical capacity because their residents have interest in switching to EVs, and then be faced with a massive bill. So these two entities need to align in some way, or BC Hydro, there's work to be done there. So those are the types of things that that sort of clicked in my mind when I saw this topic. And as to the specific ask and whether we include referencing Fortis's behavior to contrast is I'm open to having that discussion, but that's the kind of actions that I would hope to sort of address with some work in this area.
For myself, I think this is an important issue. What I'm not clear on, though, is who is the obstacle? Is it BC Hydro? Is it the BC Utilities Commission? Or is it the province, or maybe some combination thereof? And so I guess I'm wondering what would be the next steps to find that out and understand who we really need to be addressing with this.
Through the chair, that's a good point, Councillor Pettingill. I think I can take that on, and I believe it would be some combination of the BC government and BC Hydro for both awareness and some sort of step to heightened awareness that this is a real, a giant barrier to electrification through retrofits. Thank you.
Okay, and so it sounds like we have agreement and clarity on the direction we want to move forward to the next meeting. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Pickett?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Anderson?
Councillor Pettingill, you've mentioned the BC Utilities Commission. I do think that it is important for us to be aware of the BC Utilities Commission's role in oversight of BC Hydro's electrification plans. And well, they do a 5-year plans. They're reviewed by the BC Utilities Commission. So that I think that for us in going to the UBCM and related forums, let's work together to make sure that local governments are properly focused on the BC Utilities Commission and take advantage of that forum to express concerns collectively. So BC Utilities Commission, we shouldn't lose sight of that as a venue, and that will come up every 5-year plan.
Yes, thank you. It's sort of sidebar, particularly important with FortisBC and their misframing of renewable gas and a whole bunch of nonsense, I'll say. But anyways, cut myself off there. I guess we have one last item. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. One last item. Councillor French, if you would like to speak to this one.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So tax exemptions were granted in the most recent budget process to Church on 99, the Roman Catholic Church, Baptist Church, Community Church, Sikh Society, Anglican Church, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witness Hall, and the United Church. And in bringing this forward, I want to be clear. I believe that all of these organizations in our community make positive contributions to the community generally and broadly. And I don't want to further erode the delicate financial realities that exist for some of these organizations in our community. If the tax exemptions for each of these were treated as permissive instead of statutory, council would have the ability to deny the exemption. And I think that's the important part here. If for some reason the place of worship was no longer bringing a community benefit to the broad community. So one of the advantages of making this change would be to help prevent quasi-religious organizations from either locating or expanding within our province. And I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest the Church of Scientology comes to my own mind as a faith group that a lot of people agree doesn't meet the criteria for a place of worship that benefits entire communities that it operates in. And then one more point on this, municipal governments have a duty to our residents and our taxpayers to ensure that the tax dollars that we bring in are spent in such a way as to maximize the benefit that the funds provide to the community as a whole. And the automatic nature of statutory tax exemptions means that local governments can't exercise that duty. And despite being in the best position to evaluate the most effective allocation of those tax dollars. So that's just a little bit of background on where I'm coming from in bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Herford.
Yeah, I'm to that. I guess I'll speak to that one, and I have a point after. But I think that's totally appropriate. Some of these institutions do have not just specifically in Squamish, but have large land holdings that aren't performing that service to the community. And I think it's absolutely appropriate that local governments have that discussion point as they go forward. This isn't about any particular group or situation in specifically to Squamish, which I think is why it's entirely appropriate that the province consider this and give local governments the ability to regulate as they see fit in the context of their locale. So I think this is an important discussion to have, albeit a sensitive one. So I'm curious to see where this. I predict there'll be some strong feelings either way around future discussions on this, but I'm happy to see this go forward. I have another topic that maybe I'll just let this one, see if anyone else wants to comment on this particular one, but I'll come back to.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of moving this forward to the LMLGA. I think that one point that was in Councillor French's backgrounder information that didn't come forward here was that most of the statutory exemptions in the community charter are other government agencies. Most of the permissive tax exemptions are community-based, local, not-for-profits, things that do community good. And I think that places of worship generally fall into that category of local places that do community good, as opposed to government regulatory bodies. So I think it makes sense that they sit within that same permissive tax exemption body. Thank you.
Just for my own, I have a bit of hesitation with this one, and generally I'm not someone very well aligned with organized religion. But I guess, so one clarifying point, I think we've had this discussion before, but it's my understanding that it's not, if a religious organization holds a bunch of property, it's not all statutorily exempt. It's just where the physical church is, and that's the only piece of it. But I think, it's one thing if we're speaking to the dominant culture and their religious institutions, but as we speak to the need for more immigration and the need to integrate people, religion, even if you're not very much religious yourself, a temple or a religious church or synagogue can be a very culturally important piece and a community piece. And so I do think this is really sensitive. And I'm concerned about that and losing or signaling a lack of support for that, which I think is very important beyond religion. Religion is almost there as out of as necessity as opposed to the primary thing. Again, if it's permissive tax exemptions, we can still grant it. And so maybe that's what's offsetting this. I would feel a lot more comfortable pushing this forward if we could have a conversation with our multi-faith association and make sure that we're sort of bringing this forward with support if we can, or at least sort of having that conversation would be my suggestion if we can. Okay, I'm just seeing nodding. So I guess we'll leave that with you, Councillor French. Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'm just remembering some correspondence and I think there was another motion I'm not seeing here around the extended responsibility of newspaper to the recycling fees. Sorry, I thought I forwarded it on. I'm just having a quick look because I didn't see it in our package.
You did, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, you did forward it. I didn't make it onto this list, but it can be added as council wishes.
Thank you. So without it in front of me, I'm gonna try to sum it up the problem. But it was brought to my attention that generally recycling is important and a good thing, and the sort of manufacturers or producers' extended responsibility, I think, is important to highlight. Our local newspapers and local media in general is under a lot of pressure, and there's work to be done in the regulation there that I think is worth weighing. That having a viable business model for the folks providing local news coverage against the expanded responsibilities of manufacturing newspapers. So we do have some information on the specific ask, but it's essentially asking for them to be classified in a different way than someone that's making sheets of printer paper versus to recognize the value of what's on those paper. The paper isn't the product, but it carries the product. So that's the basic conversation. It's fairly well formed. So perhaps next time when I can circulate it in advance, which was the intent, but we can get some more clarity on that ask. And I think it's, again, one of those great pieces that's very nuanced. In general, we want to have manufacturers, people that are responsible for producing items to take some responsibility of their recycling. But we need to weigh the viability of these local news sources. I think is a great conversation to have. And I'd like to have that with you all and perhaps with the broader community through LMLGA. I think it's an important topic, and I think without our local news sources, then it makes it extremely hard to perform our function as a local government. So I could see supporting work in this area. And sorry, I don't have the full package to put in front of you, but I will do so following this meeting and in preparation for our next one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything that anyone would like to add at this point? No. Okay, well, I'll take this opportunity to ask for a motion to terminate. Councillor Stoner. Mayor Herford seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. And staff. And everyone who helped put today together and held us together.